Chapter 76. Do you still remember the abandoned baby, Bibi Dong? Will you regret it? Aunt Shuet, Aunt Bing, these are 2 ice snow lotuses. Shui Tianyu took out the reward for signing in and handed them to Shui Di and Bing Di. The moment these 2 ice snow lotuses appeared, the pure icy aura bloomed, and immediately attracted the attention of Shui Di and Bing Di. For beasts of their level, if they want to improve their cultivation again, they can only rely on time. Unless they encounter special opportunities. And some unique natural treasures are one of the opportunities. Almost instantly, the 2 of them felt the attraction of the ice snow lotus to them. This is an existence that can immediately improve their cultivation. Tianyu, where did you find this? Shui Di hesitated. She was worried that Shui Tianyu had taken a great risk to find it. Eat it, this is what I found for you. Shui Tianyu smiled slightly. I said when I was a child that I would definitely help you get rid of the shackles of life and break through the shackles of cultivation. Now is just the beginning. Tianyu, you still remember? Bingdi was very moved and hugged Shui Tianyu and pushed her onto the flat board in front of his chest. If possible, Shui Tianyu actually wanted to hug the mountain. However, the pain of rubbing on the flat board did not last long. Swaity felt soft and warm at this time, and directly embraced Bingdi and Swaity into his vast and turbulent bosom. Tianyu, you are so kind, the 3 of us will be together forever. Woo woo woo. I can't breathe, Aunt Shuet. Shui Tianyu suddenly felt that the flat board was not so unacceptable. Shui Tianyu squeezed his head out of Swaity's arms, looked at her beautiful face, and suddenly leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Swaity was stunned. Bingdi was jealous. I want one too. Tianyu, come and kiss me. Bingdi pointed at his face and said to Shui Tianyu seriously, if you don't kiss me, I'll be angry. Bingdi already has a beautiful face that is not inferior to Swaity. Under this serious face, there is a sense of heroic spirit. Shui Tianyu had no choice but to kiss Bingdi at the designated position, and Bingdi's snow-white neck was stained with red. Okay. Then Bingdi was happy. Then Bingdi and Swaity absorbed the Bingtian snow lotus, and their cultivation was significantly improved. The 2 people's graceful postures seemed more radiant and moving. When Bingdi and Swaity were meditating to absorb the snow lotus, they deliberately asked Shui Tianyu to protect them. This is because they were unconscious in this state. The blue and green long skirts on their bodies were transformed by soul power, and at this time, they would all disappear. Shui Tianyu closed the doors and windows of the wooden house tightly, not letting Bingdi and Swaity have any chance of exposure. As for himself, Shui Tianyu has watched them grow up in every sense. So he sat in front of Swaity and Bingdi to admire them. The slender jade hands, the moving curves, and the white and tender legs and feet seemed to be more charming at the moment. Shui Tianyu was so fascinated by the beautiful scenery that he didn't even notice that Bingdi and Swaity had woken up at some point. Both of them blushed and had a little panic on their faces, and then spoke in unison. Tianyu, you've been staring at us. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shui Tianyu flew out of the wooden house. The 2 Bingxiu emperors had put on their clothes almost at the same time and chased them out. At this moment, the ghost in front of Xiang Siguo and Dugubo, who had nowhere to go and could only recuperate under Xiang Jun's ice sculpture, saw a funny scene. Shui Tianyu fled, and the 2 ice and snow emperors chased him with ice and snow long swords. It was just like that. He fled, and they chased him. He couldn't fly away even if he had wings. Tears of envy flowed from Xiang Jun's eyes. He was so bad that he could still be fed a mouthful of dog food. It was completely numb. The next morning, Shui Tianyu woke up in the bed in the wooden house. On the left and right sides were sleeping Bingdi and Swaity. Of course, nothing happened to the 3 of them last night. Only Shui Tianyu raised 2 fingers to apologize and swear. Then the 3 of them fell asleep after fighting on the bed. Seeing that Bingdi and Swaity were still asleep, Shui Tianyu got out of bed by himself. At this time, Gaimei and Douluo were still asleep. He came to the edge of the spring and dived towards the remains of the Fire Dragon King. The soul bone of the Ice Dragon King was already so strong. I wonder how the soul bone of the Fire Dragon King is. After Xue Tianyu fell, the ice spirit felt uncomfortable here. But the angel spirit in his body seemed to be very active. He switched to the angel spirit directly. The next second, a warm current lingered in his body. Well, it was comfortable. Although he didn't know why the angel spirit felt compatible with the breath of the Fire Dragon King, Xue Tianyu felt that none of this mattered. His purpose was to get the soul bone and then sign in to get the reward. Fire Dragon King Soul Bone. Soon, Xue Tianyu found the Fire Dragon King's soul bone. This was also a million-year soul bone. Xue Tianyu immediately sat under the remains of the Fire Dragon King to absorb. At the moment the absorption was completed, the detailed information of the 4 skills appeared in Xue Tianyu's mind. The first skill, Fire Dragon Roar. Can release a dragon roared, and the roar was accompanied by a raging heat wave, burning the soul power of all enemies, and at the same time, Xue Tianyu's own momentum and pressure were added with the might of the Dragon Clan. The second skill, Burning Body in Blazing Fire. When using this skill, Xue Tianyu's body will quickly ignite in flames, and his whole body will be transformed into fire elements at this moment. In this form, he will be immune to all physical attacks and can resist 50% of spell attacks. In addition, in this state, any skills with burning and purification effects released by Xue Tianyu will have a 100% power bonus. Very suitable for cooperation with the Angel Martial Soul. It is a soul skill corresponding to the water fusion technique. If in this state, the forbidden technique Sacred Domain is used, Xue Tianyu's strength will soar by more than 1 level. The third skill, Fire Dragon Armor. When used, a layer of flame armor with a metallic texture will instantly appear on the whole body. The armor not only has unparalleled defense, but also can cause burning effects, causing the enemy's soul power to be continuously consumed. If in the domain barrier released by itself, the defense of the flame armor will be increased by 100%, and it will be immune to the same level of damage during the duration, and higher level attacks will have a 50% damage reduction. The fourth skill, Forbidden Technique, Burning Heaven Divine Flame. Domain skill, when Xue Tianyu releases this skill, a layer of flames will sweep the entire battlefield, forming a burning heaven domain. In the domain, the soul power of all enemies will be burned. Using the burned soul power to release skills will reduce the power by 70%. All skills of Xue Tianyu will receive a 70% bonus. But there is a limit. In the domain of Burning Heaven Divine Flame, Xue Tianyu cannot switch to the Ice and Snow Spirit Martial Soul, nor can he use any ice skills. However, in conjunction with the Angel Martial Soul, it is enough to burst out the most powerful attack power. Ice and Fire Dragon King Soul Bones, one is compatible with the Ice and Snow Spirit Martial Soul, and the other is compatible with the Angel Martial Soul. Not bad. Xue Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with joy. This trip to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eyes was a great harvest. Although the Fire Dragon King's soul bone prevented him from using the Ice and Snow Spirit, it was a perfect match with the Angel Martial Soul. By the way, there is also a sign-in. Then, he stood up and signed in with the Fire Dragon King. A bright red light flashed. Xue Tianyu looked at the Fire Dragon King's sign-in reward and smiled mysteriously. Yes, although these rewards are a little less than those of the Ice Dragon King, as a sign-in reward of this level, it is already very good. Among them is a very special Vulcan God mask. After wearing it, it can change all the auras on Xue Tianyu's body, and as long as Xue Tianyu wants, he can cover his own pressure with the aura of anyone he has contacted. As long as he doesn't take off the mask, no one will know who he is. At the same time, fighting with a mask will increase Xue Tianyu's soul power by 30%. Xue Tianyu is very satisfied. Now that the ghost is in hand, according to him, Bibi Dong is about to come to the Sunset Forest. Then, wait for her at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. It's time to meet Bibi Dong. I wonder if this so-called mother still remembers the son she strangled to death? When the abandoned baby reappears in front of her, how will she react? Regret? Repent? Or crazy, think that Shui Tianyu should die, and all the people of the Qian family in this world should die? Bibi Dong, this is just the beginning. When your favorite Yu Xiaogang is tortured in front of you and even dies in front of you, how will you react? Will you regret your original decision, or will you only hate the Qian family more? A cold light flashed in Shui Tianyu's eyes, and he was ready to get up and meet Bibi Dong, who was about to come to the sunset forest. Chapter 77 Bibi Dong, 100,000 Year Soul Beast. Contribute Soul Ring. Dityen went to the sunset forest. At the same time, a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. A waterfall flew down from the mountain. No one knew that behind this waterfall, there was a huge cave hidden. Saner, you are not an ordinary person. Tang Hao was healing here at this time. He took Tang San and left everyone behind. He thought those people were a burden to Tang San. You know, your father, I am Haoshan Douluo of Haoshan sect. Tang Hao raised his head confidently, but soon lowered it again. But your father once committed a crime and offended the spirit hall, causing our Haoshan sect to have to close the mountain. Dad, what did you do to offend the spirit hall? Tang San asked curiously. Seeing that Tang San was interested, Tang Hao began to talk about his life story. Especially the part about offending the spirit hall, it was vivid and exciting. Dad, I will atone for your sins. Tang San grabbed Tang Hao's hand and said. However, after hearing the whole story, Tang San only admitted in his heart that Tang Hao's fault was that he was too weak. There was no other way, he could only admit it now and atone for his father's sin before he grew up. As long as he could survive until his strength was not inferior to those people, Tang San felt that he could stand up. Atonement? What atonement? My father did nothing wrong. As for the rest, humph, it's you who are wrong. It's you. You will all be destroyed. In short, it's 1 below the title Douluo level, I will atone for my father's sins, it's us who are wrong. 2 title Douluo, atonement? My father did nothing wrong. 3 top titles, it's obviously you who are wrong. Cowardly Haoshan sect. Tang Hao touched Tang San's head with relief, and then took him to Yin's 100,000 year soul bone. This was left for him by Yin before she died. For so many years, he has been thinking of her by the sight of the object, and refused to absorb it. But now it's different. If he doesn't recover from his injuries, his cultivation is likely to drop. I'm seriously injured now, you protect me, I'll absorb it. Tang Hao looked at Tang San. However, Tang San took the 100,000 year soul bone in his hand. Dad, you don't need to be so tired. Tang Hao looked at Tang San with a question mark on his head. Tang San had a completely good expression on his face. Dad, now it's time to bet on the future. Let me absorb this soul bone, I will help you avenge Shui Tianyu and atone for the sins of Haoshan Zong. Tang San looked at Tang Hao affectionately. Dad, you have to believe me, with this soul bone, I will definitely make a name for myself in the future. You don't have to be so tired, I'll protect you. Let's go together and kill all those who have hurt you. Looking at Tang San, who had already posed, Tang Hao's eyebrows kept jumping, and his forehead was full of black lines. So filial. Although he was very unhappy, Tang San was his child after all, and after thinking about it, he still agreed. After all, if Tang San could really do it, he only needed to accompany Yin. Thinking of this, Tang Hao couldn't help but worry in his heart. I don't know if Xiao San can be trusted. At this time, Tang Hao didn't know that Tang San had never considered him from beginning to end. When Tang San saw Tang Hao agreed, he immediately became excited. He thought, he must take Xiao Wu back. Xiao Wu must have been forced to deliberately say that she wanted to stay away from him. Xiao Wu will always have him in her heart. It's Xue Tianyu who is wrong. She just wants to throw Xue Tianyu to vent her anger. What's wrong with her? Xue Tianyu is really not a man. What's wrong with letting Xiao Wu fall? Just like that bullet in Ellie, you are just physically disabled, but Xiao Wu has been sulking for so long. Can't you give in? Xue Tianyu. Tang San clenched his fist and vowed to beat Xue Tianyu to pieces. On the other side, Bibi Dong fell from the sky. She looked up at the lush trees with an expectant smile on her face. Sunset Forest, here we are. 100,000-year soul ring, here I come. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. She hurried over after receiving the ghostly bird message, without even changing into the Pope's dress. She was not tall, and the Pope's golden dress was tailor-made for her from head to toe, and it fit her perfectly. There was a glittering precious light on the dress, with hundreds of three-color gems on it. Although Bibi Dong is no longer young, the years seem to have left no mark on her. The white and tender skin, with the nearly perfect face, makes her stand out no matter where she is. Bibi Dong, who was about to enter the forest, frowned and looked at her dress. Anyway, it's all the Pope's clothes that the Qian family paid for, so it doesn't matter. 100,000-year soul beast can't be defeated by wearing this restrictive dress. Bibi Dong decisively tore the dress that almost reached her ankles, revealing her fair and slender legs. This way, she would feel comfortable in a fight. However, this outfit made Bibi Dong look like a queen. Then, Bibi Dong stepped into the sunset forest. 100,000-year soul beast, wait for your soul ring to be contributed. Deep in the star forest, Guyuina, wearing a beautiful white dress, slowly opened her eyes. She slowly stretched out her delicate and soft white legs from the dress, pulled her jade hands upwards, and stretched her waist. Then, Guyuina looked around, her eyebrows frowned. She was restless these days, as if something was going to happen. Earlier, she asked Xiang Jun to go to the sunset forest to recover the remains of the two dragon kings of ice and fire. Logically, it shouldn't take so long. Did Xiang Jun get late because he was too playful on the way? That shouldn't be the case. Although Xiang Jun has a bad character, he will definitely complete Guyuina's orders first. Then, did something happen? Thinking of this, Guyuina raised her red lips. Dityen. A voice like a silver bell sounded. In front of her, the space twisted, and a man in black clothes and elegant posture walked out. My lord, what do you want? Dityen bowed slightly to Guyuina. At this time, Dityen's eyes were always looking at Guyuina's surroundings. Besides that, he would not use his eyes to blaspheme the Supreme Lord. In the minds of all high-level soul beasts, Guyuina is the only one who can lead them to revival. No blasphemy, no slander, no questioning. Is there any news from the Bear King? Dityen nodded and shook his head. There has been no news from the Bear King since he left the Star Do Great Forest. Guyuina was a little confused. Could it be that a beast that could fight against the Bear King appeared in the sunset forest? She reached out and stroked her forehead. Dityen, go there in person and see what happened to the Bear King. Chapter 78 Qian Rongxiu is uneasy, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu disappear. Dityen was stunned. No response. Guyuina looked at Dityen, raise your head and look at me. After being ordered like this, Dityen slowly raised his head. My lord, I need to ensure your safety here. How dare you? Guyuina said in a low voice, are my words useless? Dityen knelt directly on the ground, but his eyes were firm. He was here to protect Guyuina. No, but compared to Lord Xiang, the safety of the master is more important. Dityen said stubbornly. Guyuina looked at Dityen, who was so serious. She also knew that he was doing it for her own good. However, she could not leave the Xingda Great Forest. Follow orders. Guyuina's expression softened a little, I will be fine here. What Lord Xiang did is very important. I don't trust others. You must go to Lord Xiang. Di Tian was silent. Finally, he chose to obey orders. Go immediately, don't delay for a second. Gu Yuina ordered. Di Tian nodded, then turned and entered the twisted space. Wuhan City. Qian Rongxiu dressed herself up carefully before entering the Wuhan Hall. When the guards of the Wuhan Hall saw Qian Rongxiu, they immediately lowered their heads and looked at Qian Rongxiu. They didn't dare to look directly at the princess of the Wuhan Hall. Welcome, young master. Qian Rongxiu ignored them and walked straight into the spirit hall. Since the worship hall was on the mountain behind the spirit hall, Qian Rongxiu originally wanted to go directly to find Qian Douluo, but every time she passed the Pope's hall, she couldn't help but want to take a look at Bibi Dong. Even if it was just a look from a distance. From childhood to adulthood, Bibi Dong almost never looked at Qian Rongxiu directly. This certainly made Qian Rongxiu very sad, but at the same time, it also made Qian Rongxiu subconsciously want to prove herself in front of Bibi Dong. So Qian Rongxiu often imitated Bibi Dong unconsciously. This also provided convenience for her to pretend to be Xue Qinghe and hide in the Tiandu Empire later. After all, the noble manners of the superiors are not something that ordinary people can learn. This kind of thing is engraved in the bones from childhood to adulthood. And Bibi Dong, as long as she appears as the Pope, she is so elegant, beautiful, and generous no matter who she is in front of. Qian Rongxiu also learned this kind of nobility, elegance, and tranquility. What Qian Rongxiu didn't know was that it was precisely because Qian Rongxiu was desperately learning from Bibi Dong that Bibi Dong hated her even more. Because Bibi Dong saw the shadow of her past in Qian Rongxiu. So in Qian Rongxiu's childhood memory, Bibi Dong looked at her with hatred. This hatred was not only hatred for Qian Rongxiu, the daughter of Qian Sunji's bloodline, but also hatred for herself in the past. Of course, Qian Rongxiu didn't know all this. At this time, she came to the Pope's palace and didn't find Bibi Dong. Even the ghost Douluo, who was often seen near the Pope's palace, who was full of black air and liked to hide in the shadows, was not seen. Qian Rongxiu was very strange. It stands to reason that Bibi Dong should not leave the spirit hall unless there was something important. Did something major happen? What's going on? Qian Rongxiu didn't know why, and felt a little nervous. After she calmed down, she immediately went to the worship hall. Soon, she arrived at the worship hall. This is where Qian Douluo usually spends most of his time. Grandpa. Whenever Qian Rongxiu wanted to find Grandpa, she would definitely find him under the angel statue in the worship hall. For 20 years, she had never seen Qian Douluo leave once. So Qian Rongxiu knew that Grandpa would definitely be here. However, this time, she miscalculated. Qian Rongxiu did not find Qian Douluo under the angel statue. Thinking of the fact that Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong had a big fight over Wuhan City not long ago, Qian Rongxiu was panicked. Just when she didn't know what to do, the door of the worship hall was pushed open. Qian Rongxiu thought it was Qian Douluo who came back, and hurried forward. You are finally back. However, when Qian Rongxiu came to the door and saw that it was Golden Crocodile Douluo who came in. Xue is back. Golden Crocodile Douluo grinned. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, why is my grandpa not in the worship hall? Where did he go? Qian Rongxiu asked in confusion. Where did he go? Golden Crocodile Douluo scratched his head, I don't know either. Big brother never tells me where he is. Then he looked at Qian Rongxiu, Xue, it's been a long time since we last met. Why are you here all of a sudden? Why did you suddenly think of coming back? Qian Rongxiu sighed softly, I heard that Grandpa and Bibi Dong had a fight, so I hurried back to see what was going on. That incident. Golden Crocodile Douluo was a little helpless, nothing, although His Highness the Pope was injured, he should be fine now. Do you know why they fought? Qian Rongxiu asked. Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head like a rattle. I don't know, they just fought so suddenly. For this matter, you still need to ask them in person. I just came back to find them. Qian Rongxiu was a little discouraged, but both of them were not here. But she knew that it was useless to be anxious. She could only ask them clearly when they came back. For some reason, she felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart, as if something big had happened, but she knew nothing about it. Sunset Forest, Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Xue Tianyu hugged Xue Di in the wooden house. Tianyu, what are you doing? It's so embarrassing. Xue Di said this, but did not use soul power to shake Xue Tianyu away. Xue Tianyu knew that this was saying no with your mouth, but your body was very honest. What are you embarrassed about? No one else can see it. Xue Tianyu said with a smile. Then, he hugged Xue Di's delicate waist, looked at Xue Di's blushing face, and his heart was moved. The ice goddess who was as cold as frost in front of outsiders was just a shy woman in front of Xue Tianyu. At this time, Xue Di in Xue Tianyu's arms had her long hair tied up, and her sky-blue eyes looked at Xue Tianyu with a little pink shyness. Her slender body was hugged by Xue Tianyu, and even her rapid breathing due to the fluttering heart was caught by Xue Tianyu. The white transparent long skirt had no extra decorations, but it made her look even more beautiful. The snow-white long legs sticking out from the bottom of the skirt were tightly together, and the toes of the jade feet swayed restlessly. Bing Bing will see it. Xue Di was furious when she thought of Bing Di who had gone to play under the Ice Dragon King's spring. As soon as she left, Xiao Tianyu started to make plans for her. No, Aunt Bing hasn't come up yet. Xue Tianyu's current soul power perception is not much worse than Xue Di's. Xue Di was helpless. But she couldn't bear to push him. After all, deep in her heart, she still had expectations. It just takes time to accept the change of identity now. Chapter 79 Bibi Dong faced Xue Tianyu, mother and son met. Tianyu, give me some time to think about it, okay? Xue Di sighed. When do you think about it? Xue Tianyu knew that he couldn't push too hard, but he also wanted some time. After all, he could only feel at ease after explaining it in advance. Ah! Xue Di was in Xue Tianyu's arms, holding her fingers tightly. She lowered her eyebrows and thought for a long time. When you complete your revenge, I will consider agreeing to you. Xue Di's voice became smaller and smaller, but her face became redder and redder. In the end, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but her beautiful face was hot and burning. Just considering it. Xue Tianyu was still thinking about whether he could go further. Although the relationship was almost confirmed now, Xue Tianyu was a little greedy. Xue Di suddenly stretched out her green jade fingers to press against Xue Tianyu's lips. Tianyu, don't be greedy. She thought about it, and then suddenly stretched out her snow-white neck, pressed against Xue Tianyu's cheek and kissed him. Remember, I need to remind you again, this is a secret between the two of us. After kissing Xue Tianyu, Xue Di's face became even more rosy, and her delicate appearance seemed to be dripping with water. Xue Tianyu knew that this was the best he could do today. If he pressed on, it might backfire. He suddenly hugged Xue Di tightly and blew in her ear, wait for me. This time, Xue Di responded. Her body was fragrant and hot. Xue Tianyu was thinking, can he go one step further without crossing the line? Thinking of this, since Xue Di was already in his arms without resisting, doesn't that mean Xue Tianyu can go one step further? So he nervously touched her body. Xue Di's shy voice reached Xue Tianyu's ears, but she didn't resist. Xue Tianyu was excited, but the next second, the sound of a lotus emerging from the water extinguished all his fantasies of the two. Ice Emperor is back. Xue Emperor pushed Xue Tianyu away almost instantly, and then quickly tidied her clothes, and even used the ice soul power to force her to calm down. Xue Tianyu was stunned. He scratched his head helplessly with both hands. Forget it, I have made a big step today. Then, he began to think about what to do next. They have been here for so long, it is time to leave the Sunset Forest. He brought Ice Emperor and Shui Emperor to Xiangjun and unfrozen him. Xiangjun sat on the ground panting. Do you know why I don't kill you? Shui Tianyu smiled faintly and looked at Xiangjun. I need to meet your master. Xiangjun was stunned. How do you know? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. But Shui Tianyu's half-smile eyes let it know that Shui Tianyu had already seen through everything. He was completely convinced. Okay, I will explain to the master when I go back. Xiangjun nodded in a muffled voice, but he felt that he had to remind Shui Tianyu. But I can't guarantee whether the master agrees with you or not. Shui Tianyu nodded. It doesn't matter, just go back and tell her. He had to try to sign in with Guyuina and get excess rewards, even rewards beyond the godly position, so that he could cope with the God War in the future. Then he patted Xiangjun. Let's go, leave with us. Just at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Master, what about me? Shui Tianyu turned his head and found that Gui Mei was squatting not far away, looking very honest. Sneaky, but due to Shui Tianyu's restrictions, Ghost Douluo can only obey now. Shui Tianyu slapped his head. How could he forget this? Douluo left the two of them, but Gui Mei was still there. You just stay here to guard the fairy grass of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and don't go anywhere for the time being. Shui Tianyu ordered. Okay. Gui Mei could only nod in agreement, otherwise he would die immediately. Then, Shui Tianyu took Bing Di, Shui Di, and Xiangjun out of the yin-yang eyes and walked to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Just as they were about to leave the Sunset Forest, Shui Tianyu saw a woman coming towards him. The woman was wearing a short skirt, showing her long white legs, but her whole body revealed elegance and grace. Bibi Dong's face was also stunning. She saw Shui Tianyu and two other stunning beauties coming out at first sight. The two sides stood more than 10 meters apart. Hey, it's her. Shui Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong who had just arrived at the Sunset Forest, and his emotions were almost uncontrollable. After 20 years, we meet again. Bibi Dong, I'm standing in front of you. Can you recognize it? Bibi Dong, who had just entered the Sunset Forest, met 3 people and a bear coming towards her. Each of them restrained their breath, so she didn't notice it at first. Of course, she also restrained a lot of breath. However, she found that the young man in the lead seemed to keep his eyes on her. Is he looking at the pot while eating from the bowl? However, Bibi Dong was confident that her figure and appearance were definitely good. Although she was no longer young, she had taken good care of herself over the years and looked only a few years older than Qian Rongxiu. Why does that man make me palpitate? However, for some reason, when Bibi Dong looked at Shui Tianyu, she suddenly felt a palpitation inexplicably. It was a feeling that was hard to describe, like the most fearful and nervous thing, appearing silently. Is she afraid? Bibi Dong didn't know what this palpitation meant. Then she looked at the bear that followed the 3 people at the end. This bear seemed to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But it was not common for a 100,000-year-old soul beast to walk with humans. Bibi Dong looked around and didn't see any ghostly figures. It shouldn't be like that. Gai Mei would at least follow the 100,000-year-old soul beast he found from a distance. Now that he was here, Gai Mei should have returned to him as soon as possible. What happened? That bear. Bibi Dong stared at Xiangjun. Have you ever seen a sneaky man? I have to say that Bibi Dong's word choice was quite accurate. Anyone who has seen Ghost Douluo Gai Mei will think of him from this word. Xiangjun is no exception. However, he just sneered and said in a muffled voice, "You've come to Sunset Forest to find a man." Bibi Dong frowned slightly. She didn't care about the ridicule in Xiangjun's words. In her opinion, Xiangjun was already a dead bear. No one could stop the soul beast she wanted to kill. In other words, you saw it. Bibi Dong planned to cheat. As expected, the stupid Xiang Jun looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. How did you know? Ah! Shui Tianyu Sai made Xiang Jun realize that he was fooled. Then he snorted coldly, humph, that person, I have already killed him. Hey! Bibi Dong was confused. With the stupidity of this bear, Bibi Dong would never think that it would lie. So Gui Mei is dead? This is her right-hand man, a capable person. Just gone. Bibi Dong suddenly felt a little regretful. After all, it was because Gui Mei's surveillance, tracking and escape abilities were quite outstanding that she asked Gui Mei to take on this task. Unexpectedly, this time, Gui Mei was gone. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt a little unhappy. It seems that she needs to kill something to calm down. In an instant, Bibi Dong's short skirt rose without wind. The vast and powerful soul power suddenly burst out. Since you killed my people, use your spirit ring to pay back. Chapter 80 Shui Tianyu, Bibi Dong, you abandoned me. Revenge begins. As she spoke, the shadow of the Death Spider King appeared behind Bibi Dong. Then, the Death Spider King possessed her. Bibi Dong's upper body skin instantly turned out a layer of purple-black shiny armor. A defensive shell also appeared on her charming face, and 4 smart and slender eyes grew under her eyes. Then Bibi Dong's legs disappeared, the abdomen turned into a huge spherical body in the shape of a spider. 8 thick arthropod legs stretched out from the spherical body, and a lot of green hair grew on each long leg. The hair secreted disgusting mucus. These mucus dripped on the ground of Sunset Forest and would directly corrode the grass on the ground. At this time, Bibi Dong was like a poisonous spider standing. Then, 9 soul rings slowly floated up. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. The powerful aura pressed all towards Xiang Jun. The death gaze that seemed to come from the underworld made Xiang Jun very uncomfortable. It was numb. The Xiang Jun couldn't help cursing in his heart. I just came out of the ice, and I have to fight again. It secretly glanced at Shui Tianyu and the 2 emperors of ice and snow. Seeing that they had no intention of taking action, it knew that they would not interfere in its own battle. Thinking of coming to Sunset Forest, he was followed by someone first, and then beaten by Shui Tianyu. After beating Shui Tianyu, he was beaten by the 2 emperors of ice and snow. It seemed as if everything along the way was against him. The Bear King felt very aggrieved. It was one of the 10 fierce beasts, but it was beaten continuously without fighting back. Now a random woman wanted to beat him and wanted to take his soul ring? The Bear King was angry. Then beat him. Roar! The Bear King roared to the sky, come on! Who is afraid of who? The powerful soul beast aura was released instantly, and Bibi Dong immediately knew why Gui Mei died. This bear is obviously much stronger than the average 100,000 year soul beast. Ghost Douluo, today, I will avenge you. After all, Bibi Dong decided to take the bear's head to sacrifice to Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Then, the second soul ring behind her lit up. Second soul skill, Death Hunting. Bibi Dong looked at Xiang Jun's huge body, stretched out her hand and pointed at his head, and suddenly an illusory spider shadow appeared above Xiang Jun's head. The moment the spider shadow appeared, it released a poisonous spider web towards Xiang Jun. This layer of spider web is extremely corrosive, and soul masters with low cultivation will be cut and corroded by the spider web in an instant. Xiang Jun's attention was on Bibi Dong, and the spider web that fell from the sky immediately trapped it. Zzz. Ah! The strong corrosiveness of the spider web caused the fluff on Xiang Jun's body to fall off in large pieces. Xiang Jun roared, and the big gold chain on his body emitted a strong golden light. His soul power became extremely sharp, and he directly cut off all the spider webs. The spider web fell to the ground, and the grass quickly withered. What a vicious soul skill! Xiang Jun looked at the grass on the ground with some heartache. This toxin is extremely harmful to the forest. Although the Bear King often destroys flowers and trees, this physical destruction will accelerate the growth of forest trees and flowers. This is a beneficial process. But the toxin is not. It will only make the earth wither and everything become a desert. You, get out of the forest! The Bear King roared, and the sharp golden claws stretched out from his paw again. Dark gold claws. The Bear King's claws swung towards Bibi Dong fiercely, and the huge bear paws forced a strong wind pressure, making Bibi Dong's dress rustle. Fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. Bibi Dong opened her hands suddenly, and countless purple-black thorns covered every part of Bibi Dong's body. The purple shell on her body also became particularly thick. This layer of armor has extremely strong defensive power. Bibi Dong was very confident, and she went to meet the Bear King's dark gold claws. No matter how powerful this 100,000-year soul beast is, it should not be her opponent. Now that the bear's paw is coming, it will definitely be injured by the poisonous thorns. Bibi Dong wants to take this opportunity to take this 100,000-year soul ring. However, the scene that Bibi Dong expected, where the bear was stabbed by the poisonous thorns of the thorn spider armor, did not appear. Instead, the hard spider armor that she was very confident in was directly scratched by the bear's claws. Hiss! Bibi Dong, who realized that something was wrong, immediately turned around and retreated. This bear's claws could actually break her soul skill armor. If it was just a suspicion just now, then Bibi Dong can now be sure that this bear is definitely not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Not only is the breath terrifying, but the strength is also so terrifying. Bibi Dong knows that she has to be serious, otherwise it may be difficult to even fight this bear. This bear is far more terrifying than she imagined. It makes Bibi Dong nervous. Xiang Jun watched Bibi Dong retreat, but he didn't chase her. He looked at his claws in confusion, and for the first time, a solemn look appeared on his face. He could feel that the woman in front of him was not simple. The claw he had just used was intended to break through the armor and injure the body. The ultimate gold is no joke. But he didn't expect that it was just a slight crack. At this time, Bibi Dong and Xiang Jun were obviously angry. Bibi Dong didn't care that Xue Tianyu and Bingxiu Erdi were beside her, and she directly lit up the sixth soul ring. Sixth soul skill, Vampire Spider Stab. In an instant, countless small holes appeared in the void beside Bibi Dong, and tens of thousands of sharp long thorns with the poison of the Death Spider King emerged from the holes in the void. Looking at these poisonous thorns, the Bear King felt sharp in his heart and started to go berserk without hesitation. A red halo emanated from his body, and his eyes turned red. The already huge body expanded further under the effect of the berserk. An extremely violent soul power wave vibrated from the Bear King. For a moment, the entire sunset forest seemed to tremble. Bibi Dong saw that the Bear King was ready to go, and she couldn't wait for the opponent to complete the accumulation of power. With a light touch of her jade fingers, the Bear King rushed out immediately. Roar! The giant bear roared. The Bear King suddenly jumped into the sky and avoided the first wave of attacks. Then he crossed his claws and swung them down. Dark gold claws. The golden scratches flew from the air towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong immediately commanded the remaining spikes to bombard. The entire sunset forest could hear the sharp explosion at this moment. Xue Tianyu silently watched the battle between Bibi Dong and Xiang Jun. He and the two emperors of ice and snow did not choose to attack. Bibi Dong, you abandoned me, and revenge has just begun. At this moment, looking at the woman in the battle, Xue Tianyu had a lot of thoughts. She was abandoned as a baby. If she had not been adopted by the Snow Emperor, even if she had a golden finger, she would probably die in the cold and wild beast-ridden far north. And it was Bibi Dong who caused all this. Chapter 81 Xue Tianyu Ice God Bao. Pierce Bibi Dong's shoulder. The beginning of revenge. At the same time, I still haven't found it. Where is it? According to the guidance of the angel, it should be nearby. Douluo came in from another direction of the sunset forest. He felt the coming of the angel's power and came to find his grandson. His grandson can now be the heir to the angel throne, and is also one of his most important relatives. He is a long-lost relative who needs to be made up. There must be no mistakes. But the range he felt at the beginning was very large. Even if he found the sunset forest now, he still couldn't determine the specific location. But Douluo couldn't give up. As long as his grandson had really been here, he would definitely find clues here. For this reason, he searched very carefully. But finding a person's trace in such a large forest is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Douluo also understood that if there was no miracle, he would most likely return empty-handed. However, just when he was frustrated, he suddenly felt a familiar wave. Hey! What is Bibi doing here? Although Douluo never interfered with Bibi actions, she was still the Pope after all, and Douluo knew her general trajectory. In his impression, Bibi should not need to hunt spirit rings from the sunset forest. As for finding spirit rings for the young people of the spirit hall, this does not require her to do it personally. And now the bigger problem is that this is the fluctuation of the battle. The opponent is also very strong. Douluo narrowed his eyes. Anyway, Bibi is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Now it is also in the Sunset Forest, so it is necessary to go and see. Thinking of this, Douluo changed direction and went straight to the place where Bibi was fighting. In another corner of the Sunset Forest, Tian walked in. As soon as he came in, he flew quickly in the direction of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Tian is not a scattered brain like Xiangjun. He has already investigated the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Now he just needs to rush over. However, he felt the powerful aura of Xiangjun after he went berserk only halfway. Hey? Is Xiangjun fighting? Tian looked in the direction of Xiangjun in confusion. Originally, he was still thinking about whether to go to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to find Xiangjun first, but now it's okay, there is no need to look for him. Then, another powerful aura came over. There is actually someone who can fight with Xiangjun. Emperor Tian was a little surprised. Although Xiangjun's brain was not good, his strength was very strong. This human breath was actually comparable to Xiangjun's. This was a little scary. Emperor Tian changed direction and ran towards Xiangjun without saying anything. He was going to help Xiangjun. Bibi and Xiangjun had collided with each other for more than 10 times. With them as the center of the circle, all the trees were annihilated, leaving only an empty space. So strong. Bibi looked solemn. She didn't expect Xiangjun to be so strong. If the fight continued like this, she might not be his opponent. At this time, Xiangjun's eyes were red, his claws were put together back to back, and then he tore at Bibi fiercely. Look at my claws, tear the sky. The last time Xiangjun used the sky-tearing move, he used all his strength, but it was not released because of the long pre-swing. This time he learned his lesson and released it immediately. Although it was only half the power, it was better than not being able to release it. Instantly, Bibi felt that she was locked by the qi, and the space around her was directly cracked under Xiangjun's terrifying power. Bibi his face changed drastically. Fifth soul skill, 1000 blades and shields. A purple vortex appeared under Bibi feet. Countless death spider king's legs stretched out from it, surrounding Bibi to form a protective shield. This skill has the strongest defense among Bibi death spider king's soul hall soul skills. However, even though Bibi had done her best to maintain it, the power of the sky-tearing claw still tore the protective shields of countless spider legs apart. Bibi took advantage of the gap when the shield was broken and escaped from the sky-tearing range at the cost of minor injuries. At this time, Shui Tianyu stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the ice god Bao appeared in his hand. The longbow was ice blue, beautiful, charming, and dangerous. Seeing that Bibi Dong was only slightly injured by the sky-tearing claw, he felt a little unhappy. This woman gave birth to him but didn't raise him, and even wanted to kill him. Not only that, even if she raised him, what would happen? Sister Qian Rongxiu's unfortunate childhood was all thanks to Bibi Dong. The endless oppression and harsh criticism would make anyone collapse. This woman did so many vicious things, but she still did not get punished. Just because she was Qian Rongxiu's mother, Qian Douluo had to tolerate her everywhere. She was also the Pope. She didn't deserve it. The emotions in her heart surged, and Xue Tianyu exhaled slightly to calm her surging emotions. The ice god Bao was magnificent, and it exuded a deadly murderous intent in Xue Tianyu's hand, which made people shudder. He aimed directly at Bibi Dong and pulled the bow. The ice and snow arrow condensed. At this moment, all the emotions and strength were condensed in this arrow. Whoosh! Bibi Dong looked up at Xue Tianyu, and the crisis in her heart suddenly broke out. Without saying a word, she turned around and wanted to escape to the sky. Swoosh! An arrow was shot out. Bibi Dong moved at the limit of the sky, but her shoulder was still pierced by the ice arrow. Blood dripping. Puff! Drawn by the qi machine, Bibi Dong spit out a mouthful of blood, and her breath plummeted instantly. She couldn't even keep her body steady in the air. Then, she fell from the air and hit the ground hard. Seriously injured. She barely supported herself and looked at Xue Tianyu in shock. No, you. She had never seen the young man in front of her. I thought he should not have any cultivation, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. So young. And so strong. All the people on the road that Bibi Dong knew were not as young and powerful as Xue Tianyu. So terrifying. However, she couldn't figure it out. Since she was sure that she had never seen Xue Tianyu, why did Xue Tianyu target her? This arrow was clearly aimed at Bibi Dong's vital point. If she hadn't dodged in time, she would have been just a corpse now. What kind of hatred is this? It's a life-threatening encounter. Bibi Dong asked Xue Tianyu unwillingly. I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I have never met you before, and I have never offended you. Why do you want to kill me as soon as we meet? Bibi Dong was unwilling. She had clearly cracked Xiang Jun's ultimate move. The next step was for her to fight back against Xiang Jun. Bibi Dong even thought about how to kill Xiang Jun. Then she disappeared in front of Xue Tianyu and the other two with the spirit ring. As long as she had time to absorb the spirit ring, she could kill these three people. But at this critical moment, Xue Tianyu actually seriously injured her. Never met before. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong and spoke softly. Chapter 82 Xue Tianyu vs Bibi Dong. Your Yu Xiao Gang, the wailing sound is very beautiful. At this time, Xiang Jun saw Xue Tianyu intervene, so he stopped very sensibly. In fact, it was not easy for him to beat Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong fled in a panic, but his ultimate move only injured her. If Xue Tianyu's ice god Bao hadn't shot Bibi Dong's shoulder with an arrow, he would have known that Bibi Dong had the capital to continue fighting. Even Xiang Jun felt a thrill when Xue Tianyu shot that arrow. He was thinking, if he had faced that arrow, would he have survived? Xue Tianyu watched Bibi Dong cross her legs and recover from her injury in front of him, and he didn't care about anything. He sneered. Never met before. Although he knew that 20 years had passed and Bibi Dong couldn't recognize him, Xue Tianyu still felt it was ridiculous to hear his biological mother say that they had never met before. Why, have we met? Bibi Dong looked up and carefully examined Xue Tianyu, and finally said firmly, No, I really haven't seen you. Never seen you, right? Very good. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Yes, a sentence of never seen seems to be able to forget all sins. Xue Tianyu supported his head with one hand and tilted his head to look at Bibi Dong. You really have a clear conscience. What are you talking about? Bibi Dong frowned. I haven't seen you, so I haven't seen you. Do I have to have seen you? Forget it, I'll show my cards. Shui Tianyu spread his hands. Yu Xiaogang, do you remember? I just taught you a lesson. Boom. Bibi Dong's head exploded. It turned out that this young man was that a mysterious titled Douluo who hurt Yu Xiaogang in the street and killed Haoshan Douluo in seconds. Shui Tianyu, it's you. Bibi Dong felt a surge of resentment in her heart. That was her Xiaogang. She couldn't bear to see him suffer any injustice, but now he was being abused like a dog by this person in front of her. This was absolutely intolerable. No one can bully Yu Xiaogang. All those who offended Yu Xiaogang must pay the price. Bibi Dong stared at Shui Tianyu with red eyes. You finally remembered. Shui Tianyu nodded and looked at Bibi Dong jokingly. You were not at the scene, so you don't know how refreshing Yu Xiaogang's painful howl sounded. You. Bibi Dong was so angry that she almost vomited blood due to the rebound of her injuries. She quickly took a deep breath and suppressed her unstable breath. Let me go, I can pretend that nothing happened. Bibi Dong said in a deep voice, the spirit hall will not pose any threat to you. As long as you let me go. Still want to leave? Shui Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong with a smile. Don't be naive. Bibi Dong, this arrow is just the beginning. Shui Tianyu took back the ice god bow and took out the ice god spear. Next, you will experience deeper despair. Looking at Shui Tianyu who was pressing step by step, Bibi Dong just wanted to delay time so that she could recover faster. Don't come over, everything can be discussed. Bibi Dong hurriedly said, first of all, you and I have never had any hatred. No hatred. Shui Tianyu sneered, then Yu Xiaogang is not a hatred. Bibi Dong was silent, and then she nodded against her will. Yes, that is your hatred with him, I will not interfere. At this time, in her heart, Bibi Dong knew that this was all a stopgap measure. As long as she could escape danger now, she could say anything. In the future, she will definitely retaliate several times. However, Shui Tianyu didn't believe her at all. He was standing in front of Bibi Dong at this moment, and he could get revenge with just one shot. Of course, Shui Tianyu didn't believe that Bibi Dong didn't have any trump cards, so he wouldn't do anything stupid like exposing his identity. It's okay, our hatred can also start from this shot. Shui Tianyu smiled lightly, then clenched the ice god spear with one hand and stabbed it fiercely. The ice god spear stabbed fiercely with a biting cold air. Bibi Dong was already seriously injured, and the ice arrow shot from the ice god bow had already poisoned her body. If she was stabbed by this shot again, she couldn't bear it. Alas! A sigh came out of Bibi Dong's mouth. She wanted to hide it, but now she had no choice. If she didn't come out again, she would have no chance. Bibi Dong looked up at Shui Tianyu with a condensed look in her eyes, and the shadow of double pupils appeared in her eyes. Then, a deep and powerful soul force suddenly exploded from Bibi Dong's body like a raging sea. Shui Tianyu decisively took 2 steps back with the gun and looked at Bibi Dong vigilantly. Xiang Jun wiped his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief. No, isn't she seriously injured? Why is the breath stronger than before at this moment? There is only one possibility. Bibi Dong had hidden her strength before. Xiang Jun immediately felt insulted. He still had the energy to hide his strength when fighting with him. This is looking down on him. Xiang Jun's bare paws were tightly clenched together. In this case, don't blame me for being unkind. Shui Tianyu looked at the powerful soul force that suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong indifferently. Although I don't know what happened, this should also be the effect of a soul skill. Shui Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong's 9th soul ring, which had already glowed red, and grabbed the ice god spear with more force. Bibi Dong slowly stood up from the ground. All the injuries on her body were recovering rapidly. Her aura also returned to its peak. At this time, a purple halo flashed across Bibi Dong's body. I have given in again and again, but you little brat is pressing me step by step, so I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Xue Tianyu narrowed his eyes. He knew that Bibi Dong was not easy to deal with. But he didn't expect that after Xiang Jun had hurt her, she could still revive with full blood. But none of this mattered. Zang! The ice god spear in Xue Tianyu's hand made a sound of cutting the air, and he swung the spear to stab Bibi Dong. A purple halo flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Then her body quickly retreated and dodged Xue Tianyu's shot. Don't be anxious, the good show is just about to begin. Bibi Dong's body changed again. The phantom of the Death Spider King left her body, looked at Xue Tianyu in the void, and then slowly disappeared. Then, another huge spider phantom emerged. The appearance of this spider instantly radiated a more powerful soul power wave. Twin martial souls, soul-devouring Spider King. The aura of Bibi Dong's whole body changed at this moment. Originally, the death aura filled with poison barrier, now there is an evil aura that devours the soul. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong calmly. Since you want revenge, you have to hit her head on when she is most confident. Bibi Dong. When Xue Tianyu's whole body burst into fighting spirit, his momentum was rising wildly. You will soon know that not stopping me is the most wrong decision you have made. Bibi Dong said. Really? Xue Tianyu raised his gun, and his soul power burst out, sweeping the whole place. Bibi Dong, you are too ignorant. Chapter 83 Xue Tianyu, Bibi Dong, you are like a human pig now. Explosive revenge. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes. The power of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor is far stronger than that of the Death Spider Emperor. Most of her Death Spider Emperor martial spirits are life-saving skills. Compared to the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, the damage is much lower. This soul-devouring Spider Emperor can be said to be one of Bibi Dong's two biggest trump cards, which has only been used when facing Douluo. Now she didn't expect that there would be someone who could let her use it again. However, since the soul-devouring Spider Emperor has been used, Bibi Dong must win the final victory. At this time, behind Bibi Dong, 7 soul rings slowly floated up. This second martial spirit, she just lacks 2 soul rings. 7th soul skill, soul-devouring Spider Emperor possession. The phantom of the soul-eating Spider Emperor showed its fangs to Xue Tianyu, and then slowly merged into Bibi Dong's body. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's body changed again. Dark green spider web patterns appeared on her originally fair forehead, and with Bibi Dong's cold eyes, she looked more aggressive. A faint and crystal dark green light flowed over Bibi Dong's body. And then 3 pairs of dark green spider legs stretched out from behind her. These spider legs propped up Bibi Dong's body. Then, her flawless, slender and white jade arms transformed into 2 dark green sharp spears. The long hair was covered with barbs that flashed with cold light. As for her lower body, it was hidden in a layer of dark green light. At this moment, a sharp soul power that was not inferior to that of the Bear King shook out as if it was going to split the space. Is that all? Xue Tianyu smiled. This is enough for you to drink a pot, little brat. At this time, Bibi Dong's voice seemed to carry a little non-human accent. Okay, then let me see how strong you are like this. Xue Tianyu directly stretched out his hand and wiped his body, and a layer of ice armor covered his body. Then he flew towards Bibi Dong. Don't be too arrogant. Bibi Dong's eyes condensed, and the first soul ring behind him lit up. First soul skill, Half Moon. The 6 spider spears on his back twisted, and at the same time, they came to Bibi Dong's front along with the arms that turned into spider spears. The tips of the 8 spider spears touched the ground, and a strong dark green light suddenly lit up on all the spider spears. Then the 8 spears rose up at the same time, slashing out 8 half-moon-shaped dark green lights. The dark green half-moon blade rushed towards Xue Tianyu, and the sharp surface even distorted the space. Xue Tianyu felt a hint of threat in his heart, so he simply activated the million-year soul bone skill of the Ice Dragon King. His left with a tremor of his hand, the water vapor in the air immediately condensed towards him, and finally the Ice Dragon Claw with a layer of solid ice armor wrapped Xue Tianyu's entire left arm. Xue Tianyu held a gun in his right hand, and his left hand was an Ice Dragon Claw with extremely terrifying output and defense capabilities. Coupled with the ice armor condensed on his body, he looked like an ice god of war at this time. But this is not over yet. When the first half-moon-shaped dark green light blade slashed over, Xue Tianyu's eyes shook violently. He instantly entered the form of a water element. Water melting technique. Then he dodged the first blade of light. The moment Xue Tianyu activated the water melting technique, he was immune to all damage. But he could only reduce the damage from the following spells. But it didn't matter. After twisting and turning, he came to Bibi Dong at the cost of shattering his ice armor. Bibi Dong's face changed. For so many years, it was the first time that someone could break through her eightfold half-moon slash and come to her. Bibi Dong, take my shot. The ice god spear pierced with an incomparable icy breath. Bibi Dong's heart was chilled, and 8 hard spider spears were stabbed into the ground at the same time, and she dodged backwards with force. However, Xue Tianyu's ice god spear would extend. Bibi Dong saw that she could not dodge in a hurry, so she directly stabbed Xue Tianyu with 8 spider spears. She didn't believe that Xue Tianyu would not let go. Attacking the place where the opponent must save is the trick to gain an advantage. However, Xue Tianyu sneered, and the Ice Dragon Claw crushed all the spider spears. The Ice Dragon Claw is a powerful skill that can compete with the Dark Gold Claw of the Bear King. Bibi Dong's panicked resistance could not resist it at all. Ka ka ka! All the spider spears shattered. Bibi Dong was shocked. This was the first person who made her so embarrassed besides Douluo. Explode. Since they are all broken, then forget it. A trace of cruelty flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and she directly detonated all the spider spears. You know, these spider spears contain her hands. This is tantamount to cutting off her own arms. However, in order to distance herself from Xue Tianyu, she had to do this. Boom boom boom. The energy turbulence caused by the breaking of the 8 spider spears temporarily made Xue Tianyu lose the opportunity to pursue. Bibi Dong took this opportunity to retreat immediately. At the moment when she breathed a sigh of relief, she seeing the smile on Xue Tianyu's mouth. A stronger sense of crisis broke out. She dispersed her spirit and suddenly felt the coldness below. She understood instantly, and her soul power surged out instantly, wrapping every part of her body. At this moment, Xue Tianyu's cold voice that seemed to come from the extremely cold land sounded in Bibi Dong's ears. You can't escape, Bibi Dong. Ice God Thorn. An ice thorn condensed almost in an instant and pierced Bibi Dong fiercely. In an instant, Bibi Dong's face showed a look of horror, but it was difficult to get away. Too fast. How could he be so fast? Bibi Dong's heart was full of incredible. The cold air swept. Xue Tianyu controlled the water vapor in the air, and countless ice spikes pierced outward with him as the center. As the distance from Xue Tianyu got farther and farther, the hardness and sharpness of the ice spikes became stronger and stronger. Under Bibi Dong's feet, ice spikes pierced out one by one. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Bibi Dong's body changed in an instant, and the breath of the Death Spider King appeared again. Under the thick soul power, countless solid spider legs pierced out from the void below her. 1,000 blades and 10,000 shields. Bibi Dong's situation was different from other twin martial souls. He could switch his 2 martial souls seamlessly. Xue Tianyu had used this move before. However, this kind of switching between 2 7th soul skills was the first time he saw it. Zang! 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 Ka! The ice spikes hit the 1,000 blades and 10,000 shields. Although they did not completely break through the defense, they also caused cracks to appear. At this time, the distortion in the space caused by the explosion of the spider spear had disappeared. Xue Tianyu flashed in front of Bibi Dong and grabbed the ice god spear with the ice dragon claw in his left hand. With the blessing of the ice dragon claw, the ice god spear's stab carried the breath of the ice dragon. Ice dragon spear. Indistinctly, the whole sky seemed to sound a low dragon roar. There was even an ice tornado on the entire spear tip. Bibi Dong was numb. Before the fight, she didn't think Xue Tianyu was so difficult to fight. She even thought that Xiang Jun was the strongest among the three of them and the bear. Now it seems that at least Xue Tianyu is stronger than the bear. The extremely cold frost covered Bibi Dong. The cold current containing the ultimate ice and the power of the artifact could freeze everything in the world. It trapped Bibi Dong in an instant and slowed down the speed significantly. For Xue Tianyu, this speed was almost stagnant. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong in front of him. Although the spider legs had just exploded, there were still many remnants, covered and bound by ice. Then he took out the ice god spear, and the tip of the spear flashed cold light under the sun. The handle of the spear was very long, and it was as easy as an arm in Xue Tianyu's hand. Puff! A spider leg was cut. Ah! It broke and fell to the ground. Bibi Dong couldn't help but wailed. Xue Tianyu raised the gun again. Puff! 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 Several more spider legs fell. The muzzle kept raising and cutting, bringing Bibi Dong unbearable pain, and her face was full of pain. Kill me! Kill me! Because of the severe pain, Bibi Dong became crazy, staring at Xue Tianyu with a resentful look. Kill you? So easy! Xue Tianyu continued to shoot, and spider legs fell to the ground one by one, without giving Bibi Dong any chance to breathe. Then another shot pierced Bibi Dong's shoulder again. This shot is a lesson I give you on behalf of Qian Rongxiu. Then another shot was delivered, and blood splattered. This shot is the price you pay for betraying the spirit hall and repaying kindness with enmity. Xue Tianyu did not hesitate and shot again. This shot is for the sins you have committed in the past. 3 shots in a row, piercing Bibi Dong. With the spider legs scattered on the ground, Bibi Dong was in extreme misery at this moment. Like a human pig. The intense pain came from all parts of her body. Bibi Dong had never experienced such pain before. Looking at Xue Tianyu's face, for some reason, Bibi Dong seemed to see some familiar outlines, which made her terrified and nightmare-like. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The double pain and astonishment of the mind and body made Bibi Dong stand there for a while. Her curvy figure was violently ups and downs, contrasting with the broken spider legs. The scene was extremely weird. Xue Tianyu exhaled, and emotions surged in his heart. After such a long time, he stood in front of Bibi Dong step by step. Then defeat her with his own hands. Return her pain. But this is just the beginning. Bibi Dong, is this all you have? Xue Tianyu asked. Chapter 84 Xue Tianyu's 8 reds and 1 gold, Bibi Dong is shocked. An incredible soul ring combination. Broken spider legs. Shattered body. And the 3 gun muzzles stabbed by Xue Tianyu. Intense pain hit, blood dripping. Bibi Dong is under great pressure now. At this moment, she can only do the same, quickly get out of the 1,000 blades and shields, and once again become the incarnation of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor state. However, Bibi Dong had no time to do anything, and the broken spider spear was directly frozen by the ice tornado. This time, Bibi Dong looked extremely ugly. She decisively gave up all the spider spears, and only her head and torso escaped the range of Xue Tianyu's shot. At this time, Bibi Dong looked like a human pig. From the intelligence alone, it was impossible to know how powerful Xue Tianyu was. We only knew that he had the strength to kill Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao in seconds. However, Bibi Dong knew that if she didn't need to take care of others and fired at full power, it would not be a problem to kill Tang Hao in seconds. So she never took Xue Tianyu seriously. Her focus was always on how to get rid of Douluo. She thought it was not easy for her to reach this level, and she should be a rare genius in the entire continent. However, today, Bibi Dong had to admit that she met a genius who was more powerful than herself. Xue Tianyu, where did you get such strong training resources, and how can you have such a strong talent? Bibi Dong was unwilling to accept it. The reason why she could reach her current level was entirely because of her extraordinary talent, and the fact that the Spirit Hall devoted all its resources to her training. Even if Xue Tianyu had a strong talent, where did she get the training resources? Even the Haoshan sect, which had already been sealed, probably couldn't provide so many resources, right? Looking at Xue Tianyu, who walked towards her with an expressionless face after putting away his gun, Bibi Dong felt a little scared. Is this all you can do? Bibi Dong. Xue Tianyu had been in Tian Shui College for so many years, so naturally he had heard of Bibi Dong. Known as the new strongest on the ground. That's it. Tianyu seems to have gotten stronger again. Bingdi watched Xue Tianyu approaching Bibi Dong, and sighed with satisfaction to Sweetie beside him. This little guy is giving us surprises all the time. If it were in the past, Sweetie would definitely give Bingdi an answer immediately. However, Sweetie's reaction today seemed a little slow, as if she was thinking about something else. What are you thinking about? You look so stupid. Bingdi shook Sweetie, causing her whole body to tremble. Ah! No, I'm not thinking about anything. Sweetie was actually a little panicked. From Xue Tianyu's words just now, she knew that this woman was Bibi Dong. She was Xue Tianyu's revenge target. Awkward. Before, in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, Sweetie promised to consider being with Xue Tianyu after he got revenge. She originally thought that revenge would take at least 17 or 18 years. Unexpectedly, she met him as soon as she came out. This person also seems to be in trouble. Ah, this. If Xue Tianyu succeeds in revenge now, then she will have to be with him now. Thinking of this, Sweetie's face turned red. She didn't know how to tell Bingdi about this matter at that time. However, at this moment, Bingdi moved his face closer. Are you okay? Ah? I'm fine. Sweetie pretended to be calm and completely ignored Bingdi's doubtful expression. What did you say just now? Fortunately, Bingdi didn't think anything strange, but just felt that Sweetie was a little abnormal. I say, should we take action together with Xue Tianyu? Bingdi asked. I think Tianyu can handle it himself, no problem. This Bibi Dong is Tianyu's enemy, he probably doesn't want us to intervene. Sweetie thought for a moment and spoke. Her words made some sense. Bingdi nodded, okay, as long as Tianyu is not in danger, we will be there to support him. I think this is fine. Sweetie nodded. Sweetie looked at Bibi Dong, who was almost shot by Xue Tianyu. This is Xue Tianyu's biological mother. The root cause of abandonment. At this time, Bibi Dong didn't know what Sweetie was thinking. Watching Xue Tianyu coming, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, and the seventh soul ring behind her flashed a bright light. Seventh soul skill, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor's True Body. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Bibi Dong's body instantly turned a pale green. Her whole body was hidden in the green light mist. This soul-devouring spider emperor's martial soul true body has a characteristic. That is, no matter how much Bibi Dong was injured, she could have a second chance to release the soul-devouring spider emperor's martial soul true body. This extra martial soul true body, in addition to fully increasing Bibi Dong's overall strength, can also restore some of the injuries she suffered during the first martial soul true body. It can only be used once. Soon, Bibi Dong recovered some of her condition. But she was actually very uncomfortable. All her life-saving skills were used by Xue Tianyu. Next, she might really die. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong, whose momentum had returned a little, and was a little speechless. A bit hard to kill. But she probably won't be able to use this skill many times. Xue Tianyu's ice dragon claw grabbed it fiercely. Bibi Dong's spider spears had recovered in both hands. Having seen how powerful Xue Tianyu was, Bibi Dong no longer looked down on him. 8 spider spears kicked up at the same time. Bibi Dong's body retreated in an instant, avoiding Xue Tianyu's ice dragon claw. Then, her 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation. The hands that turned into spider spears burst out with a strong emerald light. Bibi Dong's hands turned into 2 emerald spider sickles. The 2 sickles were raised at the same time and slashed down diagonally. A huge green forked light wave slashed along the sickle and slashed towards Xue Tianyu. This is one of Bibi Dong's most domineering single attacks. This green cross light wave can ignore physical defense and reduce magic defense by 50%. Once it hits, the trauma caused will spread endlessly. This kind of injury can only be resisted by soul power, and it will continue to consume vitality until death after the soul power is exhausted. Xue Tianyu felt the power of this forked light wave, and he would definitely not collide with it head-on. Looks like I have to use that trick. Xue Tianyu stretched out his hands, releasing his powerful soul power instantly. Behind him, the same 9 soul rings appeared. 8 red, 1 gold. However, unlike Bibi Dong's top soul rings, what appeared on Xue Tianyu was an unprecedented scene. Red. 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 Gold. 9 dazzling soul rings slowly floated up from behind Xue Tianyu. The beautiful colors, with the oppressive feeling unique to the top soul rings, made Bibi Dong's breathing quicken instantly. Especially, the last golden soul ring was dazzling and set off against the previous 8 red ones. How is it possible? No. This is impossible. Bibi Dong's face was full of disbelief. She couldn't believe the scene before her, but the 9 soul rings did appear in front of her, extremely dazzling. What kind of fairy soul ring is this? Didn't they say that soul rings have the best combination when they are obtained? He ignored the theory of the best combination and filled them all up directly. Xiao Gang's theory can also be wrong? Bibi Dong couldn't believe what she saw and immediately slashed out. Xue Tianyu looked at the green light wave slashing at him and slapped his chest with one hand. North wind rises, condense ice. Chapter 85,000 Flow Angels descend. Grandfather and grandson meet for the first time. Thrilling breath. The moment the green light wave touched Xue Tianyu, his whole body turned into pure ice element. During this process, Xue Tianyu will enter a 1-second invincible time. During this time, he is immune to all damage. But the only flaw is that Xue Tianyu can't move in this second. Just like that, Bibi Dong's eternal creation hit. But it's no different from not hitting. At this time, Xiang Jun watched Bibi Dong recover to a complete state again and again, and his heart immediately itched. Since you can always recover, then Xue Tianyu will be at a disadvantage if he fights you alone. At this time, Bibi Dong glanced at Xiang Jun. This second might be her chance to escape. So Bibi Dong turned around and ran out of the sunset forest. Hey! You want to run away after beating someone? How can it be so easy? Xiang Jun shouted, his claws flashed with golden light, and his huge bare body immediately caught up with Bibi Dong. Get out of here! Bibi Dong turned around and roared. She just wanted to leave, but this bear was sticking to her like a dog. However, Xiang Jun went berserk. A slap with red light knocked Bibi Dong down from the air. It's over. Bibi Dong's heart sank. She felt that she couldn't get away. You can't get away. At this time, Xue Tianyu also came out of the state of ice element, and he came to Bibi Dong calmly. Bibi Dong looked at Xue Tianyu and Xiang Jun standing in front and behind her, and her soul ring lit up again. Then a terrifying pressure burst out. If you want to keep me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Bibi Dong suddenly jumped up. Space tearing abyss slash. This is Bibi Dong's strongest single skill. She flew into the air, and the shadow of the huge soul-devouring Spider King appeared behind her. The soul-devouring Spider King in the shadow stretched out its two huge green front claws, and then instantly closed together, slashing out a green light blade. This green light blade flashed with extremely terrifying and twisted green light. Within the attack range of this move, all mental detection will be invalid. Look at me, tear the sky! Xiang Jun roared and directly tore the space where Bibi Dong's abyss slash was located. Xue Tianyu took this opportunity to come directly in front of Bibi Dong and stabbed. Bibi Dong's face was pale. There was no way, she could only bite the bullet and take all the attacks. But it was hard enough for her to face Xue Tianyu alone. Now Xiang Jun broke her moves and tore at her with his terrifying claws flashing with golden light. This 2-on-1 situation immediately made Bibi Dong extremely passive. She didn't even have time to release her soul skills. If she failed to defend once, she would be directly pierced by Xiang Jun and Xue Tianyu. She didn't have any recovery skills now. There's no other way. I don't want to show this last trump card now. Bibi Dong sighed inwardly. Then, a strange and evil breath vibrated out of her body in a ripple shape. Boom! Does she have a backup plan? Xiang Jun asked in a disbelieving voice. It should be the last trump card. Xue Tianyu saw that this was obviously not Bibi Dong's own power. At this time, Bibi Dong's face turned green. The green spider shell on her body turned into purple armor in an instant. The body returned to human form. It's just that her armor was filled with a purple air with an evil smell. 4 huge sickles with a terrifying aura extended from both sides of her back. Burn, Rakshasa Divine Mind! Bibi Dong had to deal with 2 people at the same time, so she released a big move at the beginning. Purple air burst out all over the body. Soul power instantly rose. At this moment, Bibi Dong's aura became terrifying. Xueti's face changed. If she threatened Xue Tianyu's safety, then Xueti herself would definitely take action. In that case, Xue Tianyu took a deep breath. Forbidden technique, Heavenly Ice Rage. Countless sharp ice swords descended from the sky, each containing extremely terrifying power. The surroundings were shrouded in extreme cold, and the trees and land were all covered with a layer of frost, creating a lifelike ice world. Magnificent, but full of murderous intent. Countless ice swords fell from the sky like a rainstorm, carrying extreme coldness, and flew towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong roared and directly slashed out 2 purple light blades with the Rakshasa scythe. Boom! 2 violent energies exploded in the air. The entire sunset forest seemed to be twisted. Puff! Bibi Dong fell from the sky in disbelief, blood splattering. Her Rakshasa scythe actually lost to the ice sword. The sweeping explosion directly injured her severely, and then smashed her to the ground. On the other hand, Xue Tianyu and Xiang Jun only had some minor injuries. Seeing Bibi Dong fall to the ground without the ability to resist, Xiang Jun raised his hand and swung a golden claw blade at Bibi Dong. Dark gold claw. But at this moment, the sky was bright. A brilliant holy light emerged, like a huge light column, covering the whole place. The holy light with the breath of an angel fell from the sky, and the majestic soul power contained in it seemed to be able to destroy everything in its path, directly smashing the dark gold claw. Angel descends. Under the terrifying pressure of the peerless Douluo, Qian Daoliu calmly stood in front of Bibi Dong. Xue Tianyu took a deep breath. This is his grandfather. Such a strong breath. Xiang Jun narrowed his eyes, his dark gold claw had hardly been broken so easily by anyone. The man in front of him was the strongest person he had ever seen. Qian Daoliu. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Daoliu in front of her, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Qian Daoliu did not get along, they both belonged to the spirit hall at this moment. Life and death, honor and disgrace. Since you are here, help me kill them. Qian Daoliu turned and looked at Bibi Dong. Forget it, I'll take you away. Go. Bibi Dong stared at Xiang Jun. She was unwilling to leave. She was unwilling to accept that the 100,000-year spirit ring was right in front of her and she couldn't get it. No matter what, I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong screamed loudly, they attacked me and tried to kill me again and again, which is a provocation to the Spirit Hall. I want you to kill them. Qian Daoliu frowned and looked around. Seeing Xiang Jun and Xue Tianyu. At this time, Xiang Jun and Xue Tianyu were not weak, and Qian Daoliu also sensed that the two women behind Xue Tianyu were not simple. In this case, he didn't want to waste more time. His goal was to find his grandson. Logically speaking, he should be nearby. If we were to say who is the most likely person now, it could only be Xue Tianyu. Qian Daoliu's gaze finally fell on Xue Tianyu. Chapter 86 Qian Daoliu vs Ditian. Angels Descend. Peak Battle. Qian Daoliu stared at Xue Tianyu. Then, a throbbing slowly emerged. An outrageous guess arose in his heart, could this young man be? It was then that Qian Daoliu could see clearly the martial spirit on Xue Tianyu's body. The spirit of ice and snow. It's not an angel. Qian Daoliu was a little disappointed. Then it couldn't be his grandson. Forget it, aren't you dead too? Qian Daoliu now just wanted Bibi Dong to leave quickly, and he would continue to look for his grandson. But Bibi Dong couldn't be told about this. I'm not dead? Are you expecting me to die? Bibi Dong's eyes were about to spit fire. No, you have to help me kill them. Bibi Dong pointed at Xiang Jun, at least, help me kill this bear. Stop fooling around. Qian Daoliu said impatiently, which was rare. He didn't want to waste time here. However, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Daoliu and put forward a condition. If you help me kill this bear here now, then I can promise you that I will be nicer to Jian Rongxiu in the future. Really? Qian Daoliu looked at Bibi Dong in surprise. This was not what she would say. Isn't this what you want most? Bibi Dong nodded. As long as you help me kill this bear, I will be better to her, at least my attitude will be much better. Qian Daoliu turned his head and looked at the Bear King. Jian Rongxiu has indeed suffered too much in the past 20 years. If Bibi Dong treats her better now, at least some of it can be made up. Thinking of Jian Rongxiu's often sad expression when she looked at him, Qian Daoliu sighed. Jian Rongxiu will always be Qian Daoliu's weakness. As her biological mother, Bibi Dong can give Jian Rongxiu irreplaceable emotions. If not for this, Bibi Dong would have died at the hands of Qian Daoliu long ago. Qian Daoliu knows his character well and is still a little soft, but for Qian Rongxiu, he can do anything. Remember your promise, Bibi Dong, but I will only seriously injure it. Whether you can kill it depends on your ability. Qian Daoliu glanced at Bibi Dong coldly, and then stepped forward towards Xiang Jun. Bibi Dong's face instantly turned ugly. With Xue Tianyu here, how could she kill this bear? The other party was obviously wearing the same pants. Qian Daoliu was on guard against himself after all. No way, you still want to hit me. Xiang Jun was instantly numb when he saw Qian Daoliu actually locked his aura on him. It was really unlucky. I didn't want to take action. Qian Daoliu approached Xiang Jun, his eyes full of helplessness, but, for Xue. With every step Qian Daoliu took, the soul power fluctuations on his body became stronger. A golden light shone on every footprint. This was not a golden light, but a sacred angel light. Then, the holy light descended from the sky, and Qian Daoliu's aura reached its peak at this moment. Why are you all bullying me? Bear Jun couldn't help but take 2 steps back, thinking of his frustration today, he felt very uncomfortable. At first it was the ghost-like ghost Douluo, and then it was Xue Tianyu. However, the 2 beasts behind Xue Tianyu also came to beat me. As soon as I left the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, This woman also came to beat me like crazy. What the hell did I do wrong? Bear Jun was very depressed. Now this woman is about to be killed, and another person who is as strong as Emperor Tian has appeared. Is it over yet? Bear Jun sighed, it was really a little tired. However, the beasts also have dignity. If you want to kill me, then show your ability. The Bear King howled to the sky. He didn't know how many times he had triggered the berserker state today, but this time, if he didn't try his best, he might die. He had already felt the breath before death on Douluo. If he was in a completely victorious state, he might still give it a try. But now he was seriously injured. This series of battles made him a little overwhelmed. Damn it, I'm going to fight today. The extreme gold on the Bear King's body burst out with a strong metallic luster. The two golden lights collided with each other, forming a powerful gust of wind. Looking at Douluo, the Bear King's soul power poured directly into his palms, turning the world upside down, tearing the sky with one claw. His only chance of survival is to use his most powerful strength to perform the sky tearing. This time, he must kill with one blow, otherwise he will have to die. The terrifying tearing force suddenly appeared where Douluo was. This force tore the space, causing a powerful spatial turbulence to appear around Douluo, constantly tearing his body. This sky tearing is the most powerful move Jun has ever used. He almost poured all his strength into it. However, Douluo's face was very stable, his strong soul power spread out, and the shadow of the golden six-winged angel's martial soul slowly emerged behind him. Suddenly, a kind of pressure with a sacred breath enveloped the whole scene. Bibi Dong looked at Douluo, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If Douluo was a teammate, he would still be quite reliable. Jun withstood the terrifying pressure of Douluo, his eyes red. I don't care what kind of angel you are, you all die. However, Douluo just snapped his fingers lightly. A golden transparent egg appeared on his body immediately. The sky tearing force fell on the egg, but it barely broke the golden egg. Then the angel's soul power with unparalleled pressure was all pressed on Jun. Give up, your soul power has reached the bottom, no matter what, you can't beat me. Douluo came to Jun calmly. Jun looked desperate. He is a fierce beast in the Xingda Great Forest. Is he really going to die here today? At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from far away. Human, you are so arrogant, are you worthy of killing my people of Dityan? Boom! A dragon claw emerged and blocked Douluo's next attack. The terrifying power contained in the dragon claw tore the surrounding trees apart, leaving a deep pit in the explosion area. Dityan is here. The desperate Jun immediately became excited. Dityan, he bullied me. Douluo frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. A black figure came flying at high speed, and then turned into a handsome young man and blocked Douluo. He had a handsome face, and exuded a sense of oppression. The surrounding soul beasts trembled under this pressure. No hurry, didn't the master send me to save you? Dityan didn't look back at Jun, his eyes were always fixed on Douluo in front of him. The aura of this human was extremely strong. It could be said that he was on par with himself. Get out of the way. Douluo looked at Jun and didn't act rashly, but he didn't retract the six-winged angel spirit behind him. You can see that this bear has experienced a series of battles and is really weak. You are bullying the weak. Dityan smiled faintly. So what do you mean, you want to save him today? Douluo narrowed his eyes. Yes. Dityan nodded, please allow me to take him away. Only how the rest of you reminisce about the past is not within our scope of participation. Now Dityan just wants to take Jun to a safe place. As for the two Dragon King remains of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, they can be taken later. However, since Douluo was ready to kill the Bear King, he would not let them go. Don't think about it. Daoliu was shocked, and a huge pressure was released instantly. However, Tian had no fear on his face at this moment. A dark light flashed in his pupils, and a powerful dragon pressure also surged instantly. The two pressures were evenly matched for a while. So you are also a soul beast, and you have transformed. Daoliu recognized it. Since they were all soul beasts, he simply didn't hold back. He grabbed to his side, and a golden lightsaber with an angelic aura appeared instantly. Behind him, 9 soul rings slowly emerged, among which the 7th soul ring flashed a dazzling light. 7th soul skill, Angel's true body, descend. The dazzling golden light connected with the sun, and a holy light illuminated the entire sunset forest, and the holy aura was filled. Bibi Dong couldn't help showing a bit of discomfort. Xue Tianyu watched this scene quietly. Holy Angel. Chapter 87 Xue Tianyu, Bibi Dong, how does betrayal feel? Crazy Bibi Dong. The terrifying angel aura spread out, and this level of terrifying pressure made the birds and beasts in the entire sunset forest feel terrified and fled away from him. The angel shadow in the sky slowly fell on Daoliu. 6 huge angel wings spread behind him, and a golden angel armor appeared. Daoliu at this time was like an angel war god. Every move gave people great oppression. This is the pressure of the 99-level peerless Douluo. However, Tian looked at Daoliu calmly, and then sighed elegantly. It seems that it is not possible to finish the work early and go back quickly. Then, golden flames flashed in Tian's eyes. Roar! A dragon roar broke out from him, and Tian slowly stretched out a hand, and the hand was instantly covered with dark dragon scales. Black dragon claw, I wonder if you, an angel, can resist it. It's just a soul beast, how can you be so arrogant? Daoliu smiled indifferently, then held the lightsaber with both hands, flapped his wings behind him, and flew towards Tian like a bullet. Tian was not to be outdone, and endless terrifying black flames burned on the black dragon claws, and then clawed at Daoliu. Zzz. The moment Daoliu's angel holy light and Tian's extreme dark flame collided, the soul power of both sides was constantly melting each other. Angel power has a very special purification ability, but extreme darkness also has a strong corrosiveness. The two sides did not give in to each other in attributes, and could only compete with each other in soul power. Bang! Shining! The golden lightsaber and the dark dragon claws had collided countless times the moment they came into contact. Daoliu's heart sank. This was the first existence that could suppress him head-on. Although this suppression was not obvious at the beginning, this slight gap will gradually increase with time. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. When did Sunset Forest also have such a powerful soul beast? This strength is probably more terrifying than the 2 forest kings in the Star-Do Great Forest. No, it is far more terrifying than those 2 soul beasts. Daoliu took a deep breath, and then a stronger angel light flashed behind him. Holy light impact. The powerful golden light rushed straight towards Tian. Tian disdained to dodge, and the shadow of a black dragon seemed to appear behind him. He stretched out an index finger and pointed at Tian. Black flash. Pure black energy condensed in his hand, and then like the ultimate dark light, a laser shot out and went straight to Daoliu's holy light. The golden and black lasers met in mid-air. At the moment when the light collided, the space was distorted. Tian looked normal, as if all this was just a small fight. Daoliu's face changed. This humanoid soul beast seemed to be stronger than him. At this time, Bibi Dong was seriously injured and could only wait for Daoliu to help her kill the bear. Tread, tread! Bibi Dong turned around and saw Xue Tianyu. What are you doing here? Bibi Dong looked at Xue Tianyu warily. She was not Xue Tianyu's opponent. Don't be afraid. Xue Tianyu smiled at Bibi Dong. I just came to tell you that Gui Mei is in my hands now. Is he still alive? Bibi Dong was already a little upset about Gui Mei's death. Alive? Xue Tianyu nodded, and he's still alive and well. Bibi Dong looked at Xue Tianyu like this and thought that the other party wanted to get some benefits from him. Give me back Gui Douluo, I can pay a price in exchange. Ha ha ha, price. Xue Tianyu laughed up to the sky, what price can you pay? Is it money, status, or your dirty soul? Xue Tianyu glanced at Bibi Dong, and a hint of intriguing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No one saw that a trace of cruel blood flashed in the depths of Xue Tianyu's eyes. Bibi Dong obviously misunderstood, she quickly said, there are many treasures in the spirit hall, there must be something that can satisfy you. Haha, okay, then I'll let him come out to see you. Xue Tianyu didn't hesitate, a divine thought went over, and the ghost in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire immediately received the order. He rushed out almost immediately and landed next to Xue Tianyu. Then he was stunned. Bibi Dong was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Douluo was actually at a disadvantage in strategy. This world is crazy? She asked you to go back with him. Xue Tianyu said calmly. Bibi Dong quickly waved to the ghost, come here. The ghost bit his lips immediately, he glanced at Xue Tianyu and didn't move. You. Bibi Dong's face was ugly. Ghost, are you going to betray me? Bibi Dong saw that Ghost Douluo actually looked at Xue Tianyu and then stopped moving, obviously ready to obey Xue Tianyu's orders. This was absolutely unacceptable to her. Gui Mei was her most loyal subordinate, and she originally thought that he would never betray her. But now, it was obvious that he was loyal to Xue Tianyu. Facing Bibi Dong's question, Gui Mei was embarrassed. He opened his mouth to explain, but felt Xue Tianyu's eyes. He was silent, and the words that just came to his mouth were forced to swallow. Gui Mei couldn't think about Bibi Dong at all now. If he was found to be loyal to Bibi Dong, he would be strangled immediately. So he couldn't say anything now. Compared to showing loyalty to Bibi Dong, Gui Mei felt that he still needed to survive first. Now that Xue Tianyu didn't express his position, he couldn't say a word. He couldn't even have the slightest guilty look. The object of his loyalty now was Xue Tianyu. Otherwise, he would be one step ahead of Bibi Dong in the next second and disappear into ashes. Bibi Dong saw Gui Mei didn't say anything, and she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She pointed at Douluo and said, Gui Mei, you don't have to be afraid of them. Now Douluo and I are here. Even if you are coerced by them, we can save you. Gui Mei's face was ugly. Of course, he knew that Bibi Dong was right. But he was not coerced now. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong like this and smiled. Then, he directly controlled Gui Mei's consciousness. Gui Mei's eyes trembled, and then he lowered his head and changed his expression. That's right. When Gui Mei raised his head again, there was no entanglement in his eyes. Bibi Dong, what's the benefit of following you? Isn't what I gave you enough? Bibi Dong roared. She couldn't believe that the people she trained herself would actually rebel. You know, she focused on training Gui Mei and Yu Guan in the Wuhan Hall. Especially Gui Mei, she was good at intelligence gathering, tracking and assassination. But now the ghost has betrayed without any sign. For me. Of course it's not enough. The ghost smiled greedily, you have always sent me to do things I don't want to do. How can you be better than your master who can let me act freely? I don't want to go back to your shitty spirit hall. I betrayed you. What can you do to me? It's better than being your dog. You. Bibi Dong's eyes instantly turned red, and her heart was bleeding. This is the confidant she has cultivated for so many years? It's only been a short time since he left, and he betrayed. Bibi Dong is feeling very uncomfortable now. She never knew that being betrayed felt like this. The taste of betrayal. Even Bibi Dong, an ungrateful person, would feel uncomfortable. Xue Tianyu spoke slowly, when you betrayed the spirit hall and killed the Pope who cultivated you with your own hands, did you ever think about the other party's feelings? What are you talking about? Bibi Dong pretended not to know. Do you need me to explain it more clearly? The spirit hall spent countless resources to train you, but the person who raised you and spent energy to train you was killed by you. Xue Tianyu sneered. For a waste who deceived the world and stole the reputation. Shut up! Bibi Dong collapsed instantly and went crazy. This is what he deserves. This is the price he should pay for his sins. Bibi Dong's robe fell apart, his chest rose and fell violently, and the whole person fell into a kind of madness. Chapter 88 Xue Tianyu, let Yu Xiaogang die in front of you, how about it? Xiaogang is not a waste. Bibi Dong breathed rapidly and couldn't accept it after hearing this. She turned to look at Gui Mei. Damn it, I shouldn't have let you come. Bibi Dong's face was ugly, thinking about how she had been so good to Gui Mei for so many years, but he had only known Xue Tianyu for such a short time and he defected to the enemy. It was so hard to hold her nerve. It doesn't matter, I am now the master of Xue Tianyu. Gui Mei looked at Bibi Dong with contempt. As for you, go wherever you want. You. Bibi Dong looked at Gui Mei like this and completely gave up. Traitor. Her face was pale, and the feeling of being betrayed by the person she trusted the most made her heart hurt like a knife. So many resources. She spent a lot of resources to train Gui Mei. Not only that, in her heart, Gui Mei and Yu Guan have been very important subordinates for so many years. Otherwise, she would not say that she could pay a price to save Gui Mei. But now, everything was beyond her expectations. The ghost she wanted to save turned out to be a traitor. He even attacked her. All those years of hard work and training were in vain. I felt like all my efforts had gone to waste. Bibi Dong felt very uncomfortable now. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more severe the blame. A murderous intent suddenly rose in her heart. Since the people I trained myself cannot be used by me, I cannot let the enemy use them. Bibi Dong stared at the ghost fiercely, and her momentum suddenly burst out. If I can't kill Xue Tianyu and the others, can't I kill you, a ghost Douluo? She raised her hand suddenly, and a ball of purple-green light with extremely strong corrosiveness rushed towards the ghost's forehead. The ghost had a lot of pain in his heart but couldn't say it. Looking at Bibi Dong's murderous attack, he simply closed his eyes. It seemed good to be killed like this. At least he didn't have to suffer from the inner torment anymore. However, the ghost who had been waiting for the attack for a long time did not suffer any harm. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw Xue Tianyu standing in front of him. Bibi Dong's attack was directly frozen by him. You want him? Bibi Dong turned her head to look at Xue Tianyu, her expression extremely disgusted and twisted. He is the one I trained. I can kill him if I want. You have no right to stop me. No right. Xue Tianyu smiled, only those with strength can talk about qualifications. You can't even beat me now, so what can you talk about qualifications with me? The more you want to kill him, the more I have to protect him. Ghost Douluo should have done a lot of shady things for you. He will tell me one by one. Hearing Xue Tianyu's words, Bibi Dong's face was very ugly. Now she is in a deadlock. She can't kill the betrayer, and Qian Daoliu can't get out of it. The hateful Xue Tianyu in front of her still has a playful expression on his face, which makes her unbearable. You. Bibi Dong bit her teeth hard, almost breaking them. I've long disliked Yu Xiaogang. How about I find a time to kill him? Kill him in front of you. Xue Tianyu provoked. You dare. Bibi Dong was instantly touched. Xue Tianyu looked at this scene and felt funny. Even if Jian Rongxue was in trouble, Bibi Dong probably wouldn't care so much. But when Yu Xiaogang was mentioned, the other party couldn't stand it. My own daughter is not as good as others? What Xue Tianyu didn't say was that for him, Killing Yu Xiaogang in front of Bibi Dong would make Xue Tianyu feel more revengeful than killing Yu Xiaogang directly. You, Bibi Dong, don't value Yu Xiaogang the most, and you can kill your mentor for him. Then when Yu Xiaogang dies in front of you and you are powerless, will you collapse? At the same time. Boom! Qian Daoliu slashed out a golden blade with a gloomy face. The blade flew towards Ditian at a high speed. However, Ditian's whole body was covered with a burst of dark fog. The light blade disappeared as if it was absorbed by the fog. Then the black fog dissipated. The strongest human is just like this. Ditian smiled faintly, you can't even break my defense, how can you beat me and kill the Bear King? You are just a soul beast, don't be too confident. Qian Daoliu took a deep breath. He always wanted to make a quick decision and then leave with Bibi Dong first. After all, his most important goal is to find his grandson. So Qian Daoliu had no intention of fighting before. But now facing Ditian, he finally understood one thing. If he didn't show some real stuff, it seemed that he himself couldn't leave. Qian Daoliu flapped his 6 wings at the same time, and the whole person flew into the air. At the same time, a strong angel aura condensed on Qian Daoliu's body. Not bad, I want to see what kind of tricks you can play. After confirming that the Bear King was safe, Ditian also followed Qian Daoliu into the sky. The two stood in the air and confronted each other. Angel! Holy Judgment! Qian Daoliu's eyes were like torches, and the vast soul power poured into the lightsaber in his hand. The golden lightsaber in his hand burst out with extremely terrifying power. That light shining like the sun. Then, behind Qian Daoliu, a huge angel phantom that looked very similar to him appeared. This phantom also held a golden lightsaber in his hand. The energy contained in this lightsaber was even more domineering and terrifying. Even the existence of this lightsaber alone caused the space of the entire continent to fluctuate. The phantom merged with Qian Daoliu, and the terrifying aura was surging, circling in the air, suffocating people. Then, Qian Daoliu's face was calm, and the lightsaber in his hand slid forward. The huge phantom behind him immediately did the same action as him. But the lightsaber in the phantom's hand suddenly burst out with extremely dazzling light. One sword slashed out. The golden light blade rushed towards Ditian with a long tail of light. The terrifying aura almost locked all the places around Ditian that could hide. This was to force Ditian to fight against Qian Daoliu's golden sword energy. However, Ditian had no intention of escaping. The dark mist on his body rose, and a huge dark soul power surged out. The black dragon roars. Looking at the huge golden sword, he roared to the sky, and all the black mist quickly condensed into a huge black dragon head behind him. Roar! The eyes of the black dragon head condensed by these black air flashed a very strange red light, and then he spit out suddenly, and the dark dragon flame instantly shot towards the golden light blade. In an instant, the dark devouring attribute and the angel's purification attribute collided with each other, making a harsh sound. The angel's light blade is indeed very strong, but it has no follow-up. The power of the black dragon's roar is continuous. Soon, the light blade gradually became smaller under this devouring power, and it was about to disappear. The lightsaber in Qian Daoliu's hand made a sword flower, and then pointed at the black dragon head fiercely. Holy light impact! Boom! The powerful golden laser instantly rushed towards the black dragon head. The black dragon head formed by the black fog seemed to have consciousness, and it suddenly changed its target and collided with the golden light of the holy light. The two lasers collided in mid-air, causing the entire sunset forest to tremble. The light blade that had been weakened to the extreme continued to fly towards Ditian without resistance. Ditian didn't even look at it, and with a single hand, a dark energy knocked the light blade from the side. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, echoing throughout the sunset forest. Chapter 89 Xue Tianyu's broken arm. Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu is a bastard? Pierced by the ice god Bao. Boom! The light blade brushed against Ditian's body and hit the mountain behind him, splitting the mountain hundreds of meters above sea level in half. This was the light blade that had been weakened to the extreme by Ditian. It can be seen that at their level, as long as the energy leaks a little, it can reach the level of destroying the world. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes. This soul beast is very strong. It was the first time that he encountered a soul beast that could give him such a strong pressure. Besides, he could feel that this soul beast had not reached its peak. The strength of soul beasts is related to the time they practice. That is to say, this soul beast has probably practiced for countless hundreds of thousands of years. Although it is still a 100,000-year soul beast, it is completely different from a soul beast that has just reached 100,000 years. Qian Daoliu knew that if he wanted to win, he must have a stronger power. Opposite Qian Daoliu, Ditian, who was originally still playful, now had a gloomy face. He thought that with the power of the attack, it should be no problem to crush this human. Unexpectedly, he did not have a clear advantage now. This made Ditian have to re-examine the strength of the human in front of him. ZZ. Boom. Suddenly, the collision of two powerful opposite energies made the entire space unbearable. The roar of the black dragon and the impact of the holy light exploded directly. The terrifying aura instantly rolled back, and almost everyone felt this extremely terrifying aura. Bibi Dong felt this powerful aura and was extremely shocked. She glanced at Xue Tianyu and the well-behaved ghost next to him, and she was furious. If she had the power of Qian Daoliu, could this little Xue Tianyu stop her? Whoever she wanted to kill would die. Want to save? Then die together. After Bibi Dong was frustrated by Xue Tianyu, she had an obsession in her heart. She wanted to become stronger. Become stronger than Qian Daoliu. She wanted to be stronger than everyone. Only in this way could she do whatever she wanted and not be bullied by anyone. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong's expression and asked lightly, "I heard that the Pope has a daughter. Why, do you still want to take advantage of her?" Bibi Dong glanced at the two emperors of ice and snow behind Xue Tianyu. She thought these two top beauties were Xue Tianyu's women. Since he already has two women, why does he still want Jian Rongxiu? Xue Tianyu's eyes narrowed. "I just heard that the Pope was very harsh on her, and even thought that she was a bastard who should not have survived." "How do you know?" Bibi Dong was stunned for a moment. This should be the ultimate secret of their spirit hall. This is a woman who is desperate and heartbroken for her mother. "My child, told me in the bar." Xue Tianyu didn't mention Jian Rongxiu in every sentence, but every sentence was Jian Rongxiu. "Ha ha ha ha, it turns out that bitch can find someone to talk to." Bibi Dong looked at Xue Tianyu with interest, and a strange smile slowly appeared on her face. "So what do you want to do now, revenge for her? Or, want to sleep with her after taking credit?" Xue Tianyu frowned. He didn't expect Bibi Dong's heart to be so dirty. He didn't respond, but his eyes gradually became cold. "That's right, she is a bastard that shouldn't exist." When mentioning Jian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong's expression gradually took on a hint of madness. "It would have been better if I had strangled her to death at the beginning. If it weren't for that dead old man Qian Sunji being too strong, she would have died long ago." Dead. The madness on Bibi Dong's face slowly turned into ferocity. 20 years ago, it was such a pity. I could have strangled Jian Rongxiu to death in just a few seconds. The Qian family would have been extinct from then on. As long as she is alive, she will remind me all the time of the suffering I have endured for so many years, so why should she live? Pa! Xue Tianyu couldn't bear it and slapped Bibi Dong in the face. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so disgusting. It was not enough to kill her own son, but she didn't even let her own daughter go. Thinking that her sister had wanted to please Bibi Dong since she was a child, she thought that Bibi Dong didn't like her because she was not good enough. Xue Tianyu felt sorry for Jian Rongxiu. With such a mother, Her first half of her life was too hard. He looked up at Bibi Dong, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Bibi Dong, you really deserve to die. Ha 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 ha, what can you do to me? Bibi Dong laughed crazily, you can't do anything. Want to save Qian Rongxiu? Don't dream. Xue Tianyu gritted his teeth, then burst out with soul power, and punched Bibi Dong with the power of extreme ice. Although Bibi Dong was seriously injured, her Death Spider Emperor's 9th soul ring had an extremely passive. No matter how serious Bibi Dong was, she could recover slowly. So she has recovered a little now. Bibi Dong raised her hand and wrapped her body with soul power to block Xue Tianyu's punch. Why, are you so anxious now? Bibi Dong sneered, it seems that you take Qian Rongxiu very seriously, then what about the 2 women behind you? Bibi Dong, at this time, you are still thinking about how to provoke. Xue Tianyu's face was as gloomy as water. He raised his hand and summoned the Ice God Spear with an icy breath to stab her. Bibi Dong's face changed, and her legs suddenly moved to the side. However, Xue Tianyu was faster than her. The Ice God Spear directly pierced Bibi Dong's right shoulder. A cold light flashed in Xue Tianyu's eyes, and with a flick of the spear tip, Bibi Dong's entire right arm was lifted off. Ah! The excruciating pain of the broken arm made her scream out. For the first time, panic appeared in her eyes. She pressed her right shoulder with her left hand, but blood still gushed out, dyeing the ground red. Her right arm fell to the ground and was directly frozen. Bibi Dong looked at Xue Tianyu in disbelief. How dare you? Before she finished speaking, the pain of the broken arm surged up again, causing her to fall to the ground in pain. She had never suffered such pain in all these years. The pain of a broken hand. So this is what it feels like. Bibi Dong almost fainted from the pain. She crawled on the ground, trying to get back her right arm that was knocked away by Xue Tianyu. As long as the wreckage was still there, she would have a way to heal it. However, Xue Tianyu inserted the Ice God Spear directly in front of Bibi Dong, blocking her from moving forward. This pain of a broken hand is just the beginning. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong as if she were a maggot. This is only for Qian Rongxiu, you have committed too many sins, and you need to pay for them one by one. A trace of panic arose in Bibi Dong's heart. Get out of my way. It was no good. Bibi Dong knew that if she didn't use her last trump card, the madman Xue Tianyu on the other side would probably dismember her. What hatred and resentment! Rakshasa divine mind! Bibi Dong screamed at the sky. A very evil purple thought suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment this thought appeared, Bibi Dong burst out with extremely strong purple energy that was not inferior to this world. This energy took Bibi Dong directly into the air. Bibi Dong grabbed her broken arm and was about to escape immediately. This burning Shura divine thought could not support her long-term battle. This was her last means of survival, she had to run. Looking at Bibi Dong who had taken her broken arm and was already in the air, Xue Tianyu took back the Ice God Spear and took out the Ice God Bow in a flash. Xue Tianyu stood still and pulled the bow to its full length. An ice arrow containing the ultimate ice appeared. Xue Tianyu aimed at Bibi Dong. Shoot! Swoosh! The ice arrow burst out suddenly. The Rakshasa divine thought felt the threat of Xue Tianyu's arrow and suddenly lifted Bibi Dong up. The ice arrow penetrated and blood splattered. Chapter 90 Bibi Dong's pain of broken hand, Xue Tianyu's revenge plan, let Yu Xiaogang die in front of her. Bibi Dong's burning Rakshasa divine consciousness has been attached with divinity. The ultimate ice is now unable to compete with divine power. Although Bibi Dong's abdomen was injured, the coldness was dispelled a little. Then, the Rakshasa divine consciousness took Bibi Dong to the outside of the sunset forest. Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong who was getting farther and farther away, and sneered, Bibi Dong, the Soul Master competition is not over yet. I wonder if you dare to attend the finals. I don't know how you feel about the pain of this broken hand. And that Yu Xiaogang, I will teach him a lesson again and kill him. How will you face it then? I will make you pay for everything you did in the past, pay for the blame and abuse of Jian Rongxiu, and pay for the sin of killing your master. Bibi Dong was shocked when she heard Xue Tianyu's words. She was seriously injured and suffered 2 heavy blows. Half of her life was gone. Did he want to chase her to the spirit hall? Is it so easy to come to the spirit hall? Bibi Dong knew that the finals were held in the spirit city. If he dared to come, all the forces of the spirit hall would be gathered to deal with him. She looked at Xue Tianyu deeply. For some reason, the palpitation came again. It seemed that person. She should be very familiar with him. But she had never seen him before. But it didn't matter. She had to go back for treatment as soon as possible. Then the mind moved, and the Rakshasa mind took Bibi Dong away at a high speed. As they moved away from the sunset forest, Bibi Dong's panic eased. Damn it, I was injured like this by a junior. Bibi Dong felt hatred in her heart, I'm still not strong enough. She didn't expect to be so embarrassed this time. Not only did the ghost betray her, but even her entire right arm was broken. Blood flowed down her right arm, causing Bibi Dong's brows to gradually furrow. She thought of Jian Rongxiu, her daughter, that evil seed. For some reason, Bibi Dong suddenly had some expectations. If Jian Rongxiu knew that her brother was strangled to death by Bibi Dong herself, what would her reaction be? This was the pain that the Jian family should bear, transferring the pain that Jian Sunji had given them to his daughter. At this time, Xue Tianyu looked at Bibi Dong who had already run far away, and turned to look at Jian Daoliu and Ditien who were still fighting. One was the peak of humanity, and the other was the peerless powerhouse among soul beasts. The battle between the two made the soul beasts in the entire sunset forest tremble and prostrate themselves. The golden and dark fluctuations spread layer by layer, which was spectacular. But Xue Tianyu could feel that if the fight continued like this, Jian Daoliu would probably be the first to be unable to bear it. Although they had not recognized each other yet, Jian Daoliu was his grandfather. Xue Tianyu sighed and pulled the ice god bow again. An ice arrow appeared, and the tip of the arrow was aimed at Ditien. In an instant, the cold and sharp breath of ice locked Ditien. However, Xue Tianyu did not rush to attack. If he killed Ditien directly here, his plan to meet Guyuina later would probably be hindered. And at the moment when the ice god arrow was aimed, Ditien also keenly sensed the danger. He turned his head and looked at Xue Tianyu. His pupils shrank suddenly. He felt the soul bone of the Dragon King. Not just one. The soul bones of the 2 great Dragon Kings of Ice and Fire were actually on this human boy. He immediately made up his mind. At this moment, Jian Daoliu slashed over with a lightsaber. Do you really want to fight me to the end? Ditien's right hand turned into a dark dragon claw, and he directly crushed Jian Daoliu's lightsaber with one hand. The person you want to save has already run away. Jian Daoliu knew, of course, that Bibi Dong had already run away. Why don't we both stop? There is no hatred between you and me, right? Ditien wanted to complete Guyuina's task at this time, so he couldn't fight Jian Daoliu to the end. Jian Daoliu didn't want to fight either, so he simply agreed. He still had to find his grandson. Anyway, Bibi Dong wasn't dead, so there was no benefit in fighting. He nodded and prepared to turn around and leave. Wait. Jian Daoliu turned his head to look. Xue Tianyu had already put away his bow and arrow. His goal was to end the meaningless battle between Jian Daoliu and Ditien. What's wrong, little friend? Jian Daoliu knew that Xue Tianyu's cultivation was not weak, so he was used to calling him little friend. Just for some reason, he always felt a unique feeling from Xue Tianyu. Somewhat close, but strange. This feeling made Jian Daoliu almost think that the person in front of him was his grandson. But his grandson must be an angel spirit. Even the angel god has made it clear that the heir has appeared. But Xue Tianyu is only an ice and snow spirit, so he is definitely not his grandson. Douluo was very disappointed, and his eyes were full of loneliness when he looked at Xue Tianyu. Looking at Douluo's expression, Xue Tianyu knew that this grandfather really had them in his heart. After all, Rongxiu can survive until now under such humiliation by Bibi Dong because Douluo protected her. Otherwise, she would probably have been unable to bear it long ago. I'm just curious why you are here, Xue Tianyu said. Douluo looked at Xue Tianyu, and his heart gradually became gentle for some reason. Just come to find a junior, right? Douluo shook his head and said, if you have nothing to do, then we can say goodbye. I still need to continue looking for someone. After saying that, Douluo turned around and was about to leave. Xue Tianyu knew that when he was catching ghosts before, he released the angel spirit, which should have been sensed by Douluo. That's why he came to this area. Douluo came to find Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu wanted to completely avenge Bibi Dong and make her fall into the deepest despair, so Xue Tianyu had to take everything back from Bibi Dong himself. He had already thought about it. The finals of the Soul Master competition is the pinnacle event that all forces in the entire Douluo continent pay attention to. In such a grand occasion that everyone is paying attention to, Xue Tianyu wants to ruin Bibi Dong's reputation. Then when she loses hope, he will torture Yu Xiaogang in front of her. Only by making her fall into eternal despair can she justify what she did to herself and her sister Rongxiu. In the end, everything Bibi Dong has will be taken away by Xue Tianyu. Just like she chose to deprive Xue Tianyu of the right to survive at the beginning. Master Douluo. Xue Tianyu looked at Douluo's back and said, after the competition, I will go to the spirit hall. Douluo turned and looked at Xue Tianyu, not understanding what he meant by this. However, every time he looked directly into Xue Tianyu's eyes, he could see a kind of intimacy in his eyes. This kind of intimacy made him feel very unreal. It seemed that the young man in front of him should be. But the spirits don't match. It is impossible for his Qian family to have other spirits. Thinking that this young man seemed to have some grudges with Bibi Dong, he sighed in his heart, young friend, you can come to visit at any time if you want. I don't care about the grudge between you and Bibi Dong. Douluo only wants to find his grandson, nothing else matters. After saying that, he no longer cares about Xue Tianyu, and slowly leaves with his hands behind his back. Xue Tianyu looks at Douluo's slightly bleak back. Grandpa. He watches Douluo leave. However, just as Douluo's figure disappears in the distance, a harsh voice emerges beside him. Okay, don't look, everyone has gone far away. At this time, Tian came in front of Xue Tianyu and blocked his sight. Xue Tianyu glanced at Tian in a pitch-black robe, you care too much. Chapter 91 Douluo leaves the scene, Kun Longfu holds Tian. The pride of the two emperors of ice and snow. Tian trembles. Douluo leaves silently, and the angelic aura dissipates. Seeing Tian appear here, Xue Tianyu can probably know what he wants to do. I can ignore it, but I need you to return the soul bone of the Ice and Fire Dragon King on your body. Tian looked at Xue Tianyu indifferently. As long as you hand over your soul bone, I will leave immediately. Xiang Jun followed behind Tian, and touched his bare nose awkwardly when he heard what Tian said. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? He seemed to have said the same thing at the beginning, and then he was beaten by Xue Tianyu. Not only that, the two beautiful women behind Xue Tianyu who looked harmless were the ultimate killer. The terrifying pressure was not inferior to Tian at all. But now it seems that Xue Tianyu should not be able to beat Tian. After all, the extreme dark attribute has a suppressive effect on other attributes. Really? Xue Tianyu smiled and shook his head, then you can choose not to leave. Wanting my soul bone, it's impossible. Even if Tian is a little stronger than Douluo, Xue Tianyu is not afraid. He has a trump card. Impossible. Emperor Tian also laughed. It was the first time he saw a human being so arrogant in front of him. He clenched his fist and stepped forward, then I have to force it and report back. The terrifying soul power fluctuations burst out from him instantly. This young man's soul power was obviously not as good as Qian Daoliu's. Emperor Tian was confident that he would not be able to bear his pressure. Little did he know that his idea was wrong. It was not difficult for Xue Tianyu to resist his pressure alone. Even though Emperor Tian was considered the top fighter in this Douluo continent. Moreover, he forgot that there was someone behind Xue Tianyu. Humph, it turns out that you beasts in the southern forest like to bully others the most. Seeing Xue Tianyu being bullied by Emperor Tian's pressure, Xue Di couldn't stand it immediately. Not only her, but Bing Di also looked at Emperor Tian with a mocking face. This is too much of an underestimation of us sisters. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor took a few steps forward and came to Xue Tianyu's side. The two extremely strong auras of ice and snow instantly pushed away Di Tian's pressure. The pressure of the two sides was evenly matched at this moment. Di Tian's face changed. He didn't expect that the two women behind Xue Tianyu were actually ferocious beasts. And they were not weak. No wonder Xiang Jun couldn't beat them. However, Di Tian was confident that even if he fought three alone, it would not be impossible as long as he tried his best. Besides, there was Xiang Jun behind him. 2 against 3. Analyzing rationally, Di Tian felt that the advantage was in his hands. So he had no scruples at all. Fight if you want, you can't take these two soul bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King today. Hearing Di Tian, Xue Tianyu grinned at such arrogant words. I hope you can still be so tough when you speak later. After saying that, Xue Tianyu took out the dragon binding from behind. At this moment, the dragon binding sounded like the miserable wail of the dragon race. This is... Di Tian's face changed suddenly. This strange rope actually had a natural suppression breath on the dragon race. Under this breath, Di Tian felt his blood trembling. He is a dragon race. What can suppress the blood of his dragon race? Di Tian was dumbfounded. At this time, he looked at the rope in Xue Tianyu's hand and felt his scalp tingling. No, impossible. Di Tian took 2 steps back, with a look of disbelief. There is no such thing in the world that can restrain my dragon race. Nothing is impossible, do you want to try? Xue Tianyu put the dragon binding around his waist. With this, he didn't believe that Di Tian could still make any waves. Emperor Tian's face was as gloomy as water. He saw that Xue Tianyu didn't seem to plan to use this now. Then could he take this opportunity to strike first? As long as he could get this rope-like thing, he wouldn't be afraid that Xue Tianyu could threaten him. Thinking of this, Emperor Tian suddenly jumped up without any warning. The whole body immediately burned with black flames, which could devour everything that blocked it. Then he stretched out his palm towards Xue Tianyu. If he was not on guard, his plan would be fine. But since Xue Tianyu had already faced Emperor Tian, how could he not be on guard at all? As early as the moment Emperor Tian made a move, Xue Di had already made a move. As soon as the Emperor's sword came out, the icy breath froze instantly. All the water droplets in the air were frozen into an ice wall in an instant, blocking Emperor Tian and Xue Tianyu. Break it for me. The black flames burned, and Emperor Tian penetrated the barrier of ice. However, what greeted him was Xue Tianyu's ice god spear. Seeing the ice god spear piercing through, Di Tian roared, and the black flames all over his body directly transformed into a dark and shiny armor. The ice god spear pierced the armor, and it actually made a sound of fine iron. The icy air attached to the ice god spear was all absorbed by the black armor. Di Tian saw that he was very close to Xue Tianyu. Even if he couldn't kill him now, he could just grab the thing that suppressed the blood of the dragon clan first. So Di Tian immediately changed his tactics and reached towards Xue Tianyu's waist. But he was facing more than just Xue Tianyu now. The plain and unpretentious emperor's palm slapped Di Tian's body. Originally, De Tian estimated that this seemingly light palm should not have any power, but he would not think so the next second. His black flame armor was directly broken. Is it so powerful? Emperor Tian no longer dared to underestimate Shuedi and quickly retreated. De Tian was very anxious now. The rope he didn't recognize actually suppressed their dragon clan directly. If he didn't get it, it would be a great threat to the master. Even if he died, he couldn't let these people threaten the master. At this time, just when Emperor Tian wanted to attack again, Bing De came up in front of Xue Tianyu. His face became even uglier. If it was 1 against 2, he would still have some confidence. Now it was 1 against 3. If he wanted to take the strange rope from Xue Tianyu, it might not work now. Emperor Tian sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to use that trick today. Boy, I advise you to give up struggling now, otherwise you will be miserable in a while. Xue Tianyu listened to De Tian's threat, smiled and shook his head. It's useless. If you can really beat me, you would have won long ago. Why drag it on until now? Well, since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. De Tian suddenly raised his head and roared, and his whole body swelled up rapidly. Pitch-black dragon scales appeared on De Tian's skin one by one like turning pages, and his hands and feet turned into 4 dragon claws. Dragon horns also grew on his handsome head, and then turned into a dragon head. Roar! A shocking dragon roar made all the creatures in the sunset forest tremble violently. De Tian, who showed his true form, flew in the air, and the pressure of the dragon clan instantly pressed on the entire sunset forest. Boy, die! Behind De Tian, countless pitch-black wormholes appeared, and pitch-black lasers shot out from the wormholes. This powerful force made both Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor frown. If we really talk about combat power, this Emperor Tian seems to be stronger than any of them. But Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor will never separate. They looked at each other and smiled sweetly. They approached each other and held hands tightly. An extremely terrifying ice and snow breath instantly enveloped the whole place. The icy air blew up countless wind and snow. The pride of the 2 ice and snow emperors, Xue Wu Yao Yang. Chapter 92 Overturn Bibi Dong's trump card. Xue Tianyu wants to see Gu Yuina. In the center of the wind and snow, ice lasers shot out, blocking all the black lasers. The terrifying icy breath was running around, making it impossible to open your eyes and explore the scenery inside the ice and snow. Elephant. Did you not use your full strength to attack me with this fusion skill? The Bear King hid aside and trembled. He didn't even have the qualifications to get close now. Emperor Tian had already transformed into his original form, and one claw could make him feel very uncomfortable. On the other hand, the fusion skill of the 2 emperors of ice and snow had a very strong freezing effect. So he could only hide far away and wait for the end of this battle. Humph, you can stop me once, I don't believe you can keep using this move. In the sky, the black dragon roared to the sky, with an extremely huge momentum. The raging wind and waves transformed by the sound wave even made the clothes of the 2 emperors of ice and snow rustle. Xue Tianyu knew that Emperor Tian in this original form was very strong. Humph, are you bullying someone who doesn't have a real body? The Ice Emperor pouted and was about to transform into his original form. Auntie Bing, don't worry. Xue Tianyu still had a treasure that he didn't use. He grabbed the trapped dragon binding and his whole body of soul power poured into it crazily. Instantly, the golden light of the dragon binding shone. The rope quickly grew in this golden light, and the dazzling golden rope soared into the air, becoming extremely huge and able to bind everything. At the same time, waves that only the dragon clan could feel emanated from it. The black dragon Emperor Tian's mind trembled, and a mouthful of black dragon flame shot at the giant dragon binding rope, trying to melt it directly. How could the dragon binding, which was full of Xue Tianyu's soul power, be defeated by a dragon? This is a divine weapon to restrain the dragon clan. Xue Tianyu pointed at Emperor Tian in the sky, go, tie him up. The dragon binding rope instantly loosened and turned into a long tongue, and then quickly wrapped around the body of the Black Dragon Emperor Tian. Feeling the trembling of his soul and blood, the Black Dragon Emperor Tian immediately tried his best to fly to the sky. However, this rope was like a maggot attached to his bones, always sticking to the Black Dragon Emperor Tian. After a while, the dragon binding tied up the Black Dragon Emperor Tian tightly. The Black Dragon instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. The human Emperor Tian was tied up tightly with golden ropes and fell from the sky. Boom! A dull sound rang out. Emperor Tian fell from the sky and smashed a big pit. He lay on the ground gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear. He understood. This rope looks very strong, but it is actually useless to other creatures. This is a special artifact for the Dragon Clan. It strengthens the suppression of the Dragon Clan by giving up the aggressiveness of other creatures. As long as it is a Dragon Clan, it is impossible to escape the fate of being bound by it. Unless, the gap between the two sides is too big, then it will not have much effect. But Xue Tianyu is a titled Douluo at level 97, infinitely close to level 98, and has the god-level martial spirit of ice and snow spirit, the advantage of twin martial spirits, and the full ratio of soul rings. Using the dragon binding, it is not so difficult to bind Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian was lying in the pit waiting for Xue Tianyu's arrival. This was the only move he could think of now. Dragon God Claw. As long as Xue Tianyu got close, Emperor Tian would use Dragon God Claw to attack him. If the person who was supplying soul power had problems, no matter how powerful the dragon binding was, it would not be able to stand up without soul power support. When the time came, as long as he got out of the control of the dragon binding, he should be able to escape with Xiangjun no matter what. Although the dragon binding was very powerful, it couldn't even trap a magical skill like Dragon God Claw, right? Emperor Tian didn't believe it. But he had to pretend now, wait until Xue Tianyu approached without any defense, and then change the situation with one claw and escape. So Emperor Tian waited quietly. Sure enough, he heard footsteps. I said I had a backup plan, and this Emperor Tian Black Dragon couldn't make any waves. Xue Tianyu's voice came from far away, and Emperor Tian was so angry that his teeth itched. If there were no ropes that suppressed the blood of their dragon clan, how could it be so arrogant? Tian was quite disgusted. Soon, Xue Tianyu poked his head out. Tian, have you calmed down now? Let's talk. Looking at Xue Tianyu like this, Tian sneered, you can talk, but take this annoying rope away. Do you think I'm a fool? Xue Tianyu sneered. How can I negotiate with you after taking the rope away? Tian certainly knew that this was impossible, so he was not in a hurry. Now Xue Tianyu was very close, and his whole body of soul power burst out instantly, and even a trace of divine power. Look at my Dragon God Claw. Tian struggled all over. Originally, he thought that with the Dragon God Claw taught by the Dragon God himself, he could break through the shackles for a short time, kill Xue Tianyu, and thus break free from the shackles of the dragon binding. However, when he jumped up, he saw the smile on Xue Tianyu's lips. Is this your last trump card? Emperor Tian was stunned. The moment the Dragon God Claw was released, all its soul power was absorbed by the dragon binding. This thing was actually absorbing Emperor Tian's soul power to bind Emperor Tian himself. Unless Xue Tianyu removed it himself, even if Xue Tianyu died, the dragon binding would not be removed. It was uncomfortable. What's more, what Emperor Tian couldn't accept the most was that the Dragon God Claw couldn't even break the Dragon God's Dragon God Claw. Is it true that all dragons will be restrained by this? Even the Dragon God can be restrained control? Then the Master. No, the Master's cultivation level is very high, and he may not be restrained. Although it is unbelievable, the facts are already in front of him, and Tian is worried about the Master. This Xue Tianyu must not be his enemy. Seeing Tian calm down, Can we talk now? Shui Tianyu sat on the ground, looking down at Dityan in the pit. Alas, what do you want to talk about? Dityan sighed. Now he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. Let's go to the star forest together. Shui Tianyu smiled indifferently. Take me to see Guyuina. Impossible. Dityan refused without thinking. Do you think you have the right to refuse? Shui Tianyu looked at Dityan with a gradually cold look in his eyes. Even if you die, I can find Guyuina in the end, and do you think it is better to have the dragon binding on you or Guyuina? Dityan gave in. If the dragon binding can only bind one person, it is better for him to be bound. I'll take you there. But I have one condition. You can't hurt her. She is the last hope of our Soul Beast clan. Dityan compromised. Don't worry. Just be honest. Besides, your master's strength is still very terrifying. Shui Tianyu said. He went to see Guyuina to sign in with her and get rewards, preferably the top god level rewards. This way, Bibi Dong's last trump card can be torn apart. Rakshasa god. With Guyuina's cultivation, if she signs in, the reward will be very generous. Shui Tianyu is also looking forward to it. Chapter 93 Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, you have a younger brother, who was strangled to death by me. Bibi Dong returned to the Wuhan Hall. She had a gloomy face and went straight into her bedroom. At this time, the broken hand had been sealed by her soul power to prevent it from being damaged. After she locked the door, her eyes instantly burst into a purple halo. Rakshasa god power slowly appeared. At the same time, behind her, the shadow of the Death Spider Emperor also emerged. The ninth soul ring flickered faintly. After making all these preparations, she took out her broken hand and put it on the wound. Originally, the wound here was frozen into a wound by the power of ice. Bibi Dong relied on the Rakshasa soul power to corrode the frozen rotten flesh bit by bit before it could be connected. Under the influence of the Rakshasa divine power, combined with the passive repair effect of the Death Spider Emperor's ninth soul ring, Bibi Dong's broken limb was barely repaired. The pain in this process made Bibi Dong's forehead sweat. But she had to connect the broken arm, otherwise her cultivation would inevitably drop. Bibi Dong is now starting the Rakshas's divine test. If she can't complete the divine test after her cultivation drops, it will be more trouble than gain. Soon, the broken arm was connected under the passive recovery of the Rakshasa divine power and the ninth soul ring. At this moment, Bibi Dong dared to vent her anger. She was furious when she saw the ceramic glass beside her. She couldn't stand the fact that the subordinates of the spirit hall that she had personally trained could betray her. Everything in the entire bedroom was pushed down and smashed by her. The crackling sound made the maids outside the door dare not say a word. It was the first time she saw Bibi Dong so angry. Just then, Qian Rongxiu came to Bibi Dong's bedroom. Mother! When Bibi Dong heard Qian Rongxiu's voice, she remembered that Qian Douluo didn't help her get the spirit ring of Xiangjun, and she transferred all her anger to Qian Rongxiu. She suddenly opened the palace door, looked at Qian Rongxiu in front of her, and was about to slap her. Qian Rongxiu dodged. What are you doing here? I'm not happy, and you have to bump into me. You are such a jerk. Bibi Dong was in a bad mood. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head. She was used to Bibi Dong's curse. She sighed softly, Mother, why did you fight with Grandpa, and make such a big noise? I'm fighting. Bibi Dong laughed, very loudly. Before, Qian Douluo pressed on step by step, and now even Qian Rongxiu dared to ask. Anyway, she didn't get the spirit ring of Xiangjun, and the confidant she cultivated with great difficulty betrayed her. Bibi Dong felt endless heartache at this moment. Ah! Forget it. Bibi Dong didn't intend to hide it. Since you want to know the truth, I'll tell you. Bibi Dong raised a perverted smile at the corner of her mouth. That's because I strangled your twin brother to death with my own hands 20 years ago. Twins, Brother. Qian Rongxiu originally thought that Bibi Dong would find a random excuse to perfunctory. She really just wanted an answer, even if it was perfunctory. But she didn't expect that Bibi Dong's sudden confession of information would make Qian Rongxiu's brain explode. Brother. I once had a younger brother. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's face full of disbelief, Bibi Dong laughed wildly. Yes, and I killed your brother with my own hands. You only once had a younger brother. Pain. Qian Rongxiu's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Brother. She also had a younger brother. But this younger brother was strangled to death by his biological mother after he was born. You, what have you done? Qian Rongxiu collapsed. She originally thought that Bibi Dong had done enough to her, but she didn't expect Bibi Dong to, as a biological mother, she actually killed her own son and her own brother. Qian Rongxiu, who never cried in front of Bibi Dong, burst into tears this time. What happened back then? Qian Rongxiu looked at Bibi Dong, her heart was extremely painful. At this moment, she was eager to know what happened back then. What happened? For so many years, Bibi Dong has been avoiding what happened that day. She didn't want to recall those painful memories again. But this is impossible. As long as Qian Rongxiu is there, she will think of what happened back then whether she wants to or not. Ha 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 ha, back then, it was because of Qian Sunji, that disgusting hypocrite, that he forced me to get pregnant with you. Hearing Bibi Dong insulting her father like this, Qian Rongxiu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. In her memory, although her father was not very good, he was not a bad person. But when it came to her mother, he became an unforgivable person. Grandpa rarely mentioned his father Kyung Sunji, which made Qian Rongxiu very uncomfortable. But seeing her mother's crazy look, Qian Rongxiu didn't know what to do. But even so, you can't kill your brother. Qian Rongxiu sighed, my brother is also your flesh and blood, with your blood flowing in his veins. With my blood? Ha 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 ha, bullshit. Bibi Dong stared at Qian Rongxiu fiercely, you are all the bastards of that hypocritical bastard whose name I don't even want to mention. You are all bastards, all of them. But we are also your children. Qian Rongxiu thought of her grievances for so many years, and her brother who died before she saw the beauty of this world, and felt sad in her heart. You are just bastards, the rotten flesh on my body. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, every time I see you, I will think of that bastard. Do you think I just killed your brother? Bibi Dong breathed rapidly. If that bastard hadn't broken the agreement and forced his way in, I would have strangled you to death. Ha 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 ha, yes, you all deserve to die, all deserve to die. Qian Rongxiu, who was still resisting, suddenly felt cold in her heart. So, I have died before. So, neither my brother nor I should have survived. Qian Rongxiu fell to the ground, and the sharp glass and ceramic debris stained her white legs with blood. Her pair of jade hands were cut with many bright red cuts. Why? Qian Rongxiu couldn't figure it out. It is said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. She always thought that she was not good enough, not talented enough, not working hard enough, and even not imitating enough, so she was despised by Bibi Dong. In Qian Rongxiu's view, her mother, who had become a titled Douluo in her 30s, was the most talented person in the world. She must have looked down on her poor talent and was so indifferent. But now it seems that she resented them from the bottom of her heart. But they are obviously her own flesh and blood. Why do you hate us so much? Why didn't you kill me, my brother? That's my own brother. Qian Rongxiu collapsed. Her eyes were red, and tears burst out of her eyes like a flood. Bibi Dong, I will kill you to avenge my brother. Chapter 94 Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong, I will kill you to avenge my brother. She rushed forward and said she wanted revenge, but she only grabbed Bibi Dong's collar. After all, she is still a mother. Qian Rongxiu couldn't bear to do it to her own mother. But Bibi Dong didn't care about that. She pushed Jian Rongxiu away. I should have strangled you and that bastard to death. Don't hesitate, give the bastard Jian Sunji a chance to save you. Looking at Jian Rongxiu, who looked a bit like Jian Sunji, Bibi Dong pushed her away and roared, it's not too late to kill you now. I want to make the Jian family completely extinct. She raised her hand, and the huge palm instantly covered her palm. Jian Rongxiu would probably die if she slapped her. Jian Rongxiu looked at Bibi Dong, who was full of murderous intent, in despair, and closed her eyes as if she accepted her fate. She had completely given up. There was nothing to miss about this mother and this world. The figure of Xue Tianyu appeared in her mind. Only the other party was her comfort for so long. If it weren't for Xue Tianyu and Qian Daoliu, Jian Rongxiu would probably have been lost long ago. Kill him. I've been living in hell all my life, so I might as well die. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and then slapped him quickly. The killing intent surged, and she was really ruthless. But at the moment when she was about to kill him, Bibi Dong finally restrained her strength and didn't make up her mind to do it. Day. Jian Rongxiu quietly waited for death to come. However, a crisp sound made her open her eyes. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Qian Daoliu glared at Bibi Dong with anger, and his hand with angel soul power grabbed Bibi Dong's wrist and saved Jian Rongxiu. What for? Bibi Dong laughed, can't you see? I'm making your Qian family completely extinct. I'm going to kill Jian Rongxiu. You. Qian Daoliu was furious at the crazy Bibi Dong. Besides, he had not found his grandson on the way to Sunset Forest, so he was already unbalanced. Bibi Dong, I have endured all these years, you want to die, right? Qian Daoliu stood in front of Jian Rongxiu and glared at Bibi Dong, now, get out of here. If you want to get out, you have to kill this evil creature first. Bibi Dong broke free from Qian Daoliu's hand and rushed over to Jian Rongxiu again. Qian Daoliu could not bear it anymore and slapped her. Pa! A crisp slap sounded. Bibi Dong rolled to the wall and was stunned. She had never been beaten like this by Qian Daoliu before. You! I told you to get out, are you deaf? Qian Daoliu looked at Bibi Dong, his eyes calm but full of murderous intent. At this moment, Qian Daoliu's aura of peerless Douluo was released, and the terrifying pressure spread throughout the spirit hall. Some guards outside the hall, and even some elders who heard the noise, could not help but feel an extreme pressure. The huge spirit hall was silent. The atmosphere froze instantly. Damn Qian Daoliu! Damn Qian family! Bibi Dong knew that it was impossible to kill Jian Rongxiu at the hands of Qian Daoliu, and she turned away in grief and anger. She hated it so much. The Qian family was indeed the calamity of her life. But she couldn't beat Qian Daoliu. With incomplete spirit rings, she could hardly hurt Qian Daoliu. What to do? At this time, Bibi Dong's heart surged with strong resentment. She wanted revenge on the entire Qian family. You, Qian Daoliu, have the power of angels, and ordinary spirits can't give you fatal injuries, right? Then I will kill you with my power too. Without the spirit ring, there is only one way to quickly improve strength. Sacrifice. Bibi Dong plans to go all out and take revenge on the Qian family at all costs. Sacrifice herself and inherit the throne of Rakshasa. At this moment, Bibi Dong came to a rock on the mountain behind the spirit hall and sat down. Like a beast licking its wounds alone. The dress skirt that was torn off in the Sunset Forest has not been changed yet. Her slender and white legs are hugged by her jade hands. Her sad and resentful look looks pitiful. Although she is very embarrassed in front of Qian Daoliu, she is still the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the beautiful Bibi Dong. Suddenly, she remembered that there is a backup plan for the Spirit Ring. The two forest kings of the Xingda Great Forest. Although their spirit rings are much weaker than Xiangjun, they are at least 100,000 year spirit rings. Even if she inherits the throne, with 2 more 100,000-year spirit rings, she will be much stronger. Her goal is to avenge the Qian family. She must be stronger. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong practiced alone on the mountain. She still needs to recover from her injuries. This time, she was seriously injured by Xue Tianyu. Not only did she lose all her means of survival, but she also had to spend a lot of spirit power and Rakshasa divine thoughts to repair her broken arm. Bibi Dong is now the weakest in the past few decades. Then, while practicing, she thought about who to send to find the traces of De Ming and Er Ming. These 2 forest kings are not so easy to find. If she is not strong enough, she may die in their hands. Previously, this kind of task was carried out by ghost Douluo Gui Mei. After all, he can perfectly fit all the factors required for this task. But now, thinking of Gui Mei, Bibi Dong was angry again. She never thought that the person she had trained for so many years would betray her like this. But now she calmed down, recalling the evasive look of Gui Mei at the beginning. It seemed she was coerced. What kind of ability did Xue Tianyu have to force a titled Douluo to betray? Bibi Dong sighed. She couldn't save Gui Mei. Now she couldn't beat Xue Tianyu. Rakshasa God position, the last 200,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. She must make everyone who bullied her pay the price. Only if she became the strongest, she could live with her beloved Yu Xiao Gang. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's mind moved, and the fluctuation of her soul power spread out. Yu Guan, come here. Soon. After receiving Bibi Dong's call, Zhu Douluo Yu Guan came to Bibi Dong. Looking at Bibi Dong meditating on the rocks in front of him, Yu Guan was stunned. He had never seen Bibi Dong so disheveled. The torn clothes and the loose hair. Bibi Dong, who usually pays attention to her image, now seems to not care at all. Is this still the Pope in his memory? What has he experienced to become like this? What are you looking at? Bibi Dong opened her eyes and looked at Zhu Douluo. Why, do you think I'm wearing something weird? No, no. Yu Guan quickly lowered his head and moved his eyes away from Bibi Dong. He didn't dare to look directly at Bibi Dong in this state, or he would be beaten to death if he wasn't careful. Chapter 95 Xue Tianyu 8 reds and 1 gold, the 4 fierce beasts bowed their heads. Guyuina is absolutely beautiful. The bound Ditian. Bibi Dong didn't care, after all, she didn't like to dress like this. It's just that Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu are in her bedroom now, so it's not easy to change clothes. I don't know what the Pope wants me to do. Yu Guan only dared to bow his head at this time. Bibi Dong stretched out her legs and said to Zhu Douluo Yu Guan, now you go to complete a task. In the Xingda Great Forest. Help me find the traces of the Forest King, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Yu Guan was stunned. Isn't this kind of task usually given to Gui Mei? Speaking of which, he seems to have not seen Gui Mei for a while. Where is Gui Mei? Is he on other tasks? Are you still asking Gui Mei? Bibi Dong was furious when she thought of Xue Tianyu. She frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing Bibi Dong like this, Yu Guan knew that she shouldn't ask any more questions. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would probably explode directly. There is no other way. Since the task has been handed over to him, he has to complete it. Watching Yu Guan leave, Bibi Dong took a deep breath. When she gets 200,000-year soul rings and embarks on the road to becoming a god, she must take revenge. Not only the Qian family who has been oppressing her for so many years, but also the one who beat her so badly today that Xue Tianyu was seriously injured. All those who have hurt her must be avenged. But the most important thing now is to lie dormant for a while, heal the wound, and then find a chance to kill all these people. In the core circle of the Xingda Great Forest, Guyuina frowned. The slender jade arms as white as lotus roots stretched out and embraced the beautiful legs that were sticking out from the snow-white short skirt that faintly showed flesh color. The skin was so tender that it was about to drip with water. She had a great figure, and the white suspender dress she wore could hardly restrain the snow-white ravine on her chest. Any man who saw Guyuina like this would probably have his heart moved. Guyuina's beautiful face looked at the grass not far away. It's been so long. According to Ditien's speed, he should have been able to walk back and forth. Why, he hasn't come back yet? Guyuina didn't know why, but she felt something was wrong. Even if Ditien was delayed by other things, it's impossible that there would be no movement for so long. Something must have happened. Guyuina jumped lightly, and her white and tender feet like ice cream stood on the grass. Come out, there's something to do. Guyuina whispered softly, but a mysterious wave spread from her body. Soon, 4 different waves appeared around. A branch first came out of the space wave on one side. Then the 10,000 Demon King came out and knelt in front of Guyuina. The Demon Tree 10,000 Demon King, see the master. Following closely behind him was a 3-headed mastiff. This mastiff was more than 5 meters long and extremely majestic. The heads are very similar to those of lions, but the expressions on the 3 huge heads are different. The diameter of these heads is more than 1 meter. The scary canine teeth in the dog's mouth flashed with a red-gold halo. 3-headed red demon dog, the Red King greets the master. 2 girls walked out of the last 2 space ripples. One of the girls was covered with purple-black scales. She had a slender figure, a round chest, and straight, slender and tender thighs. A large area of snow-white skin was exposed on the girl's chest, and the ravine on her chest was quite deep. Zig, greet the master. Compared with Zig, the other girl was much more conservative, but the round and beautiful legs under the emerald green long skirt protruded from the depths of the skirt, which made people imagine. Bibi, greet the master. These 4 people were the 4 fierce beasts of the Xingde Great Forest. Guyuina glanced at the 4 people. Emperor Tian went to Sunset Forest and has not returned for a long time. Something must have happened. The 4 of you go out together and make sure to find Emperor Tian. If you encounter force majeure, I can take action. The 4 looked at each other and nodded, as ordered. Go ahead, contact me anytime. Guyuina then closed her eyes. The 4 beasts nodded and retreated together. Find Emperor Tian. Zig, who returned to the depths of the Stardo Great Forest, looked at the other 3 beasts in confusion. Emperor Tian is so strong, do we need to find him? Bibi shook her head, the master must have her reasons, we just need to obey. The 10,000 Demon King stretched his waist, let's go, Sunset Forest is not close. However, just when the others were about to act, the 3 dog noses of the Red King sniffed at the same time, and then the dog's face changed and rushed forward. No, Ditien's aura is in front, and very close. The other 3 were stunned and followed immediately. Then, they saw the most unforgettable scene in their lives. Ditien was tied up. Ditien! What's wrong with you? Zig and Biji's faces changed drastically. Just as they were about to rush forward, they were stopped by the 10,000 Demon King. Don't worry, something is wrong. At this time, the Red King also lowered his head very low, and he felt the danger. Following Ditien was the frustrated Xiang Jun. Bear Lord is following too. Then why is Ditien tied up? Zig felt that things were not simple. Sure enough, behind Bear Lord, a man and 2 women came out. Xuetianyu and the 2 emperors of ice and snow. Human? Ditien was actually tied up by a human and taken to the Xingde Great Forest? This? What kind of joke is this? What an outrageous new game! Bibi was shocked. Bear Lord, what's going on? Why is Ditien so embarrassed? The scene in front of them shocked the 4 beasts. He is Ditien. As the strongest fighting force among the beasts, he was tied up in such a humiliating way. Bear Lord glanced at Xuetianyu behind him, his eyes dodged, and he did not answer. Seeing this scene, the 4 beasts felt great pressure. A human could make the fearless bear lord look so fearful. It was really terrifying. Looking at Xue Tianyu and Bingxiu Emperor who were calm behind Xiangjun, Zig suddenly roared. Transform into true form. Purple scales quickly spread all over her body, and Zig's body transformed into the form of a hell dragon, and a dragon roar sang from her mouth. Zig is the king of the Hell Dragon clan. Ranked 9th among the 10 fierce beasts. She and Ditian are known as the 2 great dragon kings among the fierce beasts. Although Zig's cultivation is not as good as Ditian, her strength is not weak. She is also one of the few pure-blooded true dragons inherited by the dragon clan. With the advantage of bloodline, even fierce beasts ranked higher than her may not be able to defeat her. However, this time, Zig, who had just transformed into her original form, immediately felt a different feeling from Ditian. It was a kind of suppression from bloodline. That rope is weird. Zig was shocked, and finally understood why Ditian was captured. This is not a new game. The omnipotent Ditian was really controlled by someone. Zig cast her sights on the young man in the front. Is it you? She could feel that the soul power coming from the rope came from Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu nodded gently. I came here today to see your master, the Silver Dragon King, with full sincerity. Sincerity? Zig pointed at the bound Ditian. You have played him like this, and you still have sincerity? And it's very difficult to see the master. He started it first. Xue Tianyu spread his hands. The soul power aura bloomed. 8 red and 1 gold soul rings slowly emerged, and the auras of the 4 beasts suddenly stagnated for a short time. The face was full of disbelief and horror. Don't look at me, this soul ring is not obtained by hunting soul beasts, and you don't have to show such an expression. Now, can I see your master? Xue Tianyu's eyes swept across the audience, and the beasts bowed their heads one by one. Chapter 96 Xue Tianyu meets Guyuina, the master of soul beasts. Silver Dragon King. Zig looked at Xue Tianyu's 8 red and 1 gold soul rings, and her eyes fell on the dragon binding. That rope can directly suppress all of Ditian's cultivation. It has absolute restraint on all dragons. This is the suppression of the bloodline origin. At this time, Bibi beside her also immediately showed her true form. Emerald Swan. For a moment, the breath of the 4 fierce beasts ravaged the entire Xingda Great Forest. All the soul beasts around recalled the fear of being dominated by the fierce beasts at this moment. Instantly scattered and fled. Soon, within 100 miles of the 4 fierce beasts as the center, there were no other soul beasts. As the breath of the fierce beasts spread, far away at the other end of the Xingda forest, Daming and Erming looked up at the direction of the fierce beasts at the same time. Their eyes were full of heaviness. I don't know why these fierce beasts are crazy today. Daming sighed. Yes, with their aura making such a fuss, the other soul beasts in the forest will not be able to live in peace these days. Erming shook his head helplessly. In fact, since they broke through to the level of 100,000 years, although outsiders called them the Forest King of the Stardo Great Forest, they themselves knew that the king of this Stardo Great Forest was someone else. In the deepest part of the Stardo Great Forest, there was a place that even they dared not approach casually. There lived some terrible beasts there. They were the real masters of the entire Stardo Great Forest. The strength of the 2 of them was nothing in front of those beasts. So they never dared to go too deep. They were afraid that they would provoke these people by accident and then die directly. Feeling the pressure released by the 4 beasts at the same time, they could only be timid. At this time, Zig, as the only pure-blooded dragon among the 4 beasts, took a step forward on behalf of the 4 beasts. She did not look at Ditian and Xiangjun, but looked directly at Xue Tianyu. Since Xiangjun and Ditian are both dead, this human is the one they need to be vigilant about. At least this man and the 2 women behind him are not simple. What do you mean? Xue Tianyu smiled indifferently. Nothing, just come to see your master. Zig's face changed slightly. The master is in seclusion here to recover from his injuries. It should be impossible for ordinary people to know. How did this human know this? She looked at Ditian and Xiangjun again with suspicion. Alas! This is what happened. Xiangjun knew what Zig was thinking when he saw her face. He smiled bitterly and finally opened his mouth to explain the cause and effect. This cause and effect takes a long time. It starts from when Xiangjun entered the Sunset Forest, and then talks about Xuetianyu and his battle with Ditian. Zig was stunned for a moment, and looked at Xueti and Bingdi behind Xuetianyu with a strange look. She didn't expect that these two people were also fierce beasts. And they were fierce beasts that were not much different from Ditian. Now that Xiangjun is useless, he can't even think of fighting Xuetianyu. And their strongest fighting force Ditian is now bound and can't help. Then how can the four of them beat two fierce beasts that are close to Ditian's soul power? Not to mention that there is also a human whose cultivation is not weak. Zig, Wang Yao Wang, Qi Wang, and Bai Ji looked at each other. It seems that they can't beat Xuetianyu. What should they do? We have conflicts with humans, but the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor on the opposite side are soul beasts. Bai Ji secretly took a look. This human has a close relationship with the Snow Emperor, so he should be a trustworthy human. Trustworthy? The three dog heads of the Red King looked at Xuetianyu. That's right. If he had malicious intentions, I'm afraid what we see now are the heads of the Bear King and Ditian. The 10,000 Demon King thought it made sense. How about letting Baiji go back and report? See if the master is willing to see this human. Zigi sighed. They can't beat them now, and there are hostages in the hands of the other side, so this is the only way. Get ready. Zigi looked at the other three beasts, and suddenly whispered, once the master decides to go to war, we have to rescue Ditian as soon as possible. Understood. Baiji nodded, then stood up and said loudly to Xuetianyu, you wait here first, I'll ask the master's opinion. Please. Xuetianyu nodded. Baiji changed back to human form and went into the core circle. Guyuina looked at Baiji strangely, who looked a little nervous. Why did you come back so soon? It took only half an hour from the time when the four fierce beasts left to when Baiji returned. My lord, we just went out not far when we met Xiangjun and Ditian. Baiji sighed, but they are in trouble now. Trouble? Guyuina asked, what trouble? There is a human who wants to see you with the two fierce beasts from the far north. Guyuina was stunned. A human and two fierce beasts? This combination is weird no matter how you look at it. Under normal circumstances, how could fierce beasts walk with humans? What is their relationship? Guyuina was a little curious. It looks very close. Baiji responded. Really? Guyuina became interested in this human. In that case, let him in. Guyuina also wanted to see this human with her own eyes. Yes. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. If Guyuina didn't want to meet, they would inevitably have another battle. But without Ditian's fighting power, the four of them really didn't know how to win. Unless Guyuina was willing to fight. Now that Guyuina agreed to meet that human, it should be the best result. But they still couldn't let their guard down. If the talks broke down, there would still be a risk of fighting. Then Baiji walked out. The master agreed, you can go in. Baiji walked out and winked at Zigi and the other beasts, asking them not to act rashly, and then said to Xuetianyu. Xuetianyu knew that Guyuina would meet him, so he was not worried at all. However, just as Xueti and Bingdi followed Xuetianyu to approach the transmission ripples of the core circle, Baiji reached out to stop them. The master only saw this human, I hope you two won't embarrass us. How can that be? What if you plan to trick Tianyu in? Bingdi was unhappy. Xueti also frowned. Their attitude made the atmosphere tense again. However, among all the fierce beasts, Xue Tianyu was the one with the most stable mentality. Auntie Bing, Auntie Xue, I will be fine, don't worry. Xue Tianyu chuckled, just wait for me outside. Really? Bing De looked at Xue Tianyu in confusion. Really? Xue Tianyu nodded seriously. Then we will wait for you here. Xue De thought about it and decided to respect Xue Tianyu's idea. If something is wrong, with Xue Tianyu's strength, it is difficult for anything to happen. Chapter 97 Qian Douluo, Xue'er, your brother is not dead, Qian Rongxiu is ecstatic. Xue Tianyu smiled. Then he turned around and entered the core circle under the guidance of Bibi. Bibi did not follow in. As soon as Xue Tianyu entered the core circle, he was immediately fascinated by the clean and beautiful scenery in front of him. The environment here is quiet and the trees are lush. It is a rare sight even in the star forest. It is full of vitality. Then, he saw Guyuina sitting on a wooden stake in the middle of a meadow, hugging her round and slender legs. This is one of the most beautiful faces he has ever seen. Under the simple white shirt the outstretched jade feet touched the grass. The green grass made Guyuina's calves look even whiter and more tender. On her soft face, her eyes were ethereal, as if the aura of the entire forest was gathered on her. Very beautiful. Xue Tianyu rarely commented on a girl like this. After all, under the influence of the two emperors of ice and snow, he had seen many beautiful women. Guyuina was the first one who amazed him outside of ice and snow. You want to see me, and you tied up Emperor Tian, and you went to great lengths for this. What's your purpose? Guyuina's voice was so ethereal that even a lark seemed empty and boring in front of her voice. I just want to ask, after the soul beast reaches the limit of its lifespan, how to survive the thunder tribulation? Xue Tianyu looked into Guyuina's eyes and asked sincerely. This is Xue Tianyu's purpose. He said he wanted to help the two emperors of ice and snow get rid of the shackles of lifespan. Guyuina's soft eyes tilted slightly, and her whole face was full of smiles. You want to help those two soul beasts survive the thunder tribulation. Guyuina's consciousness swept out and easily sensed the status of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. The thunder tribulation of these two soul beasts is not far away. But according to the current situation, I'm afraid it is highly likely that they can't survive it. Guyuina looked at Xue Tianyu. You should know that I didn't lie to you, otherwise you wouldn't come to find me. Hearing Guyuina say this, Xue Tianyu's heart sank, and nervousness surged up instantly. Guyuina really didn't need to lie to him. In fact, he knew that if he relied on the abilities of the Ice and Snow Emperors themselves, the thunder tribulation would be really difficult. Then how can we help them survive the thunder tribulation? Xue Tianyu asked. Guyuina smiled, supported her slender jade arms on the wooden stakes, and her whole body landed on the grass nimbly. The white and tender jade feet stepped on the grass and came to Xue Tianyu, bringing a fresh fragrance. Well, there is a way. Guyuina put her face close to Xue Tianyu and looked into his eyes carefully. And this method is something only I can do. Xue Tianyu's eyes lit up and he immediately said, then please help us. I can pay for it. Okay. Guyuina nodded without hesitation, but after looking Xue Tianyu up and down, she smiled and said, but you have to promise to do one thing for me. Guyuina stood in front of Xue Tianyu, her white and tender jade hands brushed across Xue Tianyu's face, and finally hooked his chin. The purple pupils flashed a cunning light. At this moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Wuhan Hall. After Bibi Dong left, Qian Douluo took Qian Rongxiu to the worship hall. After all, this bedroom belongs to Bibi Dong. With so many personal clothes, it is not appropriate for him to stay for a long time no matter what his identity is. On the way back from the Pope's palace to the worship hall on the mountain, Qian Rongxiu was crying all the time, and her tears flowed down her angelic face, making people feel distressed. Tears fell all over the floor. Grandpa, Bibi Dong is so cruel. How could she do this? How could she be so cruel? Qian Daoliu stroked Qian Rongxiu's head. Be good, don't cry, your mother has been like this for so many years, you should have gotten used to it. Come with me to the worship hall now, and you will never come to this Wuhan hall again. No, this time is different. Qian Rongxiu pushed Qian Daoliu's arm away and looked at Qian Daoliu stubbornly. Grandpa, you don't know, Bibi Dong, she killed my brother, my real brother. My real brother. Qian Daoliu stopped. Has she told you? Originally, Qian Daoliu planned to tell Qian Rongxiu after finding someone, but now it seems that Bibi Dong couldn't hold it back first. Thinking of Bibi Dong's words, Qian Rongxiu, who had just stopped crying, cried again. Why did she kill her own flesh and blood with her own hands? Such a cruel person is not worthy of being my mother. Looking at Qian Rongxiu who was crying more and more sad, Qian Daoliu sighed. Silly child. Qian Daoliu knew that if he kept hiding it, Qian Rongxiu would probably cry non-stop. Your brother, he is not dead. Not dead? But Bibi Dong said so herself. Qian Rongxiu was shocked, but soon felt that Qian Daoliu was comforting her. This was told to her by Bibi Dong herself, how could it be false? However, Qian Daoliu smiled faintly and reached out to wipe the tears from Qian Rongxiu's eyes. When did Grandpa lie to you? Your brother is really not dead. But... Qian Rongxiu sighed and followed Qian Daoliu into the worship hall. She still didn't want to believe that Bibi Dong would lie to her. After all, she shouldn't have to do that. Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rongxiu to the angel statue. He turned and looked at Qian Rongxiu. Do you know that our Qian family has been flowing with angel blood since ancient times? Seeing Qian Rongxiu's entanglement, Qian Daoliu decided to tell her about the heir. I know. Qian Rongxiu nodded. Qian Daoliu continued, as long as it is the blood of our Qian family, the first person in each generation to awaken the angel martial soul, you will be qualified to inherit the angel god position. He pointed at Qian Rongxiu and smiled calmly, and the ironclad evidence that your brother is not dead is that you have not yet obtained the qualification to inherit the angel god position. Even if you don't know which one to believe between me and Bibi Dong, you can't not even believe in the angel god, right? Qian Rongxiu was stunned. Yes, Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu may have motives to deceive her, but angel god, a god who transcends the entire Douluo continent, would definitely not cooperate with them to deceive her. Qian Rongxiu suddenly covered her mouth and tried to stop herself from crying again. Is her brother really not dead? Angel God believes that he is still alive, so he must be alive. When you are at the end of your rope, you will find a way out. Qian Rongxiu was looking forward to it. Looking forward to the moment when she sees her brother. How hard it must have been for him to live alone for so many years. Thinking of this, tears slid down Qian Rongxiu's cheeks again. But that beautiful look reflects a bit of determination. Grandpa, I want to find my brother. Let Bibi Dong regret everything he did. Chapter 98 Qian Daoliu was ecstatic. The angel god had given him a way to find his grandson. Qian Rongxiu decided that if she could find her brother, she would rush over to hug him and comfort him, to make up for the regret that he had been alone for so many years. Seeing Qian Rongxiu crying with joy, Qian Daoliu could understand her feelings very well. When he was sure that his grandson was still alive, he was also so excited that he even shed tears. Just. Qian Daoliu sighed. Where are you, my dear grandson? He had been looking for so long, but there was no trace of him. He seemed to feel that he was everywhere, but every time there is no clue at all. He turned and looked at the angel statue. God, can you tell me how to find him? Originally, this was just a casual complaint from Qian Daoliu. I didn't expect that the angel statue would suddenly light up with a golden halo, which made Qian Daoliu confused. So you can get a response from the angel god without kneeling? The light of the angel statue shone on Qian Rongxiu, making her raise her head. Behind the statue, the shadow of the angel god slowly emerged. 2 grey-white beads wrapped in golden light fell in front of Douluo. These are 2 angel inheritance beads. As long as you get close to the angel heir, the beads will emit a soft golden light to confirm the identity of the heir. The shadow of the angel god told Douluo the function of the bead and then disappeared. The angel god statue also regained its calm. However, Douluo felt a little strange. This angel god seemed a little anxious. Gods can also be anxious. Star Core Circle. After Guyuina finished speaking, she exhaled from her beautiful mouth, and a fresh fragrance came to her face. Xue Tianyu looked at the beautiful Guyuina in front of him, and he was distracted for a moment. But he had good concentration and quickly regained his calm. What are the conditions? Xue Tianyu asked. Guyuina's face showed a trace of surprise. Someone could resist her temptation. It seems that this person should have a chance to do it. Guyuina then took a step back, and had already made some judgments about Xue Tianyu in her heart. But whether to help him in the end depends on how things are done. Since you are from the far north, you should know that there is a million-year-old soul beast hidden there. I know. Xue Tianyu nodded. Isn't it referring to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm? That guy is quite famous in the far north. Xue Tianyu was very curious about how Guyuina knew that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was in the far north. But none of this mattered. He looked into Guyuina's eyes, waiting for her next words. Then bring it to me. Guyuina proposed her own exchange conditions. I can help those 2 soul beasts survive the thunder tribulation. Guyuina has been recovering from her injuries, but if she relies on her own practice, the speed is still too slow. The energy she needs is too huge. This million-year-old Tianmeng Ice Silkworm contains extremely terrifying energy, which can just give her a big supplement. Xue Tianyu was moved when he heard it. Just a Tianmeng Ice Silkworm can help Xue Tianbing survive the thunder tribulation. This deal is quite cost-effective. But there is a difficulty here. It is not difficult to catch the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but it is a bit difficult to bring it to the Xingde Great Forest safely. What if it kills itself in the middle of the journey? Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Well, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is cautious, suspicious, and fragile by nature. Xue Tianyu thought for a while and looked at Guyuina. Why don't you go to the far north with us and I'll catch it for you on the spot? Although Xue Tianyu proposed this, he felt that Guyuina would not agree. After all, she would encounter many unexpected situations at such a far distance. He watched Guyuina lower her head in thought, and was thinking about what to use to ensure that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm would not commit suicide when he tied it. However, after thinking for a long time, Guyuina looked up at Xue Tianyu and said word by word, "Okay, I'll go with you." In Guyuina's opinion, she hadn't walked out of the core circle of the Stardo Great Forest for many years. It seems that it's not bad to take this opportunity to go out and relax. So she agreed. When do we leave? Xue Tianyu was stunned for a moment, feeling a little surprised. She actually agreed. She is the king behind the entire Stardo Great Forest. Well, before I leave, I have to go back to the human Tiandu Empire Imperial City. Xue Tianyu told her plan. When I return to the far north, I will call you to go with me. Okay. Guyuina nodded and agreed without any hesitation. Looking at Guyuina's appearance, Xue Tianyu suddenly remembered that when it comes to powerful creatures, there should be no one stronger than Guyuina in the entire Douluo continent. He was moved and silently recited in his heart. Sign in, Guyuina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to the strongest creature in Douluo continent, Silver Dragon King Guyuina. The system unlocks a super rare reward, the inheritance of the Ancient Ice God. Ancient Ice God? Xue Tianyu was surprised. Ancient Ice God? This is the top god. It is a god that does not belong to this plane. The God King of Douluo continent is not even worthy of carrying its shoes. As long as Xue Tianyu inherits the throne of the ancient ice god, he will be equivalent to having the power to transcend the god realm. Douluo God King? Killing it is not much harder than crushing an ant. Xue Tianyu would never have thought that the reward for signing into Guyuina would be so perverted. He couldn't find a better word to describe it. Yes, even Xue Tianyu thought this reward was too great. The kind of pervert who doesn't leave anyone a way out. This reward has already destined Xue Tianyu to be on a different level from the gods of Douluo continent. With the position of the ancient ice god, it would be as easy for Xue Tianyu to destroy the god realm as peeling peanuts. Ding, do you want to open the inheritance of the ancient ice god directly? Open. Xue Tianyu had expectations in his heart. He wanted to know what the ancient ice god was like. Understood, opening the inheritance of the ancient ice god. At this moment, in front of Guyuina, Xue Tianyu suddenly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Just as she was wondering, a pillar of ice blue light fell from the sky and landed on Xue Tianyu. In an instant, the cold breath swept across the entire core circle like a biting cold wind. The lush grass was instantly frozen at this moment. The core circle seemed to have become the far north. The temperature dropped sharply. Snowflakes even began to float in the sky. Frost was floating all over the sky, covering the entire core circle with Xue Tianyu as the center. Guyuina, who had been paying attention to Xue Tianyu, had a look of disbelief in her purple pupils reflecting the ice and snow. This breath! It gave her a sense of oppression from the soul. Absolutely, the Supreme God. Chapter 99 Jianrongxiu's tenderness, missing Xue Tianyu, the angel god was shocked. Guyuina looked at Xue Tianyu in shock. Was this a sudden enlightenment, a breakthrough in cultivation? No, it was like the inheritance of some kind of god. And it was an existence beyond imagination. A powerful force suddenly vibrated out from Xue Tianyu's body, and layer after layer of ice-blue soul power spread. Guyuina felt an extremely terrifying breath coming from Xue Tianyu. This breath could even crush herself directly. Her face was full of shock. You know, after Guyuina recovered from her injuries, she was an invincible existence in the Douluo continent. Although his current cultivation is less than 1/100th of his peak state in the past, the fact that he could crush me was enough to show the power of this mysterious force. At this moment, outside the core circle, a layer of ice-blue clouds slowly condensed above the Stardo Great Forest. All the soul beasts in the forest suddenly found that the temperature of the Stardo Great Forest, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, dropped rapidly at this moment. The clouds in the sky turned into ice clouds. Snowflakes fell from the sky. All snowflakes contained extremely terrifying ice power, and no matter where they fell, they would directly freeze everything they touched. Since the appearance of the Stardo Great Forest, there has never been such a cold moment. In response to the appearance of the ice cloud phenomenon, ice and snow fell from the sky and covered the entire forest area. As long as you leave the forest area, it will be sunny. Very strange. Within a quarter of an hour, the Stardo Great Forest turned into a world of ice and snow. All the trees, flowers, and plants were frozen in a very thick layer of ice. Countless weak soul beasts were completely frozen along with the trees. The stronger soul beasts could only use their soul power to resist the snow and wind falling from the sky. It seemed that in an instant, the world returned to the Cambrian period. Although the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor felt comfortable in such an environment, they could not turn such a large area into an ice and snow forest in such a short time. Then, a terrifying ice and snow aura spread from the core circle. This aura was so strong that it reached the edge of the Stardo Great Forest. All the soul beasts trembled and knelt down in front of the core circle involuntarily. What did you do? Dityan was tied up by the dragon binding at this time, unable to resist the falling snowflakes. Almost instantly, half of his body was completely frozen. When Bibi saw it, he hurried to help him treat and dispel it. But the power of the ice and snow was so strong that Bibi could not resist it at all. We didn't do anything. Bingdi and Swaty looked at each other. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes. This ice and snow breath was even stronger than the two kings of the far north combined. This was the breath of the absolute master of ice. When facing Bibi Dong in the sunset forest, the two Bing and Swaty felt the Rakshasa divine consciousness. This ice and snow breath had reached the point of crushing the Rakshasa divine consciousness. Crush! Both the Bing and Swaty were frightened by the words that suddenly popped up in their minds. Rakshasa is a god. In the core circle at this moment, although Guyuina was not frozen, the shock in her eyes was bottomless. Of course, Shwetianya was unaware of all this. He was immersed in the inheritance of the ancient ice god. The pure breath of ice and snow slowly spread over his body. Spirit Hall. These two god-position inheritance beads will glow when they meet the inheritor. Qian Daolio was overjoyed and picked up the two beads and touched them several times. With it, it would be much easier to find the grandson. Come, Shweter, I'll give you one. When you meet someone who can make the beads glow in the future, it's your biological brother. Qian Rongxiu took the inheritance bead from Qian Daolio's hand, felt the weight of her palm, and was as excited as Qian Daolio. With it, I can go find my brother. Qian Rongxiu held the bead in her palm and made up her mind. No matter what, she would go find her biological brother. This is her family. It's hard for her brother to be separated from her for so many years. Qian Rongxiu felt very sad. Once she found her brother, she wanted to make it up to him. At this moment, a figure appeared in her mind. She missed Shwetianyu. If she left the spirit hall to look for her brother, she would have fewer opportunities to meet Shwetianyu. She might not even see him for a long time. Then she should go and see him before she started looking for her brother. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath. Have a good meeting with Shwetianyu, and then set out on the road to find her brother. At this time, she didn't know that Shwetianyu was her biological brother. At this moment, a huge icy breath swept in with extremely terrifying power. The temperature of the entire spirit hall dropped by 20 to 30 degrees in an instant. It was supposed to be hot weather, but it seemed to make the entire spirit hall fall into an ice cellar. A huge blue light column soared into the sky from the Star Do Great Forest. The air was filled with the breath of ice and snow. The ice and snow ripples transmitted could even cause the space to vibrate and distort. Qian Daoliu's face changed drastically. A new inheritance of gods? This god seems a bit strong. At this moment, as if stimulated by the power of ice and snow, the angel statue glowed again. The shadow of the angel floated out. This is a divine inheritance that is far more terrifying than ordinary gods, or even the inheritance of the God King. This kind of power can crush the gods even in the god realm. A drop of cold sweat left a drop of cold sweat on Qian Daoliu's forehead. No way, a divine inheritance that even the angel god is so shocked? How strong must it be? Qian Daoliu, build a good relationship with this inheritor, otherwise, the bloodline of the Qian family will be easily cut off. After a reminder, the shadow of the angel disappeared. Qian Daoliu looked at the huge pillar of light in the distance, and murmured, "It can't be him." He had only met one person with a powerful ice and snow martial spirit. Shwetianyu. Qian Rongxiu didn't hear Qian Daoliu's whisper, but when she looked at the ice-blue light column rising into the sky in the direction of the star forest, a smiling face that made her feel very friendly emerged in her mind. Shwetianyu. The man who always had a cold temperament, but every time she saw him, she would feel very friendly. He was the genius of the ice and snow system. If she was asked who was the inheritor of the ice and snow power, Qian Rongxiu could only think of him. By the way, do you know a boy named Shwetianyu? Qian Daoliu thought of him and turned to ask Qian Rongxiu. I know him, Grandpa, have you seen him? Qian Rongxiu didn't know why Qian Daoliu suddenly mentioned this. Qian Daoliu nodded, that Xue Tianyu, it seems that he shot for you and injured Bibi Dong. Qian Rongxiu was startled. Then her heart turned into a warm current. The things she told Xue Tianyu did not clarify the identity. It seems that Xue Tianyu already knows the relationship between him and Bibi Dong, so he is fighting for him. Such a man! Qian Rongxiu's expression was gentle, and she couldn't help but miss him even more. Chapter 100. Bibi Dong was shocked. The pressure from the ancient ice god. Tang San was jealous. Luosha was panicking. Tianyu, I wonder if you are okay. Qian Rongxiu didn't know why, but she missed Xue Tianyu more and more in her heart, and wanted to see him right now. She didn't know how she felt about Xue Tianyu now. What is it? But she only knows that she wants to see him very much. Even Qian Daoliu can't give her the kind of intimacy of Xue Tianyu. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu clenched the beads in both hands. Tianyu, wait for me to find you. Qian Rongxiu has made up her mind. After she sees Xue Tianyu and relieves the strong and indissoluble longing, she will embark on the journey to find her brother. No matter what, she must find her brother before she is qualified to pursue what she wants. This is the constraint Qian Rongxiu left for herself. After all, she at least grew up under the protection of the Wuhan Hall as a member of the Qian family. Although her mother was almost vicious to her in her childhood, Qian Rongxiu still had a father and a grandfather. At least she felt the love of her relatives. She lacked maternal love. But her poor brother was strangled by her mother after he was born, and then thrown to an unknown place. Although the angel god told them that the brother was not dead. But she felt that her brother must have had a very unfortunate childhood. Without the love of his mother and father, he was displaced throughout his childhood, and in the end he was able to awaken the angel spirit before her. Alas! What a pity for the child! Qian Rongxiu felt distressed when she thought of her brother's experience. When I find you, I will do my best to compensate you. Inside the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was surrounded by the aura of Rakshasa. She had changed from a tattered short skirt that was full of spring light to a decent low-cut dress. This dress showed Bibi Dong's surging waves to the fullest, and her perfect figure was quite eye-catching. And the corset perfectly outlined Bibi Dong's delicate waist curve. It really looked beautiful. Unfortunately, no one dared to enter the Pope's palace to appreciate it. The purple-black mist filled the entire palace. The evil aura cast a shadow on the gilded columns of the Pope's palace. At this time, Bibi Dong's own soul power and the power of the Rakshasa god complement each other. Behind her, a shadow whose appearance could not be seen clearly floated in the air. The shadow's eyes glowed with a faint light, and just seeing it would cause the brain to be corroded by the evil spirit and go crazy. At this time, Bibi Dong, who was concentrating on practicing, was awakened by a breath that was so terrifying that it made her heart palpitate. What kind of breath is this? It's so strong. Bibi Dong opened her eyes and felt a little uneasy in her heart. This was a feeling that could not have appeared when the Rakshasa god's thoughts were released. In that direction. Very rarely, the Rakshasa god's thoughts behind Bibi Dong raised the empty black shadow hand and pointed to the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. Bibi Dong immediately broke through the palace door. Then, she also saw the ice-blue light column that soared into the sky. At this time, just seeing this light column, Bibi Dong instantly felt a headache. A cold breath spread along this light column to the entire continent. It seemed that because of the appearance of this light column, the temperature of the entire continent began to drop. What kind of power could actually affect the entire Douluo continent? At this moment, watching the fluctuations of the ice and snow aura becoming stronger and stronger, Bibi Dong thought of the person who almost took her life. Xue Tianyu. How could this human be so lucky? Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly. Another ice god spear and another ice god bow. There are 2 ice artifacts alone. Now he has even inherited the ice god. Jealousy made Bibi Dong completely unrecognizable. At this moment, the Luoxia god mind that appeared as a phantom behind her stared blankly at the light column, with a look of panic. No. No way, this ice god is only stronger than the god king with his aura. The Luoxia god mind's voice became low, and she told Bibi Dong, this person must not be provoked. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be doomed. Yet. Bibi Dong agreed on the surface. Let her not provoke Xue Tianyu? This is impossible. She and Xue Tianyu have formed a deadly feud. She will definitely take revenge on Xue Tianyu. Such a powerful god must be very troublesome to inherit. As long as I inherit the god as soon as possible, I can definitely kill him before he becomes a god. Bibi Dong whispered in her heart that inheriting the position of Rakshasa as soon as possible is the only way for her to turn the tables. Tick. Crimson blood dripped from Tang San's hand. He has been training in the slaughter city for a long time. With Tang Hao's protection, his training went quite smoothly. After all, he still has his mother Ayan's 100,000-year soul bone on him. Tang San feels that his strength has been unprecedentedly strengthened. He has become accustomed to killing here. When he looks at people, he will unconsciously carry a bloody aura. This is the killing aura of becoming a killing god. Yes, it seems that you will soon be able to walk out of this slaughter city. Tang Hao looked at Tang San approvingly as he shook off a hand of blood. Not enough, this strength is not enough to avenge Xue Tianyu. Tang San's eyes flashed red, and he licked the blood on his hands and whispered. I want to become stronger. At this moment, in the direction of the star forest far away in the sky, a blue beam of light suddenly broke through the sky, then, a cold breath came over, suppressing the bloody atmosphere of the entire slaughter city. It's a bit cold. Tang Hao touched his arm and frowned. Just then, behind Tang San, a shadow slowly emerged with the power of Shura. Shura God looked at the sky-high light column with a solemn expression, and he felt the crisis. It's not the crisis of Douluo continent, but the crisis of God realm. This kind of power should not exist and cannot appear. It will threaten the safety of the entire God realm of Douluo continent and the status of the God King. Shura God glanced at Tang San. You have to inherit the Shura God position as soon as possible. Although Tang San's strength is not strong enough, time seems to be running out. Shura God hopes that Tang San will get the God position as soon as possible, and then kill this terrifying ice god heir before he successfully ascends to God. Otherwise, for the God realm, there will be a catastrophe. Tang San, you have to get rid of this ice spirit inheritor as quickly as possible. The mind of Shura God appeared and landed in front of Tang San. At this moment, he was very anxious. Tang San looked at the ice blue light column rising into the sky, and felt faintly that it must be related to Xue Tianyu. For some reason, he felt that Xue Tianyu was the shadow shrouding his heart. Originally, he thought that he had the protection of the gods, and as long as he gradually became stronger, it would be quite easy to control Xue Tianyu after inheriting the throne. But now it seems that this Xue Tianyu has also found the throne to inherit. And the god he inherited seems to make Shura God, the God King, feel a sense of crisis. Why? Chapter 101 Guyuina, can we fall in love with each other over time? Xue Tianyu was numb. Tang San was jealous. I am the protagonist, why do you, Xue Tianyu, compete with me? He knew that this was the last chance for revenge. He raised his head and looked at the phantom of Shura God. Okay, I know who the successor is. Give me your power, I can rush over and kill him right away. A cruel smile appeared on Tang San's lips, and his expression was ferocious. Hurry up. However, facing Tang San's excitement, Shura God just shook his head lightly. No, to inherit the throne, you must go through the process of the God's test. This iron rule cannot be broken by anyone, otherwise you can't inherit it, and you can't bear the impact of that kind of divine power. Tang San was speechless. He was excited for so long in vain. At this moment, the world focused on the Star-Do Great Forest. And in the core circle here, Guyuina stared blankly at Xue Tianyu with an ice and snow crown floating on his head. The ups and downs of her chest were even more turbulent. What kind of god is this? In her memory, the gods of the ice and snow system were not strong. They were even just vassals of other gods. But Guyuina's green fingers were tightly clasped together. This god was even more oppressive than the 5 great gods in the god realm. If this aura was rampant, even Guyuina would feel terrified. This powerful force. It was enough to overturn the god realm. Hey! Guyuina let out a long sigh and gently pinched her round jade legs that were as round as mutton fat jade with her jade fingers. The white and tender slender legs immediately flushed. Ying! It still hurts, I'm not dreaming. Guyuina's eyes lit up. If Xue Tianyu could successfully ascend to the god realm and inherit the throne, then with the power of this throne, could she complete her revenge? Thinking of revenge, Guyuina's hatred for the god realm immediately surged. The death of the dragon god and the inability of soul beasts to become gods. This became the eternal pain of all soul beasts. No matter how hard they practice, they can't resist the reincarnation of life. Broken the road to becoming a god, they are trapped on this continent. All life should be born equal, but the god realm cut off the hope of all soul beasts to become gods for its own selfish desires. This is a hatred that can never be resolved. Guyuina recuperated here so that one day she could lead all soul beasts to kill the god realm and personally take back the hope of becoming a god that was taken away by the god realm. But the god realm has 5 great god kings. It is as solid as a rock. And the only one who can fight against the god king is Guyuina herself. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Guyuina has no confidence in successful revenge. All she has is a passion, and she can only pray for a miracle that is so small that there is only a slight possibility. But now, the appearance of Xue Tianyu has given her hope. This is revenge, the hope of successfully overthrowing the god realm. As long as Xue Tianyu stands on her side, the god realm will be overturned. At this moment, Xue Tianyu shines in Guyuina's eyes. She unzips her collar, looks at her proud figure, and a blush gradually appears on her face. She will do whatever it takes to take down Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu slowly opens his eyes. The mark of the ancient ice god's inheritance has already condensed in his mind. The test of the inheritance god has begun. There are only 5 tests in the inheritance of the ancient ice god. As long as Xue Tianyu completes the 5 tests of the ice god, he will have the power to overturn the god realm. This power is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken to deal with Bibi Dong's Rakshasa power, which is easy. Then, the content of the first test of the ice god appeared in Xue Tianyu's mind. Kill a million-year soul beast. Xue Tianyu was stunned. As the first test, it is required to kill a million-year soul beast right away. This difficulty is really full. You know, a million-year soul beast, even Douluo, who is already an extreme Douluo, may fail when killing it. But Xue Tianyu knows that there is a bug here. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is also a million-year soul beast. But it is much easier to kill than other million-year soul beasts. At this time, Guyuina saw Xue Tianyu wake up, propped up her body, and exposed her snow-white tender hands in front of him. What do you think of the god realm? God realm? Xue Tianyu raised his eyes and thought. Very ordinary. This was not something Xue Tianyu said casually. Since he knew about the god realm, he has always been very ashamed. Relying on his status as a god, he often interferes with the lower world. In order to protect the people he likes, he uses many means, and they are very bad. The most disgusting thing is that if Tang San dies, Shura God will do everything he can to find a connection to revive him. Chun Chun is the enhanced version of resurrection, my love. It is quite disgusting. Seeing that Xue Tianyu was not optimistic about the god realm, Guyuina's mind became active. I want to use you. She further extended her extremely seductive body forward, and the whole person almost leaned in front of Xue Tianyu. This forced Xue Tianyu to bow his head. However, from this perspective, Gu Yuina's perfect figure passed by, full of benefits. So straightforward. Gu Yuina smiled, her tender face with a hint of shyness. Anyone facing this scene would probably have their heartbeat speed up. As long as you agree, you will get the full support of all soul beasts. I can give you everything you want. Including myself. Gu Yuina looked at Xue Tianyu in front of her with serious eyes. But, seeing that Xue Tianyu still wanted to struggle, she simply stood on tiptoe and pressed her rosy and tender lips on Xue Tianyu's forehead. At this moment, Xue Tianyu was controlled. Gu Yuina raised her lips and smiled. We can, over time, fall in love. Xue Tianyu sighed, supported Gu Yuina's shoulders, and helped Gu Yuina pull off her clothes to cover the spring light that was about to come out. Don't be like this. Gu Yuina was a little surprised. Why, do you think I'm not pretty enough? She was very confident about her appearance, and this was the first time she was rejected like this. And she heard that men are all lustful. She has done this, but Xue Tianyu can still remain calm? Gu Yuina looked up to Xue Tianyu in her heart. This man is indeed different from others. Hearing Gu Yuina's question, Xue Tianyu shook his head. No, I just think that we just met for the first time today, so the progress is a bit fast. Looking at Xue Tianyu's expression, Gu Yuina smiled. I didn't expect you to be a pure boy. Xue Tianyu smiled and didn't respond. Don't you know? We soul beasts don't have as many tricks as you humans. You're so hesitant and nagging. Gu Yuina raised her head and turned half of her face to look at Xue Tianyu. We soul beasts only have the law of the jungle, and only the strong have the right to reproduce. Chapter 102 Gu Yuina teases Xue Tianyu, and the Ice Emperor is numb. Ice God Inheritance. Although it's the same meaning, Xue Tianyu can't connect her words with desire. Perhaps, humans are really too complicated. Looking at Xue Tianyu's contemplative look, Gu Yuina smiled sweetly, her snow-white and delicate jade feet touched the green grass, and then came close to Xue Tianyu. Did you just say that before you go to find Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, you have to go back to the human world? Yes. Xue Tianyu looked at Gu Yuina, who was less than 2 fingers away from him, and his body couldn't help but want to retreat. However, Gu Yuina grabbed Xue Tianyu's hand. Are you so afraid of getting close to me? Her eyes rolled, and then she smiled even more brightly. Then, are there 2 soul beasts outside? Yours. Okay, stop talking about this. Xue Tianyu quickly stopped talking. Seeing Xue Tianyu, who was somewhat at a loss after being teased by her, Gu Yuina smiled even more happily. Then tell me, what should we talk about? Gu Yuina's mouth was already curled up with a smile. She found that it was so fun to tease Xue Tianyu, a pure boy. Ah! Xue Tianyu planned to directly expose this question. After I finish my business in the Tiandu Empire, I will come back to find you. Then we will go to find the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm together. When it comes to business, Gu Yuina also put away her teasing smile. She thought since it has been confirmed that Xue Tianyu can help her revenge, it is not good for her to wait in the core circle now. Gu Yuina looked into Xue Tianyu's eyes and said affectionately, otherwise, I will follow you back directly and experience whether the human world is what we soul beasts imagine. If Gu Yuina is willing to go with her, it will be the best for Xue Tianyu. But what about your subordinates? Xue Tianyu is worried that if so many beasts leave the Xingda Great Forest together, it will be difficult to deal with any trouble. Don't worry, I will go with you alone. Gu Yuina smiled, yes, I will go out with you and tell them. Then Gu Yuina took Xue Tianyu's hand and walked out of the core circle together. At this time, the ice and snow phenomenon had just ended, and the pillar of light that shot up into the sky had only disappeared not long ago. All the beasts outside the core circle were still in shock at this time. But everyone had a guess. The strange phenomenon just now was obviously caused by Xue Tianyu. A trace of relief appeared on Xiang Jun's face. When Xue Tianyu beat him, they were evenly matched, but in just a few days, he actually got such a heaven-defying inheritance. From this strange phenomenon, it can be seen that the power of Xue Tianyu's inheritance this time is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, they may be allies in the future. Compared to Xiang Jun's optimistic attitude, De Tian's face was full of anxiety. At this time, there were only Xue Tianyu and Gu Yuina in the core circle. If Xue Tianyu wanted to do something wrong to the master. After all, human men are lustful, which has long been circulated among soul beasts. Before, De Tian didn't have this worry because he thought Xue Tianyu should not be able to beat the master. But now that this strange phenomenon has appeared, Xue Tianyu might. What he didn't know was that what happened inside was exactly the opposite of what he thought. Xue Tianyu almost fell into Gu Yuina's hands. As for the other beasts, they were all shocked. Zig, Baiji, even Qi Wang and Wang Yao Wang had not recovered from the shock just now. Qi Wang was even hiding under a tree and trembling. The ice and snow system was the most restrained. They had never felt such a strong breath. Just then, Gu Yuina led Xue Tianyu out of the core circle. This. De Tian looked at them holding hands, his face was instantly dull. Could it be that they were already? But fortunately, Xue Tianyu quickly broke free from Gu Yuina's hand and returned to Bing Di and Xue Di. And all the beasts in the Xingde Great Forest gathered around Gu Yuina. Gu Yuina didn't care about Xue Tianyu's departure. She told everyone about the arrangements and her decision. Today, I will enter the human world with Xue Tianyu. You don't have to follow me. Ah! De Tian was the first to stand up and refuse. No, master, you still need to recover. Even if you want to recover from your injuries by getting Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, you can't risk going to the human world. Yes, master, we really don't want you to go. Yes, why don't you stay in the Xingde Great Forest to recover? Gu Yuina smiled as she listened to the beasts trying to stop her. I have been practicing here for so many years, but my injuries haven't recovered much, and I am still depressed. She shrugged her shoulders and said, I want to go out and play this time. First, I am curious about the human world, and then I can relax. In addition, Gu Yuina looked at Xue Tianyu and smiled calmly, I want to get in touch with Xue Tianyu and get to know him. When these words came out, De Tian was dumbfounded. He heard Gu Yuina's meaning very accurately. But Gu Yuina's look clearly showed that she had made up her mind to go. Now she was just notifying them, not asking for their opinions. Then at least. Emperor Tian sighed, let us protect secretly, otherwise we really can't rest assured. Secretly protect. Gu Yuina narrowed her eyes slightly, and the dragon roar of the Silver Dragon King instantly shook out. The pressure of the soul beast leader instantly made Emperor Tian and others kneel down and surrender. I can't beat this existence, can you protect me? At this time, the fierce beasts led by Emperor Tian remembered that the strength of Gu Yuina in front of them was an existence that they couldn't even dream of. It's just that she couldn't take action during the recovery period. She was so powerful that she didn't need them to follow behind and protect her secretly. Besides, suddenly, Gu Yuina put away her powerful momentum. She lowered her eyebrows and looked at Xue Tianyu with a little shyness and said, in the human world, Tianyu will protect me. Xue Tianyu instantly saw a circle of question marks on the faces of Bingdi and Suidi. When did you? Almost at the same time, Bingdi and Suidi looked at Xue Tianyu, their expressions were particularly intriguing, so close. Xue Tianyu's scalp was numb. Gu Yuina on the side smiled, looking like she was just watching the fun. Time passed. Xue Tianyu took Bingdi and Suidi and Gu Yuina back to the hotel of Tian Shui College in Tiandu Imperial City. As soon as Xue Tianyu returned to his room, he smelled an indescribable smell. At this time, thinking back, before I left, I seemed to have caught Xiaowu and thrown her into the bathroom without caring about her. Brother Tian. Tianyu, you are finally back. Chapter 103 Qianrongxiu meets Shui Tianyu. Bibi Dong's nightmare comes true. Broken hand gift package. Shui Tianyu opened the bathroom door and saw Xiaowu still wearing the sexy outfit he wore before he left. He couldn't help but frown. It has been so many days, and she hasn't changed yet. No wonder Shui Tianyu smelled a odor when he came in. Don't come near me, don't you know how smelly you are? Xiaowu's bright face suddenly showed some surprise, and she was stunned. She hardly dared to go out these days. She couldn't go back to Shrek Academy, and she didn't know where her third brother had gone. She hurt her third brother's heart so much, and now she didn't know if her third brother was blaming her in his heart. So when Shui Tianyu caught her back, she didn't resist at all. She even thought in her heart that she might as well sacrifice herself to keep safe. But when Shui Tianyu threw her into the bathroom again, she found that Shui Tianyu had left. At this moment, she panicked. What should she do if Shui Tianyu never came back? Fortunately, she overheard what Shui Binger and the others said, and knew that Shui Tianyu would come back, so she put her mind at ease and waited. Who knew that she would wait until now? Originally, she was very happy to hear Shui Tianyu coming back. But who would have thought that the first thing Shui Tianyu said when they met was that she smelled. Adults collapse in an instant. Xiaowu was numb. Wash yourself clean, otherwise others will think there are some stink bugs in my bathroom. Shui Tianyu didn't care whether Xiaowu's mentality collapsed or not, and slammed the bathroom door shut. Originally, Shui Tianyu planned to discuss the details of the competition with Shui Binger and the others. After all, the Tian Shui team is now far ahead, and entering the finals is a foregone conclusion. The next step is to prepare for the finals. However, when he opened the door of his room, an unexpected figure appeared at the door. Qianrongxiu was wearing a light golden long skirt with gold lace. The pair of round and slender legs protruded from the depths of the skirt, matched with her angelic face. It was simply beautiful. Tianyu, long time no see. Qianrongxiu smiled faintly at Shui Tianyu. At this moment, all the lovesickness was satisfied, and her heart was filled with a warm feeling of happiness. Long time no see, Shui-er. Sister. Shui Tianyu shouted in her heart. I'm here to congratulate you. Tian Shui College is so strong that it is the biggest dark horse in this Soul Master competition. Qianrongxiu said, her eyes were always on Shui Tianyu's face. Shui Tianyu closed the door and took Qianrongxiu to the hotel's tea room to sit down and chat. Have you missed me? Qianrongxiu looked at Shui Tianyu tenderly and asked in a coquettish manner. Yes. Shui Tianyu nodded. He reached out and gently stroked Qianrongxiu's pretty face. Qianrongxiu did not refuse. She also enjoyed Shui Tianyu's touch. Since the moment she saw Shui Tianyu, the kind feeling in her heart has returned. Very comfortable. Qianrongxiu couldn't help but close her eyes. She thought to herself that if Shui Tianyu made further moves later, she would not refuse. Qianrongxiu did not notice that in her pocket, the bead quietly lit up. She was completely immersed in the happiness of seeing Shui Tianyu. However, the next second, a woman's teasing voice interrupted Shui Tianyu's touch. Tianyu, I thought you were an innocent little boy, but you are here to pick up beautiful women. Qianrongxiu opened her eyes and was about to scold angrily, but was stunned. So beautiful. Qianrongxiu couldn't help but admire Guyuina the first time she saw her. Her face, figure, and temperament were all top-notch beauty. This made Qianrongxiu jealous. There is such a perfect woman in the world. Who is this? Qianrongxiu looked at Shui Tianyu with jealousy. She didn't expect that there were so many beauties around Shui Tianyu. This is Guyuina, my friend. Xue Tianyu couldn't think of how to describe the relationship between himself and Guyuina. Just a friend. Qian Rongxiu looked at Guyuina suspiciously. If she were a man, she would probably fall in love with such a beautiful woman. Guyuina greeted Qian Rongxiu, then covered her mouth and left with a snicker. I found another point to tease Xue Tianyu. I'm so happy. Qian Rongxiu watched Guyuina leave, and just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw the beauties from the Tian Shui College team walking through the tea house one by one. Seeing Xue Tianyu, each beauty greeted her warmly. Qian Rongxiu looked at these beauties, and her heart sank. It's over, this competition is too fierce. Qian Rongxiu was numb. Xue. After these beauties had left, Xue Tianyu got to the point. The finals of the Soul Master competition are about to begin. Before that, I want to help you become the Emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Xue Tianyu said this almost explicitly. It was as if he already knew what Qian Rongxiu was doing. However, this was also Xue Tianyu's way of making up for Qian Rongxiu's painful experiences over the years. She had been under such great pressure since she was a child, and now she only needed to ascend the throne to become an emperor to relieve most of the pressure. Looking at Xue Tianyu's sincere look, Qian Rongxiu pondered. If she became the emperor of Tiandu, it would be easier to find her brother. So she nodded and agreed. Xue Tianyu smiled and reached out to touch Qian Rongxiu's fair and smooth face again. Wuhan Hall. At noon. On the big bed, Bibi Dong was sleeping on her side. Her royal figure was in full view, but her brows were furrowed and cold sweat was pouring down. Get out! You devil boy, you want to give me Xiaogong's broken arm to mess with my Tao heart again. Get out! Bibi Dong suddenly woke up from her dream. Although she was tough on the outside, she was frightened and scared in her heart, and her cold sweat soaked the bed. Just before she came to her senses, there was a knock on the door outside the palace. Your Highness, your package has arrived. Package? Bibi Dong looked at this thing suspiciously, who didn't know who sent it. She had just woken up at this time, and her whole body was still sweating. That nightmare was too real. The abandoned baby turned into a demon baby and kept harassing her in her dreams. Although she didn't meet it every day, as long as she met it in her dreams, Bibi Dong would be disgusted. In the dream, she had no way to deal with the abandoned baby. I don't know why. It should be her home field in the dream, but she was always suppressed by the abandoned baby. Being suppressed by this abandoned baby is fine. Bibi Dong can even see various broken hands of Yu Xiaogang in her dream. But Xue Tianyu said that he abused Yu Xiaogang, and he didn't mention the broken hand. The broken hand may just be her inner fear. Bibi Dong was very upset. She got up, changed into casual clothes and opened the door. She was a little curious about the package. Could it be a gift from someone? But now, she has such a grudge against the Qian family, who would give her a gift? Chapter 104 Bibi Dong is sad, Yu Xiaogong's broken hand. Xue Tianyu, I will kill you. Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong sat at the table, with a curvy figure, a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings, stretching out from her robe, and a little confusion and curiosity on her pretty face. She looked at the package in front of her. Who could have sent it? Qian Rongxiu? Impossible. If she wanted to send something, how could she use a package? Qian Douluo is even more impossible. No one in the Spirit Hall is possible. As for people outside the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong almost never contacts those people, so it should be even more impossible. Unless Yu Xiaogang. After thinking about it, Bibi Dong felt that only Yu Xiaogang would give her something. Only Xiaogang would care about her so much. That was her lifelong lover. Thinking of this, her mood instantly improved a lot. It had to be Xiaogang, he would care about her. Others only saw how high she stood, only Xiaogang would care about whether she was tired. Thinking of Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong felt warm in her heart. Bibi Dong accepted the package and closed the door of the bedroom. What will Xiaogang give? Bibi Dong had a little expectation in her heart. She would like anything Xiaogang gave her. But, what gift should she give in return? At this time, Bibi Dong felt like she had received a mysterious gift from her lover. Her heart was pounding. Then she opened the package. Inside was a rosewood box. It was exactly the same as the box in the dream. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank. Her heartbeat accelerated suddenly. She had a bad feeling in her heart. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. It should be just a dream. Bibi Dong's hands trembled, her heart beat violently, her chest rose and fell, and she slowly opened the wooden box. Then she froze. No. A wail sounded in Bibi Dong's bedroom. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she was stunned as if she was stupid. After a long while, she finally came to her senses, and a strong anger surged in her heart. She clenched her teeth tightly, almost breaking them. In front of her was a severed hand. Bibi Dong was so familiar with this hand, it couldn't be more familiar. This was Yu Xiaogang's severed hand. The nightmare turned out to be a reality. Her soul power burst out unsteadily, shaking all the furnishings in the bedroom to pieces. Shui Tianyu, it must be you. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. If you dare to hurt my lover, I will definitely kill you. Bibi Dong was like a madman. At this moment, her heart seemed to be missing a big piece, as if blood was dripping all the time. At this moment, Bibi Dong's heart was completely desolate. She imagined that Yu Xiaogang was standing in front of her at this moment, scolding her why she didn't help him get revenge. Illusions and dreams seemed to blend at this moment. In Bibi Dong's eyes, half of the clear, half awake and confused. Don't worry, Xiaogang, I will definitely kill Shui Tianyu. It was unknown how long it took before Bibi Dong finally woke up completely. Her eyes regained their coldness and her heartbeat slowed down. Putting Yu Xiaogang's broken hand aside, she looked towards Tiandu Imperial City. Shui Tianyu, this time, you're dead. Tiandu Imperial City, Great Fighting Soul Arena. The Soul Master competition is coming to an end, and Shui Tianyu wants to go back to the arena to find his feeling. Who is our opponent in today's game? Sitting in the rest area, Shui Tianyu looked at the well-behaved Shui Binger beside him and asked with a smile. Shui Binger and the others hadn't seen Shui Tianyu for some time, and everyone was very happy to see Shui Tianyu return to the arena. After all, although in the current situation, even if they only rely on Shui Binger, they can fully advance to the finals, but Shui Tianyu is the soul of Tian Shui. Without his participation, the beautiful girls of the Tian Shui Academy team always feel empty in their hearts. Shui Tianyu also felt their emotions, so he took the initiative to participate in this game. It seems to be the Divine Wind Academy. The leader Feng Xiaotian seems to have a mutant martial spirit. Shui Binger smiled obediently. At this time, the Divine Wind Academy team came on stage. The leader was a handsome young man with a slender figure. He was wearing the green team uniform of the Divine Wind Academy decorated with silver silk embroidery. At a glance, it looked a bit like a small haystack. Is he Feng Xiaotian? Shui Tianyu asked. Yes. Shui Binger nodded. Very good. Shui Tianyu smiled indifferently, he stood up and stretched, and said in a very lazy voice, Girls, come on stage and watch my performance. This was also the first time Shui Tianyu played in the game after the battle with the titled Douluo. His main purpose was to adjust his feel. After all, these students are all fragile, not as tough as Gui Mei and Xiang Jun. Since I've met you, I'll use you as the first. Shui Tianyu took the girls to the stage. The beautiful girls of the Tian Shui team all had smiles on their faces, and they were so happy that they almost cheered out loud. After not coming to the competition for so long, the audience in the audience didn't recognize him. However, there were still people who watched from beginning to end and knew that he was the captain of Tian Shui College. The strongest person in Tian Shui. A man. Feng Xiaotian frowned and watched Xue Tianyu's appearance. Since Xue Tianyu only participated in the first 1 or 2 games, Feng Xiaotian didn't pay much attention to it when he was going to participate in the competition with the Kamikaze College. When he started to pay attention to other teams, Xue Tianyu had already left. This made Feng Xiaotian only know that the Tian Shui team had a mysterious male captain, but he had never seen him. "Are you the captain of Tian Shui College?" Feng Xiaotian was quite arrogant. "Change people, or you will cause Tian Shui College to lose miserably." "Hey!" Xue Tianyu was full of questions. This guy's train of thought is really strange. However, since this kid is so naughty, he has to feel the fear. Xue Tianyu looked at Feng Xiaoshan's confident smile and said calmly, "You are so confident, your strength should be good, I'll give you a chance." He pointed at the 6 Tian Shui beauties including Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er behind him. "They will leave now, and I am the only one left in the entire Tian Shui team. You all come together, beat me, and you will win Tian Shui College." Feng Xiaotian was stunned. What was he doing? One person challenged the entire college? Are you crazy? He can still win against 7 people, isn't that a monster? Humph, it sounds good, but it's just talk. Feng Xiaotian didn't believe it. He didn't have much impression of Xue Tianyu. However, Xue Tianyu didn't hesitate and turned around to give Shui Bing'er and the others a look. Shui Bing'er and the other 6 beautiful girls from the Tian Shui team covered their mouths and laughed. They walked off the stage while laughing. This operation made the referee on the side dumbfounded, not knowing whether he should intervene. But he was not worried about Xue Tianyu. After all, the incident of Xue Tianyu's abuse of Tang Hao was a hot topic. Wouldn't Feng Xiaotian be miserable? On the importance of being well informed. Chapter 105 Jian Rongxue was confused. "Xue Tianyu is my brother. Why is it you?" Confused. "Wow, no way, even Shui Bing'er has gone down, she is the most combat-capable member of the Tian Shui team. Why is he so confident?" The audience in the surrounding stands who had just come to Tiandu City to watch the game recently and did not understand the situation were discussing. It is enough to show that information gaps are everywhere. What kind of team do they think Kamikaze Academy is? This team defeated several famous colleges represented by Xiangjia College in a crushing manner. It is definitely not a weak team. Even the fans of the Xinfeng College team had previously analyzed that this game would require better cooperation between Shui Bing'er and Shui Wu to win. As a result, this man came and made all the main players they thought step down. Those who supported Xinfeng College were all very happy. Isn't this pure? Are they giving away points? However, the people of Tiandu City sitting around them all looked at the players of Xinfeng Academy with sympathy. It won't be long before those who have just started to watch the game will know what dimensionality reduction strikes are. Who is Xue Tianyu? The existence that crushes Haoshan Douluo. The Xinfeng Academy alone is not enough for him to fill his teeth. Xue Tianyu's operation made Feng Xiaotian, who didn't know about Tang Hao's abuse, feel that he had taken a big advantage. "I can give you a chance to invite them up. If you do this, I'm afraid someone will say I cheated," Feng Xiaotian said. Xue Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "I said, you either come together or admit defeat." Xue Tianyu's words were very clear. He was not being modest, he just wanted to beat 7. "Humph, if you don't accept a toast, you will be punished." Feng Xiaoshan's face was a little embarrassed. "Then let you know how powerful our Xinfeng Academy is." Feng Xiaotian raised his head and howled like a wolf. Martial spirit possessed. Gale two-headed wolf. A faint green light emanated from Feng Xiaoshan's body. And as the green light surged, Feng Xiaoshan's bones made a clearly audible crackling sound. His muscles and bones expanded at the same time, his figure was obviously tall, and his hair was dyed green. Not only him, but other people from the Xinfeng Academy also felt Xue Tianyu's attitude of looking down on the Xinfeng Academy. In anger, one after another released their martial spirits. For a while, a strong wind swept across the entire competition arena. As the wind blew, Xue Tianyu's clothes rustled. Feel the punishment of the wind. Feng Xiaoshan's eyes were like wolves. The whole person turned into a transparent green light wolf and raised his wolf claws to rush towards Xue Tianyu. At the same time, all the members of the Xinfeng Academy rushed from the other 6 directions, blocking any possible escape route for Xue Tianyu. What they had to do was to kill with one blow. Since Xue Tianyu is so arrogant, let him know how difficult it is to fight 7 people alone. However, Xue Tianyu looked at the 7 people rushing over calmly. He estimated that he should use a certain amount of strength to avoid killing them instantly. Then try 10% of your strength first. Xue Tianyu mobilized his soul power. Ice 1,000 miles. A layer of ice blue halo on Xue Tianyu's body spread out with him as the center. Everything that came into contact with it was frozen. Whether it was wind or people. When Feng Xiaotian saw the halo coming out, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. He felt that this was not a force he could resist. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Feng Xiaotian shouted. However, the characteristic of the Kamikaze Academy is that it attacks very quickly. When he shouted this, it was too late. The halo swept over, and all the people in the Kamikaze Academy were frozen in place. Feng Xiaotian himself had no time to react, and could only watch the ice blue halo flash by. Although he had used up all his soul power to resist, he was still frozen in an instant. So strong. Feng Xiaotian was desperate. He could kill an entire academy instantly by himself, how could he fight against this? At this moment, all the audience present were shocked by this scene. 1 against 7, and he killed them instantly. Fug! You! Xue Tianyu! Too strong! The fans of Tian Shui Academy in the stands were boiling. Although they had known that this would be the ending, it was still very exciting to see Xue Tianyu kill 7 people with one skill. After all, it was reasonable for a titled Douluo to kill 7 little chickens in an instant, right? The fans of Xinfeng Academy were silent. At this time, they learned about the original incident from other audiences around them. Now they were all numb. You should have said you are a titled Douluo earlier. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Tian Shui College wins. The referee was stunned. It was only after Xue Tianyu reminded him that the announcement was made. Otherwise, after being frozen for a long time, the 7 people from the Kamikaze College would have had some problems. Xue Tianyu walked back to the rest area enjoying the cheers of the fans. At this time, he found a long-legged beauty with red hair and an attractive figure in the rest area. He remembered that this long-legged beauty seemed to be called Huo Wu. You are so amazing. No wonder Bing-er looks crazy when she mentions you. Huo Wu's eyes were full of stars as she looked at Xue Tianyu. She came to Xue Tianyu, picked up one of his arms, and put all the plumpness in front of her into her hand. This posture is so ambiguous. How about you help us train at Shiwo Academy? Xue Tianyu was full of questions. No, who are you? Don't you know we still have to fight? It's okay. I can do anything if you want. Huo Wu looked at Xue Tianyu's powerful strength and envied him. But this scene happened to be seen by Feng Xiaotian after he escaped from the ice in a mess. Huo Wu, my Huo Wu, how could you do this? You should hug me. Love broke through his mind, and Feng Xiaoshan's face was distorted because of jealousy. Time passed. Xue Tianyu unexpectedly saw Qian Rongxiu outside the stadium. She was wearing a long dress and had an angelic face. Standing there is a beautiful scenery that can attract countless eyes. Congratulations, you are in the limelight today. Qian Rongxiu said to Xue Tianyu with a smile. At this time, she was wearing a golden long skirt, which was obviously carefully dressed up, and she looked like a holy and beautiful angel. Shui Tianyu smiled faintly. Tonight, I will help you kill Shui Ye and ascend the throne directly. Okay. Qian Rongxiu nodded. Thinking in her heart, after ascending the throne, she will tell Shui Tianyu something, and then go to find her brother. However, at this moment, the beads in her skirt pocket accidentally rolled out. The beads exuded a faint golden light, which instantly attracted Qian Rongxiu's attention. She was stunned when she lowered her head. This! Qian Daoliu's exhortation echoed in Qian Rongxiu's ears. This is the inheritance bead given by the gods. As long as you get close to the angel inheritor, it will light up. That person will also be her brother. The bead that lit up in front of her eyes was enough to explain everything. The brother she had been thinking about was so close. But why? It was him. Chapter 106. Qian Rongxiu burst into tears. She finally found her brother, but why was it so empty? Qian Rongxiu was completely stunned, standing there blankly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Her chest rose and fell violently. This! Could it be that Shui Tianyu was her brother? But this was not right. Shui Tianyu was a martial spirit of ice and snow, so he couldn't be her brother. According to Qian Daoliu, her brother's martial spirit should be an angel. Qian Rongxiu's first reaction was whether the bead was broken. But the angel god had only taken out the bead for a few days. Could it be? Although she didn't want to admit it, Qian Rongxiu was basically certain in her heart that Shui Tianyu was her biological brother. Emotions surged in her heart, and her mind was blank. Tianyu, are you still? Qian Rongxiu was choked as soon as she said a word. She hesitated. She didn't know whether she should ask him if he had two martial spirits. What's wrong? Shui Tianyu didn't hear clearly and asked again. Nothing. Qian Rongxiu sighed. Now her heart was completely confused. On one hand, her brother who had been looking for him for a long time was found, and on the other hand, she had feelings for Shui Tianyu. She didn't know what identity she should stand in front of Shui Tianyu. The word tangled was written all over her face at this time. The willow eyebrows were together, like the word sorrow. Finding her brother was a great joy, and she should be happy. But how could she face Shui Tianyu like this? Qian Rongxiu was going to show her cards, and you told me that they were siblings? She looked at Shui Tianyu with a bit of inexplicable loss in her eyes. What's wrong? Shui Tianyu noticed that Qian Rongxiu's expression was not right. Are you sick? He reached out and touched Qian Rongxiu's forehead, his expression full of concern. I'm fine. Qian Rongxiu grabbed Shui Tianyu's hand and put it on her face. Shui Tianyu didn't know why, but he felt that Qian Rongxiu's eyes seemed different from before. And this change happened suddenly. This made him full of question marks. Looking at the puzzled Shui Tianyu, Qian Rongxiu suddenly tiptoed, hooked her hands behind Shui Tianyu's head, and leaned forward to kiss him on the forehead. Qian Rongxiu looked at Shui Tianyu with a very gentle expression, and directly held Shui Tianyu's arm with both hands, and her body was very close. She suddenly remembered that Shui Tianyu once said that he grew up in the far north. There is wind and snow all year round. Qian Rongxiu felt distressed. I enjoy the 4 seasons like spring in Wuhan Palace, and enjoy a life of wealth and leisure. The food I eat is all mountain and sea delicacies, and the things I play with are all toys I like. Life in Wuhan City is rich and colorful. It can be said that if my mother can love me, Qian Rongxiu will definitely be a beautiful princess who is not worldly. But compared to her, her own brother grew up in the far north since he was a child. There are no toys, no food, and even no beautiful clothes. Qian Rongxiu dare not imagine that they are biological siblings, but their childhoods are so different. For so many years, my brother has suffered too much in life. The more Qian Rongxiu thinks about it, the sadder she feels. You must have grown up in the far north, it must have been very hard. There, you didn't even have any fun toys in your childhood. When she said this, Jian Rongxiu put herself into Xue Tianyu's childhood life in the far north. Every day, she can only see the white snow. There is not even a pier around her. It was very poor both materially and spiritually. It was hard to imagine that Xue Tianyu could be so elegant when he grew up in such an environment. Jian Rongxiu held Xue Tianyu's face with both hands, tears in her eyes. How much pain her brother had to go through to grow up to be like this. Xue Tianyu was a little surprised why Jian Rongxiu suddenly mentioned her childhood. No, Aunt Bing and Aunt Xue are very good to me. He looked at Jian Rongxiu and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Xue Tianyu didn't know Jian Rongxiu's mental journey, but suddenly felt that Jian Rongxiu in front of him became a little strange. It seemed that there was a struggle in her heart. "Tonight we will go kill Xue yet, don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Xue Tianyu gently took Jian Rongxiu into his arms and comforted her, "Don't think too much." He thought Jian Rongxiu was just nervous about becoming the emperor of Tiandu. Well, Jian Rongxiu saw Xue Tianyu actually comforting her, and then she realized that her inner entanglement and struggle were felt by Xue Tianyu. She quickly wiped away the tears that were about to squeeze out of her eyes. Such Xue Tianyu is the best brother in the world. She raised her head and reached out to touch Xue Tianyu's head, just like what a sister often does to her brother. It's been 20 years, and this is the first time for this pair of siblings. It's just that Jian Rongxiu doesn't know how to face the change of identity, and she doesn't want to break this relationship first. After today, I will be the empress. No matter where you are in the future, I will protect you well. Protect me? Xue Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled, "Silly girl, why do I need your protection?" However, Xue Tianyu felt warm in his heart when he heard Jian Rongxiu say that. He didn't know that Jian Rongxiu already knew his identity, and he still regarded himself as a friend. "I don't care, I'm the empress, you have to listen to me," Jian Rongxiu said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you." Xue Tianyu couldn't beat Jian Rongxiu, so he had to agree dotingly. Seeing Xue Tianyu being so obedient, Jian Rongxiu took his hand, "Let's go, accompany me for a walk." Xue Tianyu couldn't bear to break away from Jian Rongxiu's hand. The two of them went shopping hand in hand. During this period, Jian Rongxiu looked around like a curious little girl. She would stop for a long time at every stall that interested her. Xue Tianyu sighed inwardly. After tonight, her identity would be the empress, and she would never be able to do such little girl things again. He looked at Jian Rongxiu and made up his mind. "In the future, I will make everyone in the world envious, you are my sister." Just when Xue Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu were shopping hand in hand, Feng Xiaotian also came out alone to relax. They are in the Kamikaze Academy. The reputation of the school took a sharp turn for the worse. An entire team was killed by one person in a second, which is unacceptable no matter which academy it is. What made Feng Xiaotian upset was Huo Wu. Just now, he went to Huo Wu for comfort, but she told him to get out of here, saying that she was afraid that brother Tianyu would misunderstand him. Feng Xiaotian felt as if he had eaten shit. It was obviously him who fell in love with Huo Wu first, but now he just felt that there was a green grassland on his head. Just then, he saw Xue Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu walking hand in hand in the crowd. For a moment, his heart exploded. "You have such a beautiful woman, but you still covet my Huo Wu?" Chapter 107. Jian Rongxiu is unwilling. "Why? I feel safe following Xue Tianyu." "Stop!" Feng Xiaotian screamed at Xue Tianyu. Then he stood in front of Xue Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu. Xue Tianyu frowned and looked at Feng Xiaotian. "What's wrong?" He was not afraid of killing people in the street. Prince Xuebeng liked to jump in front of him before, so he killed him. What do you want to do?" Feeling Xue Tianyu's eyes, Feng Xiaotian was stunned. He suddenly remembered the fear he felt after being frozen during the game. Instantly, cold sweat broke out. "What am I doing?" Isn't this just looking for death? Feng Xiaotian saw it when he was frantically searching for Xue Tianyu's information after the game. At the beginning of the Soul Master competition, Xue Tianyu defeated Haoshan Douluo with a crushing attitude. He even killed Prince Xuebeng, who molested the girl next to him in the street in Tiandu Imperial City. Afterwards, Emperor Xueye did not dare to look for Xue Tianyu at all. Tianyu's trouble, and even gave him the national treasure Hanhai Kyun Kun Zao as an apology. Feng Xiaotian was numb when he knew the news. You said you have the strength of a titled Douluo, and you still come back to participate in the Soul Master competition. It's fun to bully newbies, right? The reason why Shenfeng Academy suffered so badly this time was because of the lack of information. Now because of Huo Wu's matter, Feng Xiaotian got hot-headed and stopped in front of Xue Tianyu. The vendors setting up stalls around recognized Xue Tianyu as the Tian Shui male student who was the tyrannical Haoshan Douluo and killed the Snow Breach Prince in the street to eliminate harm for the people. When they saw that there were boys from other academies who dared to stop him, they suddenly became interested and wanted to watch the fun. This kid is brave, he actually dared to stop Xue Tianyu. Look, his hands are shaking now, it seems that he is still afraid. Haha. This kid is probably regretting it now. Indeed. Feng Xiaotian, who had reacted now, felt his scalp tingling. He had to tread carefully in every step that followed, otherwise he would probably die on the spot in the next second. Feng Xiaotian already felt that Xue Tianyu was dissatisfied with him. Plop. He made a decision that went against his ancestors and knelt directly in front of Xue Tianyu. As the saying goes, you should not hit a smiling person. Feng Xiaotian knelt so decisively that Xue Tianyu could not find a way to kill him. His reasons. What are you doing? Xue Tianyu asked speechlessly. This is too self-conscious. Please, give Huo Wu back to me. Without Huo Wu, I have no motivation to live. Feng Xiaotian grabbed Xue Tianyu's trouser legs, his face full of pleading. I only love Huo Wu in my life. How can I live without her? Xue Tianyu was speechless. He took his trouser legs back from Feng Xiaoshan's hands. I have never seen such a humble dog. It has even reached the point of being a slut. Feng Xiaotian was afraid that Xue Tianyu would not agree, so he quickly caught up and said, I really love Huo Wu. In order to get in touch with her, I became good friends with Huo Wushuan. Xue Tianyu waved his hand. Okay, in broad daylight, you kneel in front of me like this, which has a great impact on the image of your school. I won't get up if you don't agree. Feng Xiaotian insisted on Xue Tianyu giving him a promise. Xue Tianyu was already a little annoyed. He frowned and said, I don't have any idea about Huo Wu. Really? Feng Xiaotian suspected that Xue Tianyu just wanted to perfunctorily deal with him. He didn't believe that with Huo Wu's beauty, he was already moved. How could Xue Tianyu not be moved at all? Huo Wu is so beautiful, how could you not be moved at all? In Feng Xiaoshan's eyes, Huo Wu was the most beautiful. If it was just a chance encounter, it would be fine. He saw with his own eyes the intimate interaction between Huo Wu and Xue Tianyu. He put himself in her shoes. If it was him, Huo Wu didn't need to be so proactive, he would be completely conquered. Xue Tianyu was speechless. He didn't expect Feng Xiaotian to be such a person. Huo Wu is the most beautiful in your eyes, but she is just average in my eyes. Xue Tianyu said without hesitation. Has Xue Tianyu seen few beauties? Huo Wu is indeed very beautiful in front of ordinary people, but which of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor Guyuina besides Xue Tianyu is not more beautiful than her? Even Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er are not much different from Huo Wu. Since you said so, then you promise me that from now on, don't get close to Huo Wu. Xue Tianyu's face was full of question marks. No, what's wrong with this guy? He wants to restrict me? Are you blackmailing me morally? No. Feng Xiaotian didn't admit it. But he pointed at Qian Rongxue behind Xue Tianyu and said. But the woman next to you is obviously your woman. What do you want to say? Shui Tianyu frowned, feeling that Feng Xiaotian couldn't say a good word. I want to say that the woman behind you doesn't want to see you two-timing, right? I don't think she is a promiscuous person. Feng Xiaotian regretted the moment he said it. He likes to talk nonsense on weekdays, and now he slipped his tongue at the critical moment. However, the words have been spoken, and he can't take them back. I can only hope that Shui Tianyu doesn't care. However, the next second, Shui Tianyu's whole body burst out with momentum. He narrowed his eyes and his tone dropped to the freezing point. Very good, what you said has already brought death. In front of him, scolding Jian Rongxiu. This is absolutely intolerable. Feng Xiaotian was sweating profusely. He immediately apologized awkwardly, sorry, I said the wrong thing. It doesn't matter. Shui Tianyu grabbed with his right hand, and the ice god spear appeared in his hand. Before reincarnation in the next life, remember to learn how to speak. Don't kill me. Feng Xiaoshan's face was completely stiff. Shui Tianyu looked at his appearance, no longer hesitated, and shot directly through Feng Xiaoshan's neck. Instant kill. Puff. Blood spilled. Feng Xiaoshan's head fell to the ground instantly. Shui Tianyu took back the ice god spear. The scene fell into silence. Jian Rongxiu saw that Shui Tianyu's side was over, so she stepped forward and hugged his arm. Is this the sense of security that Shui Tianyu gave her? As long as someone said something bad about them, Shui Tianyu would stand up for them. She felt warm in her heart, but the feeling of emptiness has not dissipated yet. Why? It was him. Jian Rongxiu sighed in her heart, and thousands of words could not overcome the unwillingness in her heart. Just as she was thinking about this, a voice that sounded like a woman's eunuch came through. Oh, Master Shui Tianyu, I finally found you. Shui Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu were stunned at the same time, and turned to look behind them. I saw a eunuch hurriedly coming to Shui Tianyu. Your Majesty knows that you are back and wants to see you. Tonight, a dinner party is specially set up in the palace to welcome you. I wonder if Master Shui Tianyu has time. Tonight? Shui Tianyu thought, I really want to sleep now. Someone handed me a pillow. It's just right that I'm going to the banquet tonight, and I'll kill Emperor Shuiye by the way, and help Jian Rongxiu ascend the throne tomorrow. Chapter 108 Jian Rongxiu, Tianyu, I will miss you forever, forever. When the eunuch was delivering the message, he saw Feng Xiaoshan's body from a distance. But just like the people around him, they all pretended not to see it. Who dares to say a word in front of Shui Tianyu's absolute strength? The eunuch was very sensible and just glanced at him and didn't look at him again. Even how could they dare to offend someone that even Emperor Shuiye dared not to offend? The eunuch also knew Feng Xiaotian. He knew that he was the pride of the Divine Wind Academy. Unfortunately, he offended the wrong person. After the eunuch brought the message, he watched with his eyes and nose, and never said a word more. Having stayed in the palace for many years, he knew that accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger, and many times saying one more word would kill him on the spot. I know, you go back and tell His Majesty that I will attend on time. Shui Tianyu looked up at the eunuch. Then I will wait for the arrival of the adults. After saying that, the eunuch bowed to Shui Tianyu and left. And Shui Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu also left afterwards, leaving Feng Xiaoshan's body lying on the cold ground, and no one dared to collect his body for him. Since Emperor Shuiye himself gave such a good opportunity to make a move, let's send him to the west tonight. Shui Tianyu smiled faintly. He and Jian Rongxiu had returned to the hotel entrance. Since he is planning to hold a banquet tonight, we can use poison. Jian Rongxiu lowered her head and pondered. Poison. Shui Tianyu looked at Jian Rongxiu curiously, are you ready? Jian Rongxiu nodded. In fact, the plan to seize the Tiandu Empire has been in the Spirit Hall for a long time. This plan existed at least when Qianrongxue was a child, otherwise Qianrongxue would not have replaced Xue Qinghe for so many years. There were many plans for how to seize power. After all, Emperor Xueye was also a hero of the time, and the Tiandu Empire became stronger under his governance. Unless there was an excellent opportunity, it would be very difficult to assassinate him directly. So Qianrongxue lurked for so many years just to have an extra guarantee. As long as Qianrongxue disguised herself well enough, she could directly ascend the throne and become emperor with the identity of Xue Qinghe as the prince. But this peaceful evolution is only a bottom-line strategy. If one day we can seize the opportunity to kill Emperor Xueye directly, it would be better. So all these years, in the branch hall of Wuhan Hall in Tiandu Imperial City, various highly toxic drugs are actually buried in order to secretly poison Emperor Xueye. But for so many years, even Xue Qinghe, the crown prince, could not find a chance to poison. Of course, this is also related to the sensitivity of his identity. After all, there is also Prince Xuebeng and Prince Xuexing watching covetously. If Emperor Xueye died, but they inherited in the end, it would be a loss. Now Xuebeng is dead. Prince Xuexing can be killed together with Emperor Xueye at the banquet tonight. Everything is so logical. The poison will take effect tonight. Qianrongxue continued, this time, it will be foolproof. Xue Tianyu nodded, then, the change of the sky will happen tonight. As long as Qianrongxue successfully ascends the throne, Xue Tianyu can go back to the far north to find the Tianmeng silkworm with peace of mind. After all, according to the cunning of that soul beast, it may take a lot of time to find it. Then I need to go back to the Wuhan Hall to prepare. Qianrongxue thought that since it was preparing for a banquet, then Xue Qinghe, who she pretended to be, would definitely be notified by Emperor Xueye to enter the palace in advance as the heir to the throne. The prince's mansion also needs to be arranged as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qianrongxue felt a sense of loneliness in her heart. She had to separate from Xue Tianyu again. She was reluctant. The time spent with Xue Tianyu was always short. But the next thing to do was very important. She sighed, I'm leaving. Both the spirit hall and the prince's mansion need to prepare for the upcoming dinner. I guess the eunuchs from the palace are waiting for me at my house now. Then see you at the banquet tonight. Xue Tianyu nodded, without trying to persuade her to stay. There are many things to do next, enough for Qianrongxue to be busy for a while. Qianrongxue looked into Xue Tianyu's eyes and suddenly stretched out her hands to hold his face. Sometimes, we are so connected that I really feel like you are my relative. Qianrongxue deliberately sighed. What if I am? Xue Tianyu responded with a smile. He didn't know yet that Qianrongxue already knew his true identity. Now he is still preparing and laying the groundwork for his own active exposure of his identity later. Qianrongxue smiled faintly, then I am also satisfied. She hooked her arms around Xue Tianyu's neck, tiptoed gently, and kissed Xue Tianyu on the forehead again. Xue Tianyu hugged Qianrongxue's slender waist and buried her head in her shoulders and hair. In this hug, Xue Tianyu was a little strong, almost fitting Qianrongxue completely to himself. The soft touch and the unique body fragrance of the girl made Xue Tianyu feel very warm. I should go. Qianrongxue wanted Xue Tianyu to hug her more, but there were still many things she needed to do today. Well. Xue Tianyu responded softly, and then let her go. Qianrongxue looked at Xue Tianyu deeply, reached out and touched his face, and then turned and left. Remember to think of me, Tianyu. I will always think of you, forever. A soft voice sounded, and Xue Tianyu looked at Qianrongxue's leaving back, with a gentle look on his face. Xue Tianyu returned to the hotel. Seeing that Bingdi, Suidi, and Gu Yuina were sitting at the same table. Tianyu, when are we going to the far north to hunt Tianmeng? Seeing Xue Tianyu coming back, Gu Yuina immediately gave up the seat next to her. Come sit here. Xue Tianyu didn't know what Gu Yuina was thinking, and sat down beside her. I'll go after I finish my work here. Xue Tianyu estimated, it may take some time. So I said, it's best for you to wait for me in the Xingde Great Forest. It's okay, I'm also interested in the human world, I'll listen to you when to go. In front of Bingdi and Suidi, Gu Yuina deliberately approached Xue Tianyu, picked up Xue Tianyu's arm and stuffed it into her turbulent arms. In an instant, the soft touch made Xue Tianyu a little numb. Not only that, Gu Yuina's whole body almost leaned on Xue Tianyu's, and the fragrance on her body was absorbed by Xue Tianyu. Gu Yuina, don't do this. Xue Tianyu couldn't stand such a big scale and hurried to dissuade her. However, Gu Yuina stretched out her snow-white and slender index finger to hook Xue Tianyu's chin. Why, don't you like me? No, I said the progress is too fast. Xue Tianyu felt from Gu Yuina that he could be considered conservative. Chapter 109 Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong will regret it. The abandoned baby returns for revenge. Xue Tianyu's face was slightly flushed at this time, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. This Gu Yuina is really good at it. This level of initiative made Xue Tianyu feel embarrassed. At this moment, Xue Di, who was sitting opposite Xue Tianyu, looked at Gu Yuina, who seemed to be a bit of a guest who took over the host's position, and his face looked very unpleasant. She knew Xue Tianyu when he was still a baby. How many days have you, Gu Yuina, been like this? Reserved. She silently brought out a pot of tea. This is the green tea I brewed. Gu Yuina, you haven't tasted it yet, come and try it. A smile appeared on Xue Di's face, and she emphasized the word green. But Gu Yuina didn't care. Tea? Isn't it just brewed green leaves? Gu Yuina smiled indifferently, I usually eat it raw. It's different. Xue Tianyu picked up a cup of tea and drank it, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. This green tea is really delicious. Looking at the expression on Xue Tianyu's face, Bing Di, who was sitting next to Xue Di, frowned in disdain. She even suspected that Xue Tianyu's tongue was poisoned by Xue Di. This tea with a super bad taste can be said to be delicious without hesitation. However, she glanced at Gu Yuina secretly, and her expression immediately changed. Well, it tastes good, Gu Yuina, try it quickly. She couldn't suffer alone with such a bad tea. Gu Yuina saw that Bingdi and Xue Tianyu said that the tea tasted good, so she didn't hesitate to pick up a cup of green tea and take a sip. Suddenly, a smell like rotten leaves falling from rotten and smelly wood filled her mouth. What the hell is called delicious? Gu Yuina began to sympathize with Xue Tianyu at this time. She thought Xue Tianyu was forced by Suidi to say it tasted good. At this time, she was also observing the expressions of Suidi and Bingdi. They both seemed to be waiting for her evaluation. In order to compete with them for Xue Tianyu, Gu Yuina also risked her life. It tastes good. If it tastes good, drink more. Suidi happily brought all the remaining cups to Gu Yuina. Hey! Although Xue Di's expression was sincere, Gu Yuina was very suspicious in her heart whether this woman was taking revenge on her. For something so unpalatable, she even had the patience to let her drink more? Did she not know that the word delicious was just a polite remark? Looking at the many cups of tea in front of her, Gu Yuina felt bitter. After Gu Yuina made excuses to escape in a slightly embarrassed manner, Xue Tianyu felt that he had to make some preparations for the evening. So he also returned to the room. However, when he was about to close the door, a pair of white jade hands like sheep fat cream gently pushed against the door. Tianyu, can I come in? Xue Di said softly. Gu Yuina's appearance gave Xue Di great uneasiness. She was afraid that if she was not careful, Xue Tianyu would be snatched away by Gu Yuina. Of course I can. Xue Tianyu looked at Xue Di's hesitation and thought of Gu Yuina's teasing of him. It was as if a beast in his heart opened its eyes. Suddenly, a primitive impulse surged into his head. He pulled Xue Di into the door and locked it. Pa! Ying! Xue Tianyu reached out and banged Xue Di against the wall. A blush quickly appeared on Xue Di's face. Thinking of Xue Tianyu's confession before, her heart moved fiercely. The two people's eyes met, as if time had stopped. At this moment, a speechless emotion flowed between their eyes. Xue Tianyu breathed rapidly, and couldn't help but gently stretched out his hand and gently stroked Xue Di's white skin, feeling her warmth and softness. Xue Di's eyebrows trembled slightly, as if she was a little afraid of what was going to happen next, but she didn't avoid his touch. If it weren't for the sense of crisis brought by Guyuina, she might not be like this. Seeing Xue Di did not refuse, and Xue Tianyu was a little excited. He slowly embraced Xue Di in his arms. Xue Di's body stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed and let him hold her. Their breaths intertwined, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Smelling the virgin scent on Xue Di's body, Xue Tianyu's heartbeat accelerated. He knew that if he missed this moment, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next time. So Xue Tianyu couldn't help but lower his head and gently kissed Xue Di's lips. Xue Di's eyes slowly closed, and love was entangled. Seeing that she did not refuse the kiss, Xue Tianyu felt warm in his heart and began to feel restless. His hand slowly stroked Xue Di's delicate body, feeling her exquisite curves. The fingertips gently stroked the snow-white neck and back, and then stayed on her delicate waist. Xue Di's breathing became rapid and her body began to heat up. Xue Tianyu's hand continued to move downward, sliding across Xue Di's slender legs and finally stopping at her jade feet. He gently held her feet and felt her temperature. No, don't. Her toes curled up slightly, and Xue Di felt very shy. Xue Tianyu raised his head and looked at Xue Di's beautiful shy face, his heart full of love. He kissed her lips again, this time more passionately and deeply. Xue Di finally couldn't resist Xue Tianyu's passionate love, and hugged his neck tightly with both hands. Tianyu, don't leave me. Well. On the other side, Jian Rongxu walked alone on the way back to Wuhan Hall. In her hand, she held the inheritance bead that had just dimmed. Finally, I found my brother. It should be a happy thing, but why can't I stop my tears from falling from the corners of my eyes? Jian Rongxu raised her head and sighed, trying not to let others see her tears. Yes, I found my brother. But why did it have to be him? She returned to the branch of the spirit hall in a daze. In an empty corner, she took out the inheritance bead that had completely lost its light. Why didn't you take it out before you met him? Jian Rongxu slid down against the wall, her face in pain. What should I do, what should I do? She wanted to throw away the bead at this moment, pretending that she knew nothing and continued to walk with Xue Tianyu. But she and Xue Tianyu are biological siblings. This is a family relationship that cannot be separated. No matter what, the bond between her and Xue Tianyu is doomed. Jian Rongxu recalled the bits and pieces of her previous chats with Xue Tianyu. It should have been such a painful memory and growth experience, but he was so optimistic. Jian Rongxu knew that she had to compensate her brother. She took a deep breath and put the beads back in place. She was going to prepare for the evening banquet. I just don't know what Bibi Dong's expression would be if she knew that Xue Tianyu was the abandoned baby she strangled and threw away, the one who threw away her own brother. It would probably be very exciting. Chapter 110 Jian Rongxu presents the Vast Sea Universe cover. Shui Yi's death date. Night fell. Inside the Tiandu Palace. This was the first time that Emperor Shui Yi gathered so many people to hold a palace banquet. In addition to winning over Xue Tianyu, this banquet also had other purposes. For example, Ning Fengzi, who had just arrived with Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Rongrong, wanted to take advantage of this banquet to meet Xue Tianyu. Emperor Shui Yi cared a lot about this banquet. It can be said that it is the key to whether the Tiandu Empire will be strong in the future. If a good relationship with Xue Tianyu can be successfully established at this banquet, the Tiandu Empire will not even be afraid of the Spirit Hall anymore. Your Majesty, please take care of what we agreed on before. Originally, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi could have ignored Emperor Shuye. But now, for Ning Rongrong, he has begged Emperor Shuye 3 times. This is also one of the reasons for this dinner. In fact, when Ning Rongrong returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect crying that night, Ning Fengzi heard that his daughter had suffered such a great humiliation, and he was so angry that he wanted to call Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to teach Xue Tianyu a lesson. However, he soon learned the details of the incident from the informant. The most important thing here is that Xue Tianyu abused Haoshan Douluo alone and killed Prince Xuebeng in the street. This kind of person made Emperor Shuye have no desire for revenge. Can crush Tang Hao, and Young, this kind of person, can't be offended. Ning Fengzi gave up the idea of revenge the moment he got this news. What kind of person is it that can abuse Haoshan Douluo? Very strong. He must not offend easily. Therefore, after learning that Xue Tianyu had returned to the Tiandu Empire to continue participating in the Soul Master competition, he came to the palace to ask Emperor Shuye to act as a middleman to make peace between his Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Xue Tianyu. Master Ning, don't worry. Emperor Shuye was quite confident. He patted Ning Fengzi on the shoulder and smiled casually. After all, I am the Emperor of Tiandu, and I think he will give me some, of course. Ning Fengzi had already asked Emperor Shuye for help, so he kept smiling and said, "It's all up to you, Your Majesty." Okay, haha. Emperor Shuye nodded. In his eyes, he gave Xue Qinghe the vast sea universe cover and asked him to build a good relationship with Xue Tianyu. But on the day Xuebeng died, they lost the trace of Xue Tianyu. So the vast sea universe cover has never had a chance to be sent out. Xue Qinghe said that once he knew the trace of Xue Tianyu, he would immediately go to Xue Tianyu to build a relationship. Over the years, Emperor Shuye knew that his prince had always been comprehensive in doing things, and he had never worried about anything. So he assumed that Xue Tianyu would be very friendly to the Tiandu Empire. This time he suddenly sent someone to notifying Xue Tianyu was also based on this idea. Emperor Shuye felt that he had taken out the national treasure. No matter what, you can't refuse my invitation to dinner. As the saying goes, don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. Emperor Shuye felt that he should still be able to say a few words in front of Xue Tianyu. He also had his own little thoughts at this time. With the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's persuasion, he would be equivalent to tying one of the top 3 sects to the Tiandu Empire in the future. In the future, whether the Xingluo Empire or the Wuhan Hall are causing trouble, they will have to weigh the comprehensive strength of Tiandu. The Tiandu Empire is thriving. Shuye couldn't help fantasizing. It can be said that at such a dinner, every participating force has 800 thoughts. Of course, some are happy and some are sad. Seeing Emperor Shuye laughing so happily, Ning Rongrong was very unhappy. Her idea was to come back and complain, and then her father would bring Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, 2 titled Douluos, to help her get back the face. She was extremely dissatisfied in her heart. After all, she had been recovering from the injury for a long time after the kneeling incident. This can be said to be the first time she has suffered such a serious injury since she was born. Before taking revenge on Xue Tianyu, she could not let go of that matter. This breath has been held in her heart for a long time. It can be said that because of what happened that night, the entire Shrek Academy was broken up. Oscar, who saw through Ning Rongrong's heart, left in anger. Ning Rongrong wanted to keep her, but he turned around and left, as if he had made up his mind. Especially the tragic death of Dai Mubai, which broke the camel's back. The Shrek 7 devils were completely alienated. Coupled with Tang San's departure, Ning Rongrong had no reason to stay in Shrek Academy. Seeing that her lover was thinking about redeeming Xiaowu until the end, Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable. But Xue Tianyu set up a scam to test people's hearts, so that her loyal dog also left her. Xue Tianyu, I hate you. Ning Rongrong hated Xue Tianyu to death. So when she returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she did not mention how strong Xue Tianyu was. She just hoped that Ning Fengzi could help her get revenge. In Ning Rongrong's opinion, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao was just average in strength. He could only be abused by Xue Tianyu like that, which meant he was too weak. Her Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Luo, the two titled Douluo. How can a Tang Hao who was beaten by the Spirit Hall compare with his own Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword? Both the two Douluo Sword and Bone are much stronger than Tang Hao. However, Ning Fengzi, who was originally indignant and ready to lead his men to kill directly at the Tian Shui Team Hotel, immediately changed his face after learning about Xue Tianyu's deeds. Ning Rongrong couldn't understand that your own daughter was abused like this, and you could still be so calm. You actually chose to keep things quiet. Ning Rongrong was speechless. So this time, she had a sour face throughout the banquet. Unhappy, the emotion was written all over his face. Ning Fengzi certainly knew what Ning Rongrong was thinking. She could be willful, but Ning Fengzi couldn't. He was forced to make this decision. The current situation is very strange and serious. Haoshan sect closed the mountain, and it is unknown when it will come out again. And the Spirit Hall has been restless recently, and I don't know what it is planning. In addition, the Xingluo Empire has been eyeing it covetously. In this case, if you are not careful, you may fall into an abyss of no return. Ning Fengzi didn't dare to gamble with the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. So at this time, it is the right choice not to offend Xue Tianyu, a strong man who can kill Tang Hao in seconds. What's more, his informant also told him that there are obviously strong people behind Xue Tianyu. That's right, it would be abnormal if such a young Jedi strongman didn't have a stronger hermit strongman to assist him in cultivation. In fact, Ning Fengzi has an immature fantasy. At this moment of impending storm, if his Kaibao Liulai sect can marry Xue Tianyu, then there will be capital for the heroes to compete for supremacy. Of course, this is purely Ning Fengzi's fantasy. Rongrong is too ignorant, but he is still young. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who had her unwillingness engraved on her forehead, and couldn't help but sigh. This possibility is too small. There is no way, he can't force Ning Rongrong on the matter of marriage, so he can only choose another way to build a good relationship with Xue Tianyu. In the hotel of Tian Shui College, Qian Rongxiu came to Xue Tianyu's room with a beautiful smile. She came here at this time to give Xue Tianyu something very important. This is what Xue Ye asked me to give to you. Qian Rongxiu took out an extremely strange thing. This thing is a blue three-dimensional triangle with a crystal clear surface. The whole thing is carved from sapphire. Although it is only the size of a palm, it contains crystal blue light. Chapter 111. Qian Rongxiu is confused. He is my brother. Decided to show my cards. When Qian Rongxiu took it out, a very strange blue energy wave kept coming out of it. The surface of the entire triangle is rippling with water-like patterns, and these patterns do not seem to be carved. Circles of blue light flickered as if alive. From a distance, it looks like a blue gem. This is... Xue Tianyu felt that it has a great power when he first saw it. Boundless Sea Universe cover. Qian Rongxiu handed it to Xue Tianyu. This is also a national treasure of the Tiandu Empire. Take it. It will be yours sooner or later anyway. As soon as Xue Tianyu touched the triangle, it seemed to have its own consciousness and turned into a blue light that poured into Xue Tianyu's body. Then, a small triangular crystal appeared in Xue Tianyu's mind. Then, the four skills of the Boundless Sea Universe cover emerged in Xue Tianyu's mind. The first skill, the Boundless Sea Body Shield, can make Xue Tianyu invisible, and Xue Tianyu can form a circle of defensive shields formed by flowing water on his own surface. The second skill is the Universe Calming Shield, which is a control-locking skill that can seal the body of an enemy whose mental power is less than 3 times that of Xue Tianyu, making it unable to move. The third and fourth skills are both offensive skills. Although the group attack Boundless Sea Tide can attack many targets at the same time, the damage is lacking. The single target attack skill, Kyunkan Pomo, has a strong penetrating ability and can cause great damage in single attacks. This thing is really good. Xue Tianyu was quite satisfied. As long as you like it. Qian Rongxiu smiled. This is the national treasure of you humans. Gu Yuina narrowed her eyes slightly. She felt a trace of divine power in this Hanhai Kyunkan cover. Obviously, this thing should be considered a divine weapon. There are more than just him and Qian Rongxiu in Xue Tianyu's room now. Gu Yuina and Xue Di are both here. Xue Tianyu told Xue Di about what happened tonight. After all, he was out for so long at night, so he needed to tell Xue Di to prevent her from worrying. As for Gu Yuina, she came up purely because she saw many beauties in Xue Tianyu's room. Then she saw the Hanhai Kyunkan cover. Of course, Qian Rongxiu didn't come here specifically to deliver things. She brought a set of clothes. Tonight, she was going to confront Emperor Shuye, so a beautiful evening dress was essential. Wait for me, I'll change into a dress, you can help me see if it looks good. Qian Rongxiu reached out and touched Xue Tianyu's face, then went into the bathroom. Xue Tianyu didn't care. It's just that there was a Xiaowu who had been controlled by Xue Tianyu in the bathroom. At least it was quite successful on the surface. Soon, Xue Tianyu heard the sound of stripping in the bathroom. With a creak, Qian Rongxiu walked out slowly. At this moment, her low-cut dress outlined her beautiful figure. The white legs stretched out from under the skirt, and the white and tender jade feet touched the ground, like sheep-fat jade, intoxicating. However, Qian Rongxiu's face was red at this moment, and she seemed very shy. What's wrong? Xue Tianyu was a little confused. Qian Rongxiu glanced at Xue Di and Gu Yuina. She was not familiar with either of them. But Xue Tianyu. Qian Rongxiu was tangled in her heart for a while, then waved to Xue Tianyu. Help me unzip the zipper on the back of my skirt. Then she turned around and showed her beautiful back and shoulders, which were whiter than snow, to Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu approached Qian Rongxiu. A scent of grandma came to her nose. It seemed that Qian Rongxiu had taken a bath before coming to Xue Tianyu's room. This scent made Xue Tianyu feel very comfortable. Hurry up! Qian Rongxiu was very shy with her back exposed. The most important thing was that there were two other women present, which made her feel like she was naked and being watched. Xue Tianyu stretched out his hand to pull the pull ring, and put his other hand on Qian Rongxiu's shoulder. Then he pulled hard. Click! The pull ring was stuck. This is also the reason why Qian Rongxiu couldn't zip it up by herself. Is the dress too small? Xue Tianyu was a little confused. No. It's designed like this on purpose. Qian Rongxiu explained, when you pull it up, I have to pull my stomach in at the same time. Xue Tianyu nodded in understanding. Then, with the cooperation of the two, the zipper was pulled up. This tight evening dress fits Qian Rongxiu's figure perfectly, and the snow-white scenery on her chest is squeezed out to show two very deep career lines. As she turned around, her snow-white legs were faintly visible under the hem of the skirt. Ruo Xian. Tianyu, do you think I'm beautiful? Qian Rongxiu asked with a red face. The most beautiful. Xue Tianyu nodded. You are the only one who likes to say nice things. Qian Rongxiu coquettishly hit Xue Tianyu, and then looked at Gu Yuina who was watching the show on the side. Am I beautiful, or is she beautiful? Xue Tianyu was helpless. How should I answer this question? It can be said that no matter how I respond, it is wrong. If you say Qian Rongxiu is more beautiful, Gu Yuina will be angry. If you say Gu Yuina is beautiful, Qian Rongxiu will definitely be unhappy. This is a suicide question. At this time, Xue Di saw that Xue Tianyu was a little embarrassed. She stood up to help Xue Tianyu out. Tianyu, do you really not need help with tonight's matter? Xue Tianyu looked at Xue Di gratefully. This is a great help. No need, don't worry Aunt Xue, I can handle it myself. There are no strong people in the Tiandu royal family. The only poison Douluo will probably just run away when he sees me. Xue Ye will die tonight. Xue Tianyu is now stronger than when he was tyrannical Haoshan Douluo, and he also has the ice god inheritance. So he can easily handle the palace coup at the dinner. At this time, Xue Tianyu saw that Xue Di's clothes were a little messy. Suddenly thinking of the intimacy with Xue Di today, a smile of aftertaste appeared on his face. Fragrant lips and jade feet, soft and tender. He stepped forward and took Xue Di into his arms, and then carefully helped her tidy up her collar. And secretly took advantage of her. Xue Di blushed instantly. She grabbed Xue Tianyu with both hands, trying to stop him with her eyes. After all, this was in front of so many people. How embarrassing! After he helped Xue Di tidy up her clothes, they reluctantly separated. Xue Di had already blushed with shame. After all, Xue Tianyu's technique is a bit professional. Qian Rongxiu looked at Xue Tianyu and Xue Di being so intimate, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth. She wanted it too. But isn't this a bit strange? Qian Rongxiu reached into her pocket and quietly grasped the glowing inheritance bead. Her white fingers trembled slightly, and her mood fluctuated. If there is no bead, how can there be no will of the angel god? What will be the relationship between her and Xue Tianyu now? Qian Rongxiu couldn't stop fantasizing, and a little imperceptible loss was revealed in her crystal-clear pupils. Maybe it's time to show my identity to Xue Tianyu. If he knew that he had a sister like me and relatives, he would probably be very happy. It's a good thing that he didn't grow up under Bibi Dong. He doesn't have to be tortured by that woman. Qian Rongxiu decided that after assassinating Xue Ye tonight, she would hand over the inheritance bead to Xue Tianyu. But how will she get along with Xue Tianyu at that time? She grew up alone in the spirit hall since she was a child, and later replaced Xue Qinghe, and was raised as a boy. She didn't know how she and her brother should get along to appear more natural. Especially this brother, Qian Rongxiu had already placed most of her thoughts on him before. Perhaps, this is fate. God is blind. Lovers. Chapter 112 Qian Rongxiu interlocks fingers. Revenge Bibi Dong. Perhaps the most vicious curse in the world is that lovers end up as siblings. Looking at Xue Di's blushing face and panting, Qian Rongxiu grabbed the hem of her dress, with a look of loneliness. At this time, Gu Yuina had the same look as Qian Rongxiu, and even did not hide her unhappiness. As early as knowing that Xue Tianyu inherited the throne of the ancient ice god and could help her sweep the divine world, she had made up her mind to get Xue Tianyu. At this time, seeing Xue Tianyu and Xue Di so close, she couldn't help but frown. It's too fast with me. It's not time yet, but with Xue Di. Gu Yuina's eyes flickered. Since that's the case, she felt that she should take the initiative. Seeing Xue Tianyu and Xue Di separate, she immediately stepped forward to block them. Gu Yuina stretched out her delicate hand and put it on Xue Tianyu's shoulder. Tianyu, come to my room tonight. I have something good to show you. While speaking, Gu Yuina seemed to be hanging on Xue Tianyu's body. The graceful and exquisite curves were unreservedly pressed against Xue Tianyu. Xue Di looked at Gu Yuina like this, and the expression on her face fell. Okay, you like to play like this, right? I'm afraid not tonight. Xue Tianyu kept his mind and looked towards the direction of the palace. I have something special to do tonight, wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? Gu Yuina's brows slightly frowned. Are you planning to work all night tonight? What party is going to last all night? Gu Yuina was in the room, and after hearing what several people said, she roughly knew that Xue Tianyu had an important party to attend tonight. It seems that there are other things to do. But these are not important. With Xue Tianyu's current strength, she will not worry. So she thinks that this matter should be settled soon. But now Xue Tianyu said tomorrow, so she can't refuse his face. Well, we have a deal, we must come. Guyuina stretched out her jade fingers and drew circles on Xue Tianyu's chest with a bit of sourness, like a wronged young wife. This scene made Xue head smoke. It seems that the cup of green tea in the daytime really didn't blacken her. Xue Tianyu was unable to bear Guyuina's attack. He grabbed her white and tender shoulders, sighed and nodded, "Okay, I will come tomorrow." After getting Xue Tianyu's affirmative answer, Guyuina's beautiful face finally bloomed with a smile. "Then I look forward to tomorrow, Tianyu." At this time, the other people in the room looked at Guyuina, and they were speechless. Qianrongxiu couldn't help but sigh, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of envy. She was completely numb. "Tianyu, it's time for us to set off." Qianrongxiu took Xue Tianyu's hand, and the two of them interlocked their fingers, intimate. As for Bibi Dong's account of abandoning Tianyu, she will get it back with Xue Tianyu. Revenge for Tianyu. And revenge for herself. Tiandu Palace. Xue Tianyu and Xue Qinghe came to the banquet one after another. Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was the first thing he saw. Beside her, stood an elegant middle-aged man. He is Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Qianrongxiu, pretending to be Xue Qinghe, whispered in Xue Tianyu's ear. Xue Tianyu had never seen Ning Fengzi before, and was observing him carefully. He had a handsome face, a straight nose and a square mouth, and a very easy-going temperament. The white robe was spotless. The eyes were calm and gentle, as if he had a kind of aura of being well-read and elegant. The soft black hair was scattered behind him. Although he was middle-aged, he could still feel extremely charming. No wonder Ning Rongrong had always been very confident about her beauty. His father did give her such confidence. Isn't this the banquet of Emperor Xue yet? Xue Tianyu had heard that the sects in the martial arts world did not get along with the Tiandu country itself, but there was no hatred between them. So when he saw Ning Fengzi, he was quite surprised. But thinking that Ning Fengzi was the teacher of Xue Qinghe, it made sense. Their arrival only added a few obstacles to the change of generation tonight. Although Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo were strong, in Xue Tianyu's eyes, they could be dealt with in a short time. If they didn't know what was good for them, they would be killed together. It's him. At this time, Ning Rongrong also saw Xue Qinghe and Xue Tianyu. Her mood suddenly surged, her expression became subtle, and her beautiful eyes revealed some memories. That familiar face made her painful memories emerge. The dead daimyo Bai, the broken-armed Yu Xiao Gang, the kneeling self, the departed Oscar, the distraught Tang San, and the pet Xiao Wu. And all of this was given by Xue Tianyu. As the prince, Xue Qinghe naturally had to sit on the right-hand side of Emperor Xue Yet. And Xue Tianyu sat next to Xue Qinghe. Ning Fengzi sat opposite Xue Tianyu with Ning Rongrong and Jian Gu Douluo. Ning Rongrong had been looking grumpy since she saw Xue Tianyu coming, staring at him with her beautiful eyes. In her heart, she had already cursed Xue Tianyu thousands of times. If Ning Fengzi hadn't been there, she would have asked Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo to do it. He drove away her liquor, seriously injured her male god, and killed Daimyo Bai, who regarded her as a friend. Nothing good would happen if he was associated with Xue Tianyu. However, compared to Ning Rongrong's strong resentment, Ning Fengzi was calm and composed. He was waiting. Waiting for Emperor Xue Ye to introduce. Soon, Emperor Xue Ye stood up. This is the protagonist of our banquet today. Xue Ye paused, captain of Tian Shui team, Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu nodded calmly. He had a purpose for Ning Fengzi to come here. After all, the intention of bringing Ning Rongrong here is obvious. Emperor Xue Ye was embarrassed to see Xue Tianyu didn't stand up and say polite words. General court etiquette is not like this. But there is no way, who told him to be a peerless strong man? Privileges. Ning Fengzi hurriedly glared at Emperor Xue Ye at this time. Let him fulfill his promise. After receiving it, Emperor Shuiye raised a glass of wine with a smile on his face. Tianyu, the previous incident was purely a misunderstanding. Ning Rongrong is just Tang San's classmate and teammate. It was only because of the loyalty between brothers and sisters that I offended you. In the future, we are all people of the Tiandu Empire. We will see each other every day. Otherwise, give me a little face, and that matter will be over. Emperor Shuiye flattered himself that his words were flawless. As long as there was a desire for reconciliation, he would definitely be able to get away with it. However, Shui Tianyu looked at the wine glass filled with fine wine in front of him and remained unmoved. His eyes were calm. At this time, a drop of cold sweat fell from the temple of Emperor Shuiye. He felt uncomfortable. He was the emperor of Tiandu Empire, and he had never spoken so humbly. But Shui Tianyu's appearance made him feel a little bit trapped. The wine in the glass became extremely difficult to swallow. He quickly turned his head and winked at Ning Fengzi. The meaning was very clear. It has come to this point. If you don't make any effort, the responsibility for the failure of mediation is not my fault. Alas! Ning Fengzi sighed. Although he is a top expert, he doesn't even give face to Emperor Shui yet. But this is normal. With Shui Tianyu's strength, Shuiye will tolerate whatever he does. If it were me, I would also treat him with respect. Chapter 113 Ning Fengzi, kneel down. Apologize to Shui Tianyu. Ning Rongrong kneels down. Ning Fengzi is helpless. After all, no matter how strong the Tiandu Empire is, there are almost no top experts. It is normal to be looked down upon by Shui Tianyu. After receiving the look from Emperor Shuiye, Ning Fengzi sighed inwardly, put away his arrogance as the leader of the top 3 sects, and stood up to raise a glass of wine. Friend Tianyu, it was indeed Ning Rongrong's fault. As a father, I also have a big problem for not disciplining my children well. We came here to apologize to you this time. I hope you can let bygones be bygones. When you need my 7 treasures glazed tile sect in the future, I will never be vague about your words. To express my apology, I will raise a glass first. Ning Fengzi didn't care whether Shui Tianyu was willing to take the glass of wine or not, and drank it directly. Friend Tianyu, we can get in touch more in the future. If there is anything about my daughter that makes you dissatisfied, I will ask her to change it. I hope you can take care of my daughter in the future. Ning Fengzi then toasted 3 times in a row. He felt that he was already full of sincerity. If Shui Tianyu still didn't give him face and didn't say anything, then he really had no choice. Fortunately, after he finished drinking, Shui Tianyu finally picked up the glass. It's very simple to make me forgive you. Shui Tianyu looked at Ning Fengzi calmly, and then raised his hand to point at Ning Rongrong. Just let her kneel down and apologize to me. Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengzi were both stunned. Kneel down? Impossible. Ning Rongrong, who was already arrogant and displeased with Shui Tianyu, was furious. You are simply going too far. Ning Rongrong glared at Shui Tianyu, stood up with one foot on the chair, pointed at Shui Tianyu and retorted in a very unpresentable manner. It's all because of you. Brother San ran away in anger, and Oscar left me. The person I licked and the person who licked me left me at the same time. Do you know how much psychological damage this is to me who has pure feelings? The more Ning Rongrong talked, the more tears rolled in her eyes. She didn't accept it. Life is so beautiful, a double licking life with pursuits, dreams, and a final retreat. At worst, there is Oscar, an honest man. As a result, everything was ruined in one night. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong recalled Dai Muebai's terrifying moment. Her tears flowed out. You killed Brother Dai directly. He is the prince of Xingluo Empire. Our Shrek Academy has been disbanded. Isn't this price enough? You actually want me to kneel down and apologize. Aren't you bullying an honest man? The more Ning Rongrong spoke, the more excited she became, and her voice became louder and louder. At this moment, snap! A crisp slap made the whole banquet fall into a brief silence. Ning Rongrong covered her face in disbelief and looked at Ning Fengzi. "Father, you hit me." On her face, 5 red finger marks were visible to the naked eye. The feeling of grievance surged instantly. Ning Rongrong had never been hit by Ning Fengzi's harsh words in her life since she was a child. Now he hit her for Shui Tianyu. She couldn't accept it. At this time, Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong's swollen face with heartache, and the expressions on their faces became subtle. "Dad, you hit me for the first time for an outsider." Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Fengzi sadly. "He is just an outsider, and an outsider who bullied your daughter." "Stop it, Rongrong." Although Ning Fengzi couldn't bear to see Ning Rongrong in such pain, he felt that it was necessary. After all, he was facing a man who could press Haoshan Douluo to the ground. "Dad." Ning Rongrong couldn't believe that her father actually said she was making trouble. It is said that daughters like to bend their elbows outward, but I haven't seen any father bend his elbows outward. Ning Rongrong choked. "It's obviously him who bullied too much. You said I was making trouble." Ning Fengzi raised his head and sighed melancholy. He knew that this was only a temporary pain. He must take this step. Then, Ning Fengzi hardened his heart and ordered Ning Rongrong in a blunt tone. "Kneel down." "Ah!" Ning Rongrong was stunned. She didn't know what happened to her father today. He actually said such a thing. "Dad, do you know what you are saying? I told you to kneel down." Ning Fengzi ordered again firmly. "No." Ning Rongrong's heart was broken. Is this still the father who loves, protects, and dotes on her? He actually asked his daughter to kneel down to a man in front of so many people. This is simply a great shame. Ning Rongrong has been raised in the 7 Treasures glazed sect by everyone since she was a child. A passing dog that barks at Ning Rongrong will be dragged out and beheaded immediately. Now her father let her kneel down. This unprecedented grievance broke Ning Rongrong's heart. "You are not my father, you are not. How can you say such a thing?" Ning Rongrong staggered back 2 steps, eyes full of disbelief. She had never suffered such a great grievance in any day. Even that day in front of the hotel of the Tian Shui team, she was still hopeful. But now, all hope has turned into despair. "Master!" Jian Douluo couldn't stand it anymore, stood up and pulled Ning Rongrong behind him to protect her. "Don't force her anymore, she is just a child." "Yes." Bon Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong, who was crying and sobbing and almost dying, and felt very uncomfortable. She is young after all. However, before Bon Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengzi shook his head firmly. At this time, he had to express his attitude in front of Shui Tianyu. Otherwise, this time would be a complete failure. Young age is not a reason to make mistakes. He looked at Ning Rongrong. "Come here, don't make the same mistake again." Ning Fengzi's tone was heavy. Ning Rongrong had never seen her father speak like this before, and she bit her lower lip tightly with her teeth. A look of despair had already spread in her eyes. "Hurry up!" Ning Fengzi saw that Ning Rongrong had not moved yet, so he stood up and pulled her. Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo saw it and felt pain in their hearts. They also couldn't understand why Ning Fengzi would abuse his daughter like this. At this time, the 2 Douluos, Sword and Bone, still felt that with their cooperation, it should be no problem to win over Shui Tianyu, a titled Douluo. If Shui Tianyu was very strong, he would be a tough nut to crack at most. However, Ning Fengzi knew that things could not be decided so hastily. Ning Fengzi pulled Ning Rongrong and came directly to Shui Tianyu, and ordered again with a coercive tone. "Kneel down." Ning Rongrong was sandwiched between Ning Fengzi and Shui Tianyu. Although her father was right next to her, she felt like she was in hell. Thump! Finally, she couldn't stand the pressure and knelt down slowly with a pale face. At this moment, the proud Ning Rongrong was completely shattered. Chapter 114 Jianrongxiu, Shueke? She doesn't deserve Tianyu. Sending the concubine on a snowy night. However, Ning Rongrong just knelt down now. She couldn't say a word of apology. She didn't want to say it. Even in the face of Ning Fengzi's fiery eyes, Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. However, Ning Fengzi shouted at Ning Rongrong again, "I asked you to apologize. Didn't you hear it?" Ning Fengzi's pressure was already enough. Even if Ning Rongrong was holding on like this, her heart gradually couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her head and looked at Xue Tianyu, her face was covered with tears. "I'm sorry." But her voice was very low. Xue Tianyu snorted lightly, "No sincerity. You." Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it. Ning Rongrong had never said the 3 words "I'm sorry" in her life. Just now was the first time. Her first time. But Xue Tianyu didn't accept it. At this moment, her self-esteem was ruthlessly crushed to the ground by Xue Tianyu, and she even spat. Ning Rongrong collapsed. "You are too much. Too much." She stood up suddenly, covered her face with her hands and ran away crying. "Why? Why should I apologize?" At most, she would be a little wronged in the future and avoid Xue Tianyu. He couldn't just flatten the 7 treasures glazed tile sect because of this kind of thing, right? And as long as she didn't go out to cause trouble in the future, with the 2 titled Douluo, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, accompanying her, there would definitely be no problem. The more Ning Rongrong thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She left Tiandu Imperial City and headed for the 7 treasures glazed sect. Her action directly put Ning Fengzi on the fire. "No, I." Ning Fengzi's face was extremely ugly, and he couldn't help but howl to the sky. "Rebellious son!" Seeing Ning Rongrong run away without caring about the overall situation, he was almost mad. He did this to make Xue Tianyu forgive Ning Rongrong. But she just ran away like this. Alas! Feeling the fluctuation of Ning Rongrong's soul power and heading towards the 7 treasures glazed sect without hesitation, he could only sigh with regret. "Friend Tianyu, I will definitely go back and teach her a lesson, let her come to you to apologize again, you see, don't dwell on her original mistake." Now that Ning Rongrong ran away, Ning Fengzi could only bite the bullet and go on his own. However, Xue Tianyu did not indulge Ning Fengzi. He glanced at the 2 Douluos Jian and Gu with a cold look, then shook his head, "There's nothing to say, it's obvious that she didn't apologize sincerely." Gu Douluo saw that their 7 treasures glazed tile sect had done this, but Xue Tianyu was still not satisfied, and his beard was crooked with anger. "Don't go too far. We in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect are not vegetarians." When is it your turn to speak?" A terrifying pressure instantly erupted from Xue Tianyu's body. This pressure formed a substantial air wave, which made the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo's faces changed drastically at the same time. For each level difference of title Douluo, there is a 10-fold difference. So they can feel how terrifying Xue Tianyu's pressure is. No wonder he can crush Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. At this time, Emperor Shuye saw that Xue Tianyu suppressed the 2 guardian Douluos of the 7 treasures glazed sect with just his momentum, and he was more eager to bring Xue Tianyu under his command. But Ning Fengzi was watching, so he couldn't say it directly. "Captain Tianyu, that matter really started from a misunderstanding. As a middleman, I still hope not to hurt the harmony." Emperor Shuye persuaded. Xue Tianyu glanced at Emperor Shuye, who was smiling, and said nothing. Emperor Shuye was a little annoyed. He is the emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Why don't you give him face? At this time, Ning Fengzi saw that Xue Tianyu and his 2 Douluo Jiangu were also in conflict, and his face was completely embarrassed. But he had no choice. Thinking that Ning Rongrong was going to the 7 treasures glazed sect alone, if she encountered danger on the way, he and the two Douluo Jiangu would not be able to rescue her. Alas! Ning Fengzi shook his head and sighed, and said to Emperor Shuiye, although my daughter is naughty, we have spoiled her after all. I am really worried about her safety when she goes. I understand. Emperor Shuiye nodded. Ning Fengzi glanced at Xue Tianyu, whose face was calm, and thought that if he could persuade Ning Rongrong to come back, he would still have a chance to get closer to him. So he said to Gu Douluo Gurong, you continue to attend the dinner here, and Chen Xin and I will find Rongrong first. Gurong nodded. He also understood that Ning Fengzi's idea of doing this was obviously that he wanted to talk to Xue Tianyu. After all, building good relationships with such a strong person is the best way. Then, Ning Fengzi left with Jian Douluo Chen Xin. In fact, Xue Tianyu had not laughed since he came to the banquet. At this time, there were 3 fewer people at the table. And Gurong was not the kind of person who was good at speaking. Emperor Shuiye saw that the atmosphere was a bit cold, so he announced that the banquet would start immediately. Dancers entered from both sides one by one. On the chime on one side, the ceremonial officer held the striker and struck a soft movement. The whole palace became lively. Tianyu, at your age, you are full of vigor and vitality. Although Emperor Shuiye was very angry that Xue Tianyu did not give him any face, he still had to win him over. He pointed at the singing girls in front of him and said with a smile, these are all top quality goods from the West, very pretty. If you like any, just pick one, I'll have someone send her to your hotel room. After saying that, Emperor Shuiye winked at Xue Tianyu, revealing a look that all men understand. Xue Tianyu's eyes swept among the dancers. Although they were all beautiful, they always felt a little off. Emperor Shuiye was a little surprised to see that Xue Tianyu looked down on these dancers. I didn't expect this little girl to be so picky. Thinking that he had lowered his face to please him, if he didn't get her, the loss would be great. So while eating the dishes, he said to Xue Tianyu mysteriously, if you don't like any of them, there are still many concubines in my harem that I have never enjoyed. If you are satisfied with any, you can choose them. Xue Tianyu was quite speechless. This Emperor Shuiye did everything to win people over. The dancers didn't say anything, but he even gave away his concubines, which was really embarrassing. At this time, Jian Rongxiu, who was pretending to be Xue Qinghe, heard that Emperor Shuiye could do such a thing to win over Xue Tianyu, and her brows were furrowed. Even if the concubines in the harem didn't have sex, they were still the emperor's women in name, and he actually gave them away like goods. This old Deng obviously wanted to tie Xue Tianyu to him in this way. His intention was to teach my brother a bad lesson. At this time, Emperor Shuiye saw that Xue Tianyu was unmoved, so he directly released a big move. In fact, I have another daughter, named Xue Ke. She doesn't deserve it. Jian Rongxiu's beautiful face showed a bit of impatience. Chapter 115 Jian Rongxiu's Showdown, Angel Martial Spirit. Your Xue Qinghe died a long time ago. Shuiye is numb. Emperor Shuiye saw that none of these dancers and concubines were in Xue Tianyu's eyes, so he could only let his daughter sacrifice for the country. If Xue Tianyu was willing to marry Xue Ke, he would even be willing to abolish Xue Qinghe's position as the crown prince and let Xue Ke inherit the throne. Use the position of regent to keep Xue Tianyu. Then their Tiandu empire will be extremely powerful. Xue Ke, your age and appearance are very compatible. In my eyes, you two are a perfect match made in heaven. The wrinkles on Emperor Shuiye's face were all smiling. Do you want to meet my daughter Xue Ke after dinner? Before Xue Tianyu said anything, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but frowned. At this time, she still looked like Xue Qinghe. Looking at Emperor Shuiye talking freely, he seemed to want to send Xue Ke away. She was very unhappy. However, tonight, she doesn't need to endure like she did in the past 10 years. No need. Jian Rongxiu, pretending to be Xue Qinghe, looked at Emperor Shuiye speechlessly. Do you like selling your daughter so much? Qianrongxiu sneered, if you want to sell it, you have to see if your daughter is worthy of it. What did you say? Emperor Shuiye was stunned. He didn't expect that Xue Qinghe would be in a bad mood at the most critical moment of winning over Xue Tianyu. I said. Qianrongxiu narrowed her eyes slightly, changed her usual respectful attitude towards Emperor Shuiye, and stopped pretending. She is not worthy of it. Emperor Shuiye's face suddenly turned cold. Qinghe, do I need your consent to do things? Just watch from the side. Emperor Shuiye also wanted to tell Xue Qinghe what the imperial power tactics were. Besides, now is the critical moment of entertaining Xue Tianyu, and Xue Qinghe's words are undoubtedly embarrassing him. He was very angry. After the banquet was over, he would definitely give Xue Qinghe a good lecture. Emperor Shuiye thought that as usual, as long as he showed a little bit of domineering, Xue Qinghe would bow his head obediently. However, this time, he was disappointed. Qianrongxiu looked directly into Emperor Shuiye's eyes. What if I say no? No? Emperor Shuiye was stunned. This is a rebellious rebellion against the heavenly gang. Rebellious son. Emperor Shuiye slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Do you know what you are saying? Are you going to rebel? He looked at Xue Qinghe with burning eyes, and the imperial aura on his body emerged. However, since it was decided to show down tonight, Qianrongxiu was not afraid. She also stood up. You are right. Emperor Shuiye's eyes widened. He did not expect that Xue Qinghe, who was so well behaved and sensible on weekdays, would go against him at this time. However, just as he was about to get angry, his face suddenly turned purple. Puff! A mouthful of black blood spurted out. Emperor Shuiye's eyes showed a confused look. He didn't understand what happened to him. However, the severe pain that came from his body immediately made him know. Poison! How could I be poisoned? Emperor Shuiye's face became extremely ugly. He remembered. The only opportunity for him to be poisoned was tonight's banquet. Xue Qinghe! You! Rebellious son! It was unbelievable that Emperor Shuiye was so good to Xue Qinghe on weekdays, and never thought that one day he would fall into his hands. Shuiye, you don't know, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Qianrongxiu pretended to be Xue Qinghe with a cold smile on his face. More than 10 years of lurking, all for this moment. You, what have you done? Emperor Shuiye's body lost strength instantly, and the whole person fell directly under the table. He struggled to climb back up the chair, looking bitterly at Xue Qinghe, who was once a loving father and a filial son. I poisoned your wine. Impossible. Emperor Shuiye didn't believe it. Everyone who comes to the banquet must be checked for poison. This kind of poison requires 2 non-toxic things to be mixed together. Of course, you can't find it out, and the eunuchs won't be poisoned if they try it alone. Emperor Shuiye knew every word, but when Xue Qinghe said it, Emperor Shuiye couldn't understand it. But he knew that he had to find an antidote when the poison broke out. Qinghe, why do you have to do this? The throne will definitely be yours in the end. Emperor Shuiye pleaded with his face. Be good, give me the antidote, and I will abdicate to you immediately. This way you have achieved your goal, and you don't have to bear the infamy of rebellion and usurpation. At this time, the guards around were all staring at this scene in a daze. Even Douluo, who was still eating, put down his chopsticks in shock. Rebellion? How is this possible? Aren't we welcoming Xue Tianyu today and mediating between him and the 7 Treasures glazed sect? Why did it happen so suddenly? Douluo secretly glanced at Xue Qinghe, who stood up. The crown prince of the Tiandu Empire has always been elegant and easygoing, and has never been too aggressive in his fight for power, so he has always been supported by many ministers. It is obvious that the imperial power can be smoothly transferred to him. Unless Emperor Shuiye has some strange ideas, the throne is very stable. In the Tiandu Empire, anyone can be trusted to rebel, but the people only regard the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe as a joke. But now, this joke happened in front of Douluo. Come here, protect the Emperor, the Crown Prince is rebelling. At this moment, the confidant of Emperor Shuiye immediately shouted to the guards. After all, the palace is still the base of Emperor Shuiye, and he has cultivated many dead men after so many years of operation. At this moment, countless guards rushed out from all directions of the palace with weapons in hand, trying to capture Shui Qinghe. If Shui Qinghe was alone, he would be easily suppressed by these people. Unfortunately, there was also Shui Tianyu. Snap! A snap of fingers. All the guards approaching with weapons were pierced by the ice spikes that suddenly appeared below, becoming human candied haws. With just one move, all the guards were killed instantly. At this time, only Shui Qinghe and Shui Tianyu were left beside Emperor Shuiye, as well as a bone man who was shocked and didn't know how to react. Douluo Gurong. Your Qinghe has been dead for a long time. Shui Qinghe reached out and wiped her face. Instantly, her appearance changed and her hair became longer. Shui Qinghe, who was originally handsome and elegant, turned back into the dignified, beautiful and graceful Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu raised her eyebrows and looked at Emperor Shuiye proudly. More than 10 years ago, your son Shui Qinghe died. Swish! Qian Rongxiu tore Shui Qinghe's dress into pieces, revealing the beautiful low-cut evening dress inside. Her face also recovered, as beautiful as an angel, with a flawless face. At this moment, Emperor Shuiye was stunned. The good son just now turned into a strange woman in 1 minute. Emperor Shuiye's fingers trembled as he pointed at Qian Rongxiu, who smiled at him indifferently. You are not Shui Qinghe, who are you? Give my son back. Emperor Shuiye couldn't believe that the heir he had cultivated for so many years was actually a woman. Then all these years of fatherly love and filial piety were just a show by this woman. Numb. Shuiye didn't know what to think at this moment. At this moment, Qian Rongxiu's soul power vibrated out. Golden light flashed behind her, and the shadow of a 6-winged angel slowly floated up. 6-winged angel. Martial Soul Hall. Douluo's pupils contracted, something was wrong. Chapter 116 Qian Rongxiu is kind. Brother and sister fight together. Never alone again. Shui Tianyu was next to Qian Rongxiu and immediately felt a warmth. This feeling was very kind and comfortable. Is this the feeling of a spirit of the same origin? Angel spirit. At this moment, the face of Douluo, who was sitting opposite them, changed drastically. He stood up suddenly and said in disbelief, Spirit Hall. No wonder the Spirit Hall seems to be ready to move recently, with the momentum to swallow up the world. It turns out that they started planning more than 10 years ago. Once the Tiandu Empire falls into the hands of the Spirit Hall, the whole world will be in danger. Douluo's face was very ugly. You are so blatantly rebelling, aren't you afraid that I will tell all your affairs? When the time comes, you will only become the target of public criticism when you announce it to the world. Really? Qian Rongxiu looked at him with a slanted look, and the momentum of a superior person swept over. I actually forgot about you. She smiled calmly. First, the Tiandu royal family has no other heirs except Shui Qinghe. Second, what does it have to do with the Prince Shui Qinghe if I, Qian Rongxiu, assassinated Shuiye? What does it have to do with the assassination of Emperor Tiandu by the Spirit Hall? People will only sympathize more with the lonely Shui Qinghe, and will only gather more under the rule of Shui Qinghe. Besides, Qian Rongxiu stared at Douluo with a dead look. Do you think that the people who come to this banquet can get out alive? I have been lurking for more than 10 years, just for tonight. Douluo was annoyed. He just came to accompany Ning Fengzi for a meal. How could he get involved in this most unacceptable rebellion drama? Listening to Qian Rongxiu's words, not only he was annoyed, but also Emperor Shuiye. The spirit hall had been planning so deeply that it had started more than a decade ago, and he hadn't even realized for so many years that his son had been replaced by a woman. What a trick! Shueya felt like he was falling into an ice cave, sweating all over, knowing that he would most likely not be able to escape this catastrophe today. More than a decade of planning, just for today, to completely kill him. At this time, the generals of the Imperial Guards of the palace had already noticed that something was wrong and called the Imperial Guards over. But now that Emperor Shueya was still in Qian Rongxiu's hands, they didn't dare to act rashly. Emperor Shueya endured the severe pain of the poison eroding his body, gritted his teeth and crawled to Douluo. "Take me away." Douluo took a deep breath. The current situation can only be reversed by rescuing Emperor Shueya and curing the poison in his body. Just when he was about to exert his strength, Qian Rongxiu took out the fireworks signal and pulled it. Instantly, a unique firework rose into the sky and exploded. Finally, they gathered into a Wuhan Hall symbol. All the people who had been secretly planted in Tiandu City by the Wuhan Hall for so many years, immediately attacked the palace after seeing the signal. Among the guards, some people who secretly pledged allegiance to Qian Rongxiu immediately drew their swords and slashed at the soldiers around them. The guards were instantly in chaos. They couldn't tell who was the undercover of the Wuhan Hall. Finally, a small team of guards under Qian Rongxiu suddenly rushed out and killed the already chaotic guards. For a moment, the guards didn't know who their swords should point at. But the undercover and the guards under Qian Rongxiu could recognize each other in a special way. The battlefield was almost one-sided. And the troops stationed at the gate of the palace had no way to rescue even if they found something unusual in the palace. They were also caught in a fight with the troops of the Wuhan Hall. That night, there were flames inside and outside the palace. The sound of fighting, slashing, and screaming intertwined together, forming a tragic symphony. Feeling the urgency of the surrounding war, Douluo's aura of a titled Douluo suddenly burst out. Xue Tianyu then released his own spirit ring. 8 red and 1 gold. Douluo's breathing almost stopped. Seeing is believing. What kind of a ratio is this? 8 red and 1 gold, are you sure that humans can have it? Qian Rongxiu and Xue Tianyu stood together, both looking at Douluo. At this moment, the aura of the two Douluo soared into the sky. Porpoise Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo broke through the fighting crowd and came behind Qian Rongxiu. At this time, Qian Rongxiu took Xue Tianyu's hand. "Tonight, we fight side by side." Her eyes were filled with joy. "I have been alone for so many years, and I haven't felt this way for a long time. Tianyu, thank you for accompanying me tonight. I am very happy that I don't have to face these things alone anymore." Qian Rongxiu's heart was very soft. "Brother, sister will never let you be alone again in the future. Don't worry, I will protect you." Xue Tianyu hugged Qian Rongxiu's waist and breathed the fragrance of her hair. Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo looked at each other. They thought Qian Rongxiu needed support, so they rushed over, but they were fed with dog food as soon as they landed. "What do you mean you have been alone for so many years? Are we not considered human beings?" At this time, Douluo saw that there were many people on the opposite side, so he directly picked up the poisoned Emperor Shueya and ran away. Qian Rongxiu and Xue Tianyu both jumped up instantly. At this time, the surrounding guards finally dealt with the undercover and separated their energy to intercept. Qian Rongxiu stretched out her hand and grabbed Angel Sword. A delicate golden lightsaber appeared in her hand. Xue Tianyu also took out the Ice God Spear directly. In order not to affect the progress of the pursuit, Qian Rongxiu stopped the guards and let Xue Tianyu chase Douluo with a gun. Third soul skill, Bone Transformation. Douluo turned around and his left hand turned into a huge bone spur and stabbed Xue Tianyu. The north wind is biting, and the ice is flying in the sand. Xue Tianyu's strong soul power burst out, and the Ice God Spear with extreme frost broke through the sky. The huge bone spur that Douluo transformed was instantly frozen. Then it broke into pieces. Douluo was shocked. Only after personally doing it, did he understand how terrifying Shui Tianyu was. This is definitely stronger than the rumors. A trace of fear rose in his heart. Douluo's footsteps became faster. Shui Tianyu frowned. This Douluo only wanted to escape. It would be bad if Emperor Shuiye was really taken out by him. So Shui Tianyu stabbed out with a spear, and the handle of the spear stretched out instantly. Douluo was pierced through the entire right arm by this unexpected spear. The right arms of Emperor Shuiye and Douluo fell to the ground together. At this time, Qian Rongxiu also killed the guards who blocked the way and rushed to Shui Tianyu. Douluo was shocked and frightened. He couldn't beat Shui Tianyu alone, and he would definitely die with Qian Rongxiu. Douluo, take me away, puff. Shuiye spurted out a mouthful of black blood, and he was really depressed to the extreme. This poison is quite powerful. Douluo glanced at Shuiye who was dying on the ground, and ran out alone without stopping for a second. Shuiye looked at the back of Douluo going away, and her heart was filled with despair and fear of death. Chapter 117 Shui Tianyu 12-Winged Angel. Kill Douluo. Qian Rongxiu's tears. Give the inheritance bead. Shui Tianyu looked at Douluo leaving, turned to Qian Rongxiu. Shui'er, you stay here to deal with the follow-up, I'll go kill him. Douluo seems to have spatial ability, can you catch up? Don't worry, he can't escape. Shui Tianyu nodded. He thought to himself that at worst, he could switch to an angel martial spirit. Qian Rongxiu saw Shui Tianyu so confident, reached out and touched Shui Tianyu's face, then you be careful. Then, Shui Tianyu chased in the direction of Douluo's escape. Although Douluo's escape technique was indeed amazing, Shui Tianyu kept biting behind him. The distance gradually narrowed. The two had come from the prosperous Tiandu imperial city to a remote and uninhabited forest. Douluo looked at Shui Tianyu who was getting closer and closer. If he ran like this, he would be caught up by Shui Tianyu sooner or later. He gritted his teeth, turned around and faced Shui Tianyu, and the 9th soul ring on his head immediately lit up. 9th soul skill, Bone Dragon. Roar. A huge dragon roar resounded through the forest. The huge dragon clan pressure rolled back instantly, and Shui Tianyu's speed was also affected by this pressure and slowed down a lot. Douluo had transformed into a huge bone dragon at this time. Boy, you can't catch up with me with your ice and snow martial spirit. After I transform into a bone dragon, I have spatial ability. Shui Tianyu smiled indifferently, really. A pale golden light slowly emanated from his eyes. A holy light lit up from behind him. Then, the shadow of the 12-winged angel appeared behind Shui Tianyu. A dazzling golden light bloomed at the moment the shadow took shape, illuminating half of the night sky. And the most terrifying thing was the 2 golden soul rings floating on the angel martial spirit. Second martial soul. The bone dragon's hollow eye bones opened wide instantly, and Douluo was shocked by Shui Tianyu again. Moreover, his second martial soul is an angel. A 12-winged angel. Wrong, you are too willful. Sword Douluo is a titled Douluo after all, and it is easy for him to find Ning Wrong. At this time, Ning Fengzi was teaching Ning Wrong a lesson not far from Tiandu city, while Sword Douluo Chenexen sighed with his eyes closed. I don't understand. Ning Wrong wiped her tears with her hands and stared at Ning Fengzi with gritted teeth. Father, we have Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu in the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. Why should we be afraid of him alone? They are all titled Douluo. Can't 2 beat 1? And how can that Tang Hao compare to the 2 grandfathers? Ning Wrong screamed out the most real thoughts in her heart, I don't want to apologize. If you force me again, I would rather die. Looking at Ning Wrong's fierce expression, Ning Fengzi finally softened his heart. Alas! He shook his head, forget it, stay away from him in the future and don't contact him. There is no way, after all, she is his own daughter. Offend her, offend her, at most she will learn from Haoshan sect to close the mountain. Seeing her father's attitude change, Ning Rongrong cried and threw herself into Ning Fengzi's arms. I know you love me the most. Seeing that they reconciled, Douluo smiled. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky in the direction of Tiandu. After several changes, the fireworks actually formed a Spirit Hall logo. Douluo and Ning Fengzi felt nervous at the same time. Tiando changes. No, Uncle Gu is still in Tiando City. Ning Fengzi's face changed drastically. He should have taken Gu Douluo with him. Old Gu has a spatial ability as a backup. If he can't beat the Spirit Hall, no one should be able to catch up with him if he escapes. Douluo Chenexin was not so worried. That's good. Ning Fengzi breathed a sigh of relief. How could you have an angel spirit? Gu Douluo was shocked. This angel spirit belongs exclusively to the Qian family on the mainland. Could it be that Xue Tianyu is a descendant of the Qian family? But I have never heard that there is a saint in the Spirit Hall. Gu Douluo was confused. He, the Bone Dragon, was somewhat restrained by the angel spirit. He was relieved when it was not Jian Rongxiu who caught up with him. Now it seems that it was too early to relax. For now, he could only use all his strength to perform space transfer. The Bone Dragon transformed by Bone Douluo roared to the sky again, and a space wormhole appeared behind him that only he could pass through. As long as the wormhole was formed, he could transfer out immediately. No one could catch up with him at that time. However, the first golden soul ring behind Xue Tianyu lit up. He raised his index finger and pointed at Bone Douluo. Die! Xue Tianyu's voice sounded like the death calling for death in Bone Douluo's ears. He was so scared that he hurriedly tried his best to activate space transfer. However, no matter how short the time for the wormhole to form is, it will take at least a few moments. Xue Tianyu was wrapped in golden light, like a little golden man. Angel Judgment. In an instant, all the golden light on Xue Tianyu's body gathered on his index finger, and then burst out like a laser cannon. The terrifying pressure crushed all the trees along the way, and the earth was burned into a sunken scorched earth by the golden light. The holy light instantly penetrated Bone Douluo's body. Bone Douluo's head exploded. It seemed as if a flashback of his life appeared before his eyes. Before he died, he pushed hard and finally succeeded in entering the wormhole and transferring away. Xue Tianyu looked at the disappearing Bone Douluo and took back the 12-winged angel martial spirit. He would not survive for more than a few minutes after being hit by this holy light. Thinking that the matter of Tiandu was not over yet, Xue Tianyu turned around and returned to Tiandu Imperial City. It must be said that Jian Rongxiu's ability is really strong. In just a short while, she had disguised herself as Xue Qinghe again and handled the follow-up matters. In the eyes of everyone, the sudden attack of the Wuhan Hall and the death of Xue Ye were the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe who saved the situation and saved the building from collapse. Soon, the voices supporting the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe to succeed to the throne immediately became louder and louder. It was not until late at night that Jian Rongxiu finally handled all the matters. Congratulations, my queen! Xue Tianyu joked. At this time, Jian Rongxiu returned to dressing up as a woman. She was tired for the whole night and almost collapsed. Seeing Xue Tianyu's teasing, she punched him in the chest with a pink fist. You actually made fun of me, you're asking for a fight. Xue Tianyu grabbed Jian Rongxiu's jade hand, and his expression became extremely gentle. Thank you for your hard work, Xue. Jian Rongxiu was startled, her eyes red. The pressure of more than 10 years was relieved in this moment. At this moment, she felt incomparably relaxed. She glanced at Xue Tianyu charmingly, and then took out the inheritance bead. How about this bead, is it beautiful? It will glow. Xue Tianyu took the inheritance bead curiously. At this moment, the golden light of the bead shone even more. Beautiful, what is this? Jian Rongxiu's jade finger gently pushed, allowing Xue Tianyu to hold the bead. For you. She leaned forward, closed her eyes slightly, and kissed Xue Tianyu's forehead with her tender red lips. At the same time, a line of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. Tianyu, promise me that you will always stay with me in the future, okay? After this big plot, it's the finals. Please read it with your brothers and sisters. Thank you. Chapter 118 Jianrongxiu presents the inheritance bead. Together forever, Douluo dies. Okay. Xue Tianyu nodded. He looked at Jianrongxiu tenderly, letting her hand touch his face. When I finish some things, I will always be with you. Looking at Xue Tianyu's serious look, Jianrongxiu smiled happily. She stretched out her right pinky finger and bent it into a hook. Come on, Pinky, liars are dogs. Puff. Xue Tianyu couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Jianrongxiu to have such a childlike side. Looking at her expectant eyes, Xue Tianyu couldn't bear to spoil her interest, so he stretched out his pinky and hooked it with Jianrongxiu. The two of them were really like two children, swearing to Pinky. Pinky, never change for 100 years. Ha 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 ha. Jianrongxiu started to cry while laughing. It turns out that happiness is so simple. But she has been pursuing this simple happiness for 20 years. She once thought that she was the most unfortunate child in the world, so she would often feel pessimistic. She even felt very inferior. So she tried hard to imitate Bibi Dong and learn everything she could see from her. But in the end she still failed. Jianrongxiu could not become the second Bibi Dong. Because, at least she had experienced fatherly love. Grandpa Douluo had always loved her while she was growing up. So when she knew that she had a younger brother, she suddenly realized that her younger brother was the most pitiful person. She thought that her younger brother should be the family affection and love that Jianrongxiu enjoyed were monopolized. The guilt in Jianrongxiu's heart was like a black hole, as if it was going to swallow her up. So she made up her mind to make up for her brother. Jianrongxiu looked at Xue Tianyu, who was also happy like a child, and thought to herself, forget it, or maybe it's not a puppy. After all, if Xue Tianyu is a puppy, then wouldn't I be? Forget it, neither is a puppy. At this time, Xue Tianyu put away the beads Jianrongxiu gave him. The beads felt warm to the touch and felt pretty good. Xue Tianyu liked it very much. He liked it not only because the beads were a gift from his sister, but also because it made him feel very comfortable. Tianyu, has a girl ever given you a gift? Jianrongxiu was very happy when she saw Xue Tianyu's satisfied look, but she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she thought about Xue Tianyu growing up in the far north and later entering Tianshui College. After all, Tianshui College is a college for girls. With Xue Tianyu's conditions, I'm afraid there are countless women who are fascinated by him every day. Then he should be overwhelmed with gifts from girls. Jianrongxiu was a little worried about whether Xue Tianyu would treat her gift as a gift from an ordinary girl. After all, she didn't show her cards. Now Jianrongxiu didn't know what she was in Xue Tianyu's heart. Hearing Jianrongxiu's words, Xue Tianyu thought about it carefully. Apart from Aunt Xue and Aunt Bing, if we talk about receiving gifts, perhaps only Xue Binger is one. Although he has studied at Tianshui College for so many years, there are very few girls he really interacts with. However, why does sister ask this? Xue Tianyu thought about it and finally responded, very few. Jianrongxiu was stunned. In her mind, she imagined that she had never received any gifts. Suddenly, she hugged Xue Tianyu in her arms with heartache. It's okay, don't be sad, I will give you more gifts in the future. Xue Tianyu. He thought to himself, I didn't say I was sad. Just when Jianrongxiu and Xue Tianyu were talking, outside the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect on the other side, Sword Douluo Jinexin and sect master Ning Fengzi came back with Ning Rongrong. They were very confident that Douluo Gurong could leave Tiandu city in the midst of thousands of troops. After all, spatial ability is extremely rare in the entire Douluo continent. After Rongrong and I go home later, Uncle Jian, please go to meet Uncle Gu. Ning Fengzi stood at the gate of Kai Bao Liulai sect, looking at Chen Xin who was a little absent-minded. He knew that Chen Xin was worried about Gu Rong. They have been partners for so many years, and neither of them can be missing. Before, outside Tiandu city, he pretended not to care because he was worried about the safety of Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong. It's okay, Lao Gu's space transfer, he can definitely run away even if he can't win, we don't need to worry. Chen Xin smiled and said. But Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong could see that his smile was a little forced. Just then, a space crack appeared beside them. This is... Before Ning Fengzi could react, Jian Douluo Chen Xin's face immediately smiled. I said you can come back by yourself, Lao Gu. It's Gu Grandpa. Ning Rongrong heard Chen Xin's words and knew that this was the space transmission of Gu Douluo Gu Rong. Great, Uncle Gu, I'm glad you're okay. Ning Fengzi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just when the three were happy about the return of Gu Douluo, the person who came out of the wormhole of the space transmission was Gu Rong, who was already dying. Old Gu. Uncle Gu. Grandpa Gu. At this time, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and Ning Rongrong almost rushed to Gu Douluo at the same time. Gu Douluo's eyes were blurred, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood as soon as he saw Ning Fengzi. The whole person's momentum was extremely weak. It seemed that he would suddenly die in the next second. Who did it? Chen Xin hugged Gu Rong in disbelief. Tell me who did it. Even if Gu Rong was now lying in his arms, Chen Xin couldn't believe it. The Bone Douluo who had the ability to transfer space was beaten like this. You know, among all the titled Douluo in the world, there are very few who want to kill Gu Rong stably. As long as Gu Rong's ninth soul skill is used, he can basically run away. At this time, Ning Rongrong looked at the blood-stained Bone Douluo and didn't know what to do. She could only kneel beside Gu Rong and grab the corner of his clothes. Grandpa Gu, hold on, we have returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, there must be a way to save you. Ning Fengzi's face was gloomy at this time, and his fists were clenched tightly together. He was really angry at this moment. It's useless, cough cough. Bone Douluo was breathing weakly, and every word in his mouth seemed to be dying. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi. It's an angel. Angel. Sword Douluo Chen Xin's eyebrows were raised, his eyes were fierce. Could it be Qian Daoliu? Damn Spirit Hall! Ning Fengzi also looked ugly. In his opinion, Spirit Hall finally took action against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. No, it's... Bone Douluo's voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. Chen Xin thought there was a reversal, and hurriedly lowered his head to listen. However, in just a moment, Bone Douluo died. Chapter 119 Qian Rongxiu, Tianyu, hold me to sleep. Feng Tian Ice King. No. Sword Douluo Chen Xin was shocked, and it was hard to believe that his old brother who had accompanied him for decades had left him like this. Angel. Spirit Hall. Only Qian Daoliu could seriously injure and kill Bone Douluo before he used space teleportation. What an angel, what a Spirit Hall. Jian Douluo held Gu Douluo's body, his hands trembling, his eyes gradually sharpening. Master, the Spirit Hall and I will fight to the death. For more than 10 years, Ning Fengzi had never seen Jian Douluo Chen Xin's eyes so red. There were 3 parts of sadness and 7 parts of resentment in them. He took a deep breath, and his heart seemed to be entangled, making him very uncomfortable. For the sake of Uncle Gu's spirit in heaven, my 7 Treasures Glazed sect will definitely kill the Spirit Hall. At this time, Ning Rongrong was frightened when she saw Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi fall silent. She didn't know what she should do. They all went to the Heaven Do Empire together, why did they come back with one less person? Thinking back on her growth experience over the years, Gu Douluo sometimes even doted on her more than her father. Even if she did something, he would firmly protect her. But this kind and amiable grandpagu who had protected him for more than 10 years actually died. I thought I had shed all my tears, but they fell again for Gu Douluo. Ning Rongrong felt like a piece was missing from her heart. In the Wuhan Hall, inside the worship hall, Qian Daoliu was sitting in front of the angel statue. He had been looking for his grandson's traces for some time, but in the end, the closest he got was in the sunset forest. After all, he felt a strong breath that time. But since then, his search has come to a standstill again. Qian Daoliu took out the bead given by the angel god. At this moment, it was as cold as a stone, without any movement. If only this bead could be mass-produced. Then the Wuhan Hall could send countless people to go deep into every corner of the continent to help him find it. It's just a pity that there are only 2. Ah! Qian Daoliu sighed silently. However, at this moment, a familiar wave came quietly. Qian Daoliu suddenly raised his head. Just at that moment, he felt the strong angelic breath again. I feel it again. This breath is completely different from Qian Rongxiu's angel. So he can easily distinguish that this is the breath of his grandson. However, the direction of this breath is quite vague. It is so vague that he can't even determine the east, south, west and north. He can only know that it is the fluctuation coming from his right-hand side. With such a vague location, Qian Daoliu can't find the specific place at all. But this also brings a glimmer of hope to him who has been silent for a long time. At least his grandson is still alive. He must find his grandson. Night. Inside the Tiandu Palace. In the emperor's bedroom, Qian Rongxiu, who looked like Xue Qinghe, dismissed everyone, leaving only Xue Tianyu. At this time, she changed back to a female voice. Tianyu, come and help me pull down the zipper on my back. Qian Rongxiu's delicate hands, like white lotus, tried hard to grope behind her, but she could never reach the necessary height. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's snow-white back, Xue Tianyu slowly came behind her and helped her pull down the zipper. In an instant, Qian Rongxiu's clothes slipped off, and she quickly covered her chest to avoid exposing herself. Tianyu, tonight, you stay in the bedroom and accompany me. Okay. Xue Tianyu nodded in agreement. Then wait for me first, I'll go change into pajamas. After getting a positive answer, Qian Rongxiu smiled indifferently, and then hurried to the bathroom to change clothes. Oh at! The sound of changing clothes came from the bathroom. Xue Tianyu was waiting boredly. Soon, Qian Rongxiu came out in a pink nightgown, her white collarbone contrasted with the nightgown, and her curvy figure was looming. With her angelic face and a pair of flawless long legs, Qian Rongxiu looked so perfect and moving. It was the first time Xue Tianyu saw Qian Rongxiu like this. How about it, do I look good? Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but smile when she saw Xue Tianyu's appearance, and turned around in front of Xue Tianyu. The hem of her skirt rose, revealing her round, slender and white thighs. The pink nightgown contrasted with her skin, which was very beautiful. Then, she came to Xue Tianyu, raised her jade hand gently, took his hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. You know, I feel most at ease with you. Qian Rongxiu reached out and stroked Xue Tianyu's face. Before, did you always sleep alone? Xue Tianyu shook her head. Aunt Xue and Aunt Bing accompanied me when I was a child. That is to say, I have never slept with girls of the same age. Qian Rongxiu took Xue Tianyu into her arms. If we really count them as the same age, then maybe not. Xue Tianyu thought about it seriously. However, looking at the appearance of Xue Di and Bing Di, most girls probably can't compare to them. Qian Rongxiu herself is also clear about this. So although she said this, she was still a little jealous in her heart. Tonight, you sleep with me. Qian Rongxiu's eyes rolled, and a sly smile appeared in her eyes. She pushed Xue Tianyu and quickly lay down on the bed. Come on, hold me to sleep. Looking at Qian Rongxiu who was already lying down with expectant eyes, Xue Tianyu lay down helplessly, with his hands around her delicate waist. This feeling is very strange. It is the peace of mind of having a loved one by your side. Soon, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Early in the morning, Xue Tianyu woke up. Originally, he thought Jian Rongxue was still sleeping, but when he opened his eyes, he found that Jian Rongxue was already looking at him with a smile. That angelic face with a smile, clear and bright, is unforgettable. What? Is there something on my face? No, I just think you look pretty when you sleep. Jian Rongxue laughed and sat up from the bed. Okay, it's time to get up. I have to attend the first morning court of the new dynasty this morning. Jian Rongxue went to the bathroom to wash up first, and then dressed up. It would take a long time to dress up as Xue Qinghe. But Jian Rongxue was too familiar with Xue Qinghe. After all, she had spent half of her life playing Xue Qinghe. So she didn't spend too much time to dress up. Alas, you guys are better. You don't even need to zip up your clothes. It's so easy. Jian Rongxue, who looked like Xue Qinghe, walked out helplessly. At this time, her voice was still Jian Rongxue's. Xue Tianyu shrugged and went into the bathroom to wash up. Actually, Jian Rongxue looked at Xue Tianyu's back as he washed up, and suddenly felt a little impulsive. She wanted to show her cards. She faced her own brother every day, but didn't recognize him. But she knew that once the showdown was over, the relationship between her and Xue Tianyu might change unexpectedly. She didn't know how to face it. Jian Rongxue had a hunch that that day would not be long. The finals were about to start, and Xue Tianyu would fight Bibi Dong for her in front of everyone. By then, I will also stand beside Xue Tianyu. Jian Rongxue stood on tiptoe and helped Xue Tianyu tidy up his clothes, and then the two left together. Morning Court. In the palace hall, except for those who were killed by the rebels at the banquet last night, the rest of the ministers have arrived. Emperor Qinghe, here. Chapter 120 Jian Rongxue's Hatred, Tianbing King. Xiao Wu kneeled to beg Xue Tianyu. Your Majesty, long live your Majesty. The ministers knelt. No one dared to speak now. This was Xue Qinghe's first morning court, and many ministers did not know the preferences of the new emperor. My dear ministers, please stand up. Xue Qinghe smiled calmly. Everyone stood up, but they all found that there was a young man standing next to Xue Qinghe. Almost everyone in the court knew him. The tyrannical Haoshan Douluo killed Prince Xuebeng in the street. His name should be known to everyone in the whole Tiandu. Xue Tianyu. Last night, the spirit hall suddenly attacked, and my father was ambushed by a traitor and died on the spot. The spirit hall's purpose is very clear. They want to overturn the sky of my Tiandu Empire. Let this world become the base of his spirit hall. Xue Qinghe stood up excitedly. If it weren't for Xue Tianyu's help, perhaps our Tiandu Empire would have perished last night, and I would have died on the spot. Xue Qinghe took Xue Tianyu's hand and walked down from the imperial court. The entire Tiandu Empire was saved by Xue Tianyu. Thank you for saving the country. Immediately, a sharp-eyed minister knelt down. As a result of his action, many ministers who usually liked to flatter others regretted not being the first and knelt down. Then, as if infected, everyone knelt down to thank Xue Tianyu for his great kindness. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xue Qinghe immediately issued a summons. Since everyone is grateful for Xue Tianyu's great kindness, I now declare that Xue Tianyu will be named, shoulder to shoulder, Tianbing King. The ministers around were stunned. Tianbing King? According to the tradition of the Tiandu Empire, only royal relatives can be crowned kings. Unless this minister has made great contributions to the point that normal rewards are not enough to commend his achievements, and he has to be crowned a king of a different surname, then the king can be given a throne. At this time, all the ministers were stunned. It seems that Xue Tianyu's achievements are indeed worthy of being crowned king. More importantly, the first 4 words of Tianbing King. This has raised the power of Bingtian King Shui Tianyu to an extremely high position. Congratulations, Tianbing King! All the ministers immediately congratulated. This is the youngest king in the history of Tiandu Empire. Moreover, he is a king who is equal to the emperor, and his power is almost only second to Emperor King He. This kind of reward is the first since the establishment of Tiandu Empire. Afterwards, Shui King He issued some other rewards. Most of them are some high-level rewards in terms of wealth. After all, the entire Tiandu Empire belongs to the Qian family, and Qian Rongxiu can reward Shui Tianyu with whatever she wants. There are countless gold and silver treasures. He also gave Shui Tianyu the most magnificent mansion in Tiandu City as his residence in Tiandu City. This way, Shui Tianyu will not need to live in a hotel often. Many ministers were speechless when they saw Shui King He's energy of wanting to give the entire Tiandu Empire to Shui Tianyu. How can an emperor reward his ministers like this? But when he thought about it, the world is not peaceful now, and it seems to be quite good to use these worldly things to keep a top master. So the court officials had no objection. Then, the court was dismissed. Qian Rongxiu, pretending to be Shui King He, took Shui Tianyu back to the palace. At this time, Shui Tianyu saw that the matter here was over, and said to Qian Rongxiu, "I should leave for a while, and there are still some things to deal with. The Soul Master competition is not over yet." Qian Rongxiu nodded, "If you have something to do, go and do it first." Thinking that Shui Tianyu was about to leave her, Qian Rongxiu held his forehead with both hands and kissed him. "I'll wait for you to come back." "Yet." Shui Tianyu smiled faintly, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring back a championship for the Tiandu Empire." The finals. Qian Rongxiu knew that Bibi Dong would definitely appear on the stage of the finals, otherwise it would have a great impact on the reputation of her Wuhan Hall. "What do you think of Bibi Dong?" Qian Rongxiu asked Shui Tianyu. "How do you see it?" Shui Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. "She bullied you so much, I will definitely help you teach her a lesson." Qian Rongxiu was very happy to hear Shui Tianyu's words. Thinking that Shui Tianyu would help her get back all the grievances she suffered at the hands of Bibi Dong, she wanted to go to the scene to see it. But now that the power of the Tiandu Empire is changing, she can't leave for a while. "Okay, help me teach her a lesson," Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. Looking at her brother's handsome face, she thought of Shui Tianyu being abandoned by Bibi Dong. If it weren't for Aunt Bing and Aunt Shui in the extreme north of the ice and snow, her brother would probably have been frozen to death long ago. At that time, he was just a baby. Qian Rongxiu murmured in her heart, and a trace of heartache appeared on her angelic face. "I wish I could kill her. If she wasn't my mother." "Ah!" Qian Rongxiu sighed and took Shui Tianyu's hand. "You must keep the beads I gave you well, don't lose them." After saying that, Qian Rongxiu stood on tiptoe and kissed Shui Tianyu on the forehead. Then she left. Shui Tianyu returned to the hotel. As soon as she returned to the room, she heard Xiao Wu in the bathroom knocking on the doors and windows. "What are you doing? This will disturb the hotel. Other guests, do you have any manners?" Shui Tianyu opened the bathroom door, leaned against the door frame and looked at Xiao Wu with a squint. "Please, let me go. Xiao Wu has been in the bathroom for so long, she is going crazy." Shui Tianyu looked at Xiao Wu's collapse and felt a little funny. "I won't let you out, I am protecting your life." Xiao Wu was stunned. It was the first time she heard imprisonment being described so fresh and refined. "Can you let me go, don't protect me?" Xiao Wu said uncomfortably. "As far as I know, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, seems to be in urgent need of spirit rings. She should attack the 2 forest kings of the Star Do Great Forest. I wonder if you are familiar with them. It seems to be something. Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape?" Shui Tianyu knew that the finals were approaching, and even if Bibi Dong was anxious, she could only make a move after the finals. Xue Tianyu naturally couldn't let Bibi Dong get the soul ring so easily. At this time, Xiao Wu also understood that Bibi Dong wanted the 100,000 year soul rings of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Daming, Erming. Xiao Wu panicked. She knew Bibi Dong's strength. If she was really caught by the people of the Spirit Hall, the two of them would definitely not be able to beat her. Then, who can save Daming and Erming? Xue Tianyu. Master. Xiao Wu immediately knelt in front of Xue Tianyu and hugged his legs. Please, save Daming and Erming, they are my best friends, I can't watch them die. Chapter 121 Guyuina gave the Mountain Dragon King Soul Bone. Kill the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Save. Xue Tianyu looked at Xiao Wu with interest. Do you think I am the kind of person who would agree to your request? Looking at Xue Tianyu's playful expression, Xiao Wu panicked. She knelt down quickly. Tianyu, as long as you can save Daming and Erming, I can give you anything you want. Daming and Erming are now Xiao Wu's only thoughts, and she can't watch them get into trouble. And now, knowing that Xue Tianyu is an existence that can crush Haoshan Douluo, then he must have a way to save Daming and Erming. First of all, Xue Tianyu said calmly, I'm not interested. The death of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape has nothing to do with me. Besides, are you sure you can give me everything I want? I can. When Xiao Wu heard this, she thought there was still a chance for the situation to turn around, so she immediately crawled under Xue Tianyu and hugged his legs. However, Xue Tianyu grabbed Xiao Wu's braid and lifted her head up. Xiao Wu felt pain, and cold sweat instantly oozed out of her forehead. But now she had something to ask of Xue Tianyu, and she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction. She could only bear it. However, the next second, Xue Tianyu's words made Xiao Wu completely collapse. Then, I want your soul ring, do you dare to give it to me? Xue Tianyu said jokingly. Soul ring. Xiao Wu felt very uncomfortable. If she gave the soul ring, she would die. If this could save Daming and Erming. After you die, you won't be able to see your third brother. Imagine, he is holding another woman in his arms. At that time, will he still call your name? Xue Tianyu said lightly. Xiao Wu's face turned pale instantly. She was a little desperate. Night. After teaching Xiao Wu a lesson and making her cry, Xue Tianyu remembered that when he was helping Qianrongxiu launch a coup yesterday, Guyuina seemed to have something to give him. Then he knocked on Guyuina's door. I'm here. After a while, Xue Tianyu heard the sound of petals in the room. Squeak. The door opened. Sure enough, Guyuina was not used to wearing shoes, so she ran around the room with her jade feet. At this time, Guyuina was wearing a hazy silver-white gauze dress, and the seductive scenery inside the dress was looming. The skirt was very short, almost only reaching the thigh. This made Guyuina's snow-white and round slender jade legs appear in front of Xue Tianyu. Especially the pair of jade feet, which were flawless white and curvy, and became more attractive against the background of white skin. You are finally here. Guyuina smiled and reached out to grab Xue Tianyu, then pulled him into the room. Then, at the moment she turned around, her jade feet were gently lifted, and the delicate and flexible instep hooked the door, closing the door lightly and locking it. You said you had something to give me. Xue Tianyu asked in confusion. Hehe, so you came to me because you wanted my things. Guyuina's words seemed to have a double meaning. She squeezed her clothes, showing her exquisite figure through the gauze. Xue Tianyu was helpless. The world of soul beasts is really simple. As long as the purpose is clear, they will always be very active. This made Xue Tianyu dare not move. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Looking at Xue Tianyu's slightly embarrassed look, Guyuina smiled. She really has something serious for Xue Tianyu. Then, she took out a soul bone from somewhere. This soul bone, as soon as it appeared, the air immediately felt heavy. Xue Tianyu was silent, as if a mountain was pressing on him, making him feel oppressive. This is... Xue Tianyu knew that this must be the power of this soul bone. The appearance of the soul bone alone can cause such a strange phenomenon. It seems that this soul bone is not simple. This is the soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King. Gu Yuina grabbed Xue Tianyu's hand and put the soul bone in his hand. You already have the soul bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. It should be very fast to absorb this soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. You must remember to help me kill the million-year soul beast. Gu Yuina smiled. Xue Tianyu felt the soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King in his hand, closed his eyes and began to absorb it. He knew how rare the soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King was. The Dragon God once said that the Mountain Dragon will always be the king. The Mountain Dragon King is also known as the leader of the 9 Dragon Kings who do not walk in the world. Gu Yuina's ability to take out this piece of Mountain Dragon King's soul bone really shows her sincerity. As for killing Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, with the dragon binding, the other party can only wait for death. At this time, the Mountain Dragon King's soul bone was completely absorbed by Xue Tianyu. Also as a million-year soul bone, the Mountain Dragon King's soul bone also brought Xue Tianyu 4 soul skills. The Mountain Dragon King itself is the incarnation of mountains and rivers. So the skills in its soul bone are also related to this. The first skill is Mountain Suppression, which summons a mountain to freeze the bodies of people in a large area. It can achieve suppression similar to gravity control. And it can add a layer of Mountain Dragon King's protection to Xue Tianyu, immune to all attacks below its own level. The second skill is not bad either. The Mountain Dragon King's Wrath, Earth Catastrophic. When Xue Tianyu releases this skill, the terrifying force will instantly tear the earth apart. The third skill is Mountain Fire Dragon Roar, which can spray out a stream of scorching magma. When the magma cools, it will form a rock path. The last skill is the Endless Abyss. Xue Tianyu can turn a range of land into a swamp. Then countless mud hands will stretch out from the swamp and drag all the people in the swamp into the ground. Xue Tianyu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. At this time, after absorbing the soul bone of the Mountain Dragon King, his cultivation has reached level 98. Not bad, not bad. Gu Yuina looked at Xue Tianyu, who had become stronger and was looking forward to it. As long as he can inherit the throne of the ancient ice god as soon as possible, the matter of overturning the god realm will be settled. Gu Yuina sat on the bed and patted the edge of the bed. Tonight, you sleep here with me. Looking at the smile that Gu Yuina couldn't hide in her eyes, Xue Tianyu was worried about his own safety. Wouldn't he eat it all night? Hey? Why do you have something that glows for a while? Gu Yuina saw a bead in Xue Tianyu's pocket. This is a gift from Qianrongxiu. Xue Tianyu took it out and held it in his hand. Isn't this? Gu Yuina was stunned at first. Then her face became strange. She recognized that this was the inheritance bead of the gods. After all, she was also a person in the god realm, and she knew something about this kind of inheritance bead. This aura was the inheritance bead of the angel. She lowered her eyebrows and tried her best to hide the smile in her eyes. Tianyu, do you know what this bead represents? Gu Yuina guessed many secrets with just one bead. Qianrongxiu and Xue Tianyu have a complicated relationship. What does it represent? Xue Tianyu was a little confused. He only knew that he felt very comfortable when this bead was in his hand. Apart from that, there seemed to be nothing special. Chapter 122 Bibi Dong, Qianrongxiu's evil offspring. So close to Xue Tianyu. The will of the sea god. The Pope's palace. Bibi Dong woke up from cultivation. At this time, she was wearing a palace dress inlaid with gems, and her long white legs were exposed from under the hem of the palace dress. Her curvy figure was perfectly displayed by the tight palace dress. Hey, I finally recovered a little. The fluctuation of Bibi Dong's aura was much stronger than before. After experiencing the life and death crisis, Bibi Dong, who had recovered from her injuries, could now use her power completely. Xiao Gang, wait for me to avenge you. Bibi Dong looked at her hands with cold eyes. Thinking of the hatred of Xue Tianyu's broken arm and the hatred of abusing Yu Xiao Gang, they had to be settled one by one. Suddenly, a flying bird flew in from outside the palace gate. Bibi Dong grabbed the bird's feet and took a short message from it. Qian Rongxiu successfully launched a coup and successfully ascended the throne with the help of Xue Tianyu. Originally, the previous line of words made Bibi Dong happy. Thinking that Qian Rongxiu was of some use, she finally did a good thing after so many years. However, the next sentence made Bibi Dong explode. It was Xue Tianyu again. How come there was Xue Tianyu everywhere? This Xue Tianyu was actually so close to Qian Rongxiu, that evil creature. Bibi Dong was disgusted. Now, she would feel uncomfortable whenever she saw the three words Xue Tianyu. Waste thing, actually got so close to that Xue Tianyu. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and said fiercely. No wonder there was no movement for so many years, and now the coup was suddenly successful. It turned out that there was foreign aid. However, at this critical moment, Qian Rongxiu launched the Tiandu Palace coup. Success is also a good thing. Now that the Spirit Hall controls the Tiandu Empire, it will be more convenient for me to unify the continent later. Qian Rongxiu probably doesn't know that she is just preparing for her wedding. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and a very terrifying wave came out, and the purple-black divine power flowed on her palm. Didn't Xue Tianyu say that he would teach me a lesson in the finals? Now I am very close to completely inheriting the position of Rakshasa. There is still some time in the finals, so as long as I continue to get stronger, I don't know who will teach whom by then. Bibi Dong calmed down and suddenly remembered that her soul-devouring spider emperor was still short of 2 soul rings. It had been decided before that these 2 soul rings must be 100,000-year soul rings. Since Sunset Forest can no longer be obtained, then the 2 forest kings of Xingdu. At this time, a soul power wave came from far to near. Back. Bibi Dong felt the breath of Douluo. He had been sent out to look for the Titan Giant Ape's Azure Bull Python. So she asked Douluo to come back to the Pope's palace. Soon, Douluo came to the Pope's palace. His face was dusty, as if he had spent a lot of effort. How is it, did you find it? Bibi Dong looked at Douluo, who had just returned with some expectation. Now she was missing these 2 spirit rings. As long as she gathered the spirit rings, her strength would rise to another level. Now the only ones that can be found on the surface should be the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Douluo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect His Highness the Pope to be so anxious. He wanted to come back to rest before reporting. But after all, the result was pretty good, so it didn't matter if he reported in advance. Then, Douluo nodded. It's found. I marked the places where they often appear and their nests. Very good, you are still reliable. Bibi Dong was very happy. At this time, Douluo felt a little strange when he saw Bibi Dong say this. After all, in the past, such search and exploration missions were all Ghost Douluo's business. After all, his martial soul and soul skills have innate advantages. Thinking that he hadn't heard from Ghost Douluo for a long time, Douluo couldn't help asking. Where's the old ghost? It seems that I haven't seen him for a long time. Bibi Dong's eyes condensed. He said coldly, don't ask, just think he's dead. Dead, dead? Douluo was very confused. I haven't heard that he went to perform any dangerous missions. But... Douluo felt sad. He and Ghost Douluo have been good friends for more than 10 years, and they have also practiced martial soul fusion skills. As a result, Ghost Douluo died just like that? Did he accidentally encounter a strong enemy? But after thinking about it, it was still wrong. Your Majesty, Ghost Douluo's ability to escape is very strong. Even if he can't beat him, he should be able to run away. How could he die? Zhu Douluo's face was extremely ugly. Bibi Dong glanced at Zhu Douluo. When she thought of Ghost Douluo's arrogant attitude towards her, she felt a fire rising in her heart. Stop talking, he is not dead, but he betrayed Spirit Hall in front of me. Betray? Zhu Douluo was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his friend of so many years, who hadn't seen him for just a few days, actually betrayed him? No. Who can make Ghost Douluo betray Spirit Hall? Zhu Douluo felt that as Ghost Douluo's only friend, even if he wanted to betray him, he should be able to sense it. So quietly. Bibi Dong felt very upset when she heard Zhu Douluo talking about Ghost Douluo in her ear. Stop talking, I feel annoyed when I mention Ghost Douluo now. Bibi Dong was also very uncomfortable. In fact, it was not that she was annoyed when she mentioned Ghost Douluo, but that Xue Tianyu, who made Ghost Douluo betray her, made her annoyed. It's all tears if I say too much. Although the internal injuries on her body have healed, the wounds caused by Xue Tianyu to Bibi Dong still hurt. When the finals come, she will get all her debts back from Xue Tianyu. The sea god has appeared. What are your instructions? The sea god's phantom looked down at Poseidon. The inheritance of the ancient ice god has appeared. The sea god island must do everything it can to kill the ice god's heir. It is imperative that he be killed before he inherits the throne of the ancient ice god. This is the result of the discussion in the god realm. I will follow the sea god's will. Although he didn't know who the sea god was talking about, Poseidon still bowed his head and agreed. Remember, kill Xue Tianyu as soon as possible. The sea god's phantom disappeared after saying the last sentence. Xue Tianyu? Poseidon raised his head and silently recited this name. It seems that Xue Tianyu is the heir of the ancient ice god. Thinking of this, she immediately summoned the 7 holy pillar guardians. Since the sea god personally ordered it, the sea god island must kill Xue Tianyu even if it pays any price. Chapter 123 Guyuina, are you siblings? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is mysteriously confident. High Priest, what happened? Sea Dragon Douluo came to the outside of the sea god temple first. And not long after he arrived, the remaining 6 holy pillar guardians, including the sea witch and sea horse Douluo, all came. Poseidon looked at the titled Douluos in front of him and said solemnly, Lord Sea God appeared and asked us to do our best to snipe a man named Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu. Including Sea Dragon Douluo, no one had ever heard of this person. Yes, that's him. Poseidon nodded. This Xue Tianyu seems to be inheriting the ancient ice god's throne, and that throne seems to be valued by the gods. After discussion, they demanded to kill Xue Tianyu at all costs. Lord Poseidon wants us to kill him before he completes the inheritance. Isn't that easy? Hippocampus Douluo raised his head and smiled. Don't mention Brother Heilong, as long as 2 or 3 of us Saint Pillar Douluos join forces, we will definitely catch him. This time I plan to send the 5 of you together. Poseidon also believes that a person who has not inherited the throne and is not famous should not be very strong. But Lord Poseidon's mission should still be taken seriously. Poseidon Island can win no matter how it sends 5 Saint Pillar Douluos. As for Heilong, you and the Sea Witch will be responsible for the safety of the 7 sacred pillars during this period. Poseidon looked at Heilong Douluo. Just in case, you should also pay attention to the situation on Sea God Island at any time. Recently, I heard that the Spirit Hall on the mainland is ready to move. Heilong Douluo and Sea Witch both nodded. Afterwards, the 5 sacred pillars Douluos of Sea God Island disguised themselves and went to the mainland to find the man named Xue Tianyu. In the Tiandu City Hotel, Xue Tianyu carefully examined the glowing beads in his hand, which felt delicate and warm. This was given by Qian Rongxiu, and he didn't know what it represented. Do you know what it represents? Xue Tianyu looked up and asked Guyuina. It seems that he hasn't told him yet. Guyuina's eyes flashed with a cunning halo. Of course I know. Tell me. Shui Tianyu asked curiously. I'll tell you when I come back from the far north. Gu Yuina thought to herself, since she has this secret, why not tease him? Seeing that Shui Tianyu didn't seem to realize the problem at all, Gu Yuina mysteriously counted with her fingers in front of Shui Tianyu. I just calculated for you, it seems that you and Qian Rongxiu are siblings. Shui Tianyu was stunned. He has never told anyone this secret. How did Gu Yuina know? And Gu Yuina has only been away from the Xingde Great Forest for a few days, so she shouldn't know about the past. How did you see it? Gu Yuina covered her mouth and laughed, then pretended to be serious and said, I have a secret technique. Shui Tianyu rolled his eyes. It is obvious that Gu Yuina is unwilling to say. By the way, Gu Yuina poked Shui Tianyu's chest, you and Qian Rongxiu, you are so close, is it really okay? It's none of your business, don't mind it. Shui Tianyu was speechless, and his face suddenly became ugly. The defense was broken in an instant. Hee. Gu Yuina smiled and gave Shui Tianyu a popular science, don't worry, in my soul beast world view, as long as you have the ability, polygamy is very normal. Qian Rongxiu is really pretty. Gu Yuina's eyes seemed to have a special meaning, I can understand, I understand. Shui Tianyu was speechless, I understand your sister. Oh, it's okay, Qian Rongxiu is not here, if you feel unbearable, you can find me. Gu Yuina's eyes were like hooks, and she stretched out her hand to pull down the shoulder straps of her dress and hung them on her smooth arms. The beautiful scenery was only separated from Shui Tianyu's eyes by a thin layer. Then she leaned into Shui Tianyu's arms, if you want to practice in advance, you can find me. Seeing Gu Yuina's increasingly active appearance, Shui Tianyu quickly stood up and took 2 steps back. How many times have I told you not to do this? Shui Tianyu sighed. He didn't know where to put his eyes. Anywhere related to Gu Yuina's body is now a banned scene. Hee, it's okay, I don't care. Gu Yuina smiled, she actually liked Shui Tianyu's shy look. It does matter. Shui Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore, and left Gu Yuina's room like a refugee. Gu Yuina looked at Shui Tianyu's back, smiling and fixing the shoulder straps. This kid is getting more and more interesting. On the other hand, Shui Tianyu returned to his room as quickly as possible. Where have you been? Tianyu. As soon as he arrived in the room, Shui Tianyu heard Shuidi's voice. Seeing Shuidi in pajamas, with a look of she looked at Shui Tianyu shyly. But she was stunned for a moment when she saw it. Because Shui Tianyu seemed to have a stronger aura. Didn't Gu Yuina say yesterday that she had something to give me? I went to see her. Shui Tianyu said, stretching her stiff arms. Gu Yuina? Shuidi was unhappy. It's Gu Yuina again. I can't sleep, Tianyu, you sleep with me. Shuidi directly pulled Shui Tianyu's hand and came to the bed. Seeing that Shuidi had learned to take the initiative, Shui Tianyu was a little surprised. At this time, Shuidi's snow-white legs were exposed. The fire that Shui Tianyu was aroused by Gu Yuina made him take a deep breath. Looking at Shuidi with a blushing face, Shui Tianyu slowly hugged her waist. Okay, let's sleep together. A few blushes appeared on Shuidi's beautiful face. Time passed. At the edge of the far north, a charming voice resounded through the snow. I'm finally back. Bingdi was as excited as a wanderer who had been away from home for too long and finally returned to his hometown. Behind her, Swaiti and Gu Yuina were holding Shui Tianyu in the middle. There seemed to be a flash of lightning between the two people's eyes. This time, they returned to the far north to find the trace of Tianmeng Ice silkworm. However, Tianmeng Ice silkworm is not so easy to find. Bingdi had chased it for a long time, but could not find its specific location. I have a way. Gu Yuina smiled indifferently, then closed her eyes, and a mysterious breath spread out instantly. This breath is very special, it is Gu Yuina's ability as the master of soul beasts. This breath quickly swept across the entire far north. Found it! Guyuina suddenly opened her eyes, and a faint silver light emanated from her body. Then, she took everyone directly through space teleportation and came to a huge insect. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Bingdi was excited at once. This was the million-year-old bug she had been chasing for a long time. Almost at the moment of landing, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm had already sensed them. Is it you? It recognized the two emperors of ice and snow. Ah! Do you think my Tianmeng soul ring is so easy to get? The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a little disdainful. You can't catch me. I am a million-year soul beast. That scorpion has been chasing me for so long, but it can't do anything to me. Give up, why torture yourself? His ability to escape is very powerful. Xue Tianyu smiled indifferently, really? Of course, don't waste your energy. Do you know the value of a million-year soul beast? The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm tilted its mouth, and it was obviously a little swollen. The Ice Emperor smiled slightly, and waited for Tianyu to take out the dragon binding, and you will be honest. Chapter 124 Hunting Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Generous rewards. Xue Tianyu made a lot of money. Can you catch me? Stop dreaming. The reason why Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is so confident is entirely due to his experience over the past million years. It is originally a very ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, and this extreme north is its home. Because it is born as a dual cultivation soul beast with spiritual attributes and ice attributes, it has known how to protect itself since childhood. So even when facing soul beasts that are far weaker than itself, it puts how to run away after losing a fight first. If it encounters an opponent of equal strength, then it will definitely run away directly and not give itself the opportunity to lose. After all, it is not easy to run away after losing a fight. So in his experience of a million years, at least 900,000 years have been spent on running away. If he has not learned the fighting skills well, he will be able to run away perfectly. For this reason, he has also created many escape skills. So now he is not afraid of fighting with others at all. If he loses, the worst thing is to run away. In such a big world, is there anything that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm cannot run away? Hey, just running. At this time, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm shook its round head. The flesh on its face trembled and looked very elastic. The silkworm's body was white jade, 7 meters long, and even more than 1 meter wide. The silkworm's coat was crystal clear, and the light was flowing under the skin. The pair of small eyes on the silkworm-shaped head revealed a spirited young man's breath. There were 10 spiral gold lines all over the body. Each of these gold lines represented 100,000 years of cultivation. It looked really intimidating. Ordinary soul beasts would be scared just by feeling the pressure of the million-year cultivation of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. After all, soul beasts still mainly sense breath. Unlike some challenging humans, you won't know whether you can win until you fight. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is actually not as good as some 100,000-year soul beasts. Of course, after years of hanging out with soul beasts, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was too confident in its escape skills. So now it was so arrogant in front of Xue Tianyu. Really? Xue Tianyu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the dragon binding appeared in his hand. Since Ditian and Guyuina have become allies, the dragon binding's dragon trapping property is no longer useful. So Xue Tianyu and Guyuina re-refined the dragon binding together. Although it has no effect on the dragon clan. With absolute suppression, the ability of the dragon binding to bind other soul beasts has increased dramatically. Xue Tianyu and Guyuina have experimented with it. Even for fierce beasts like Bibi and the King of 10,000 Demons, it takes a long time to break free from the new version of the dragon binding. Not to mention the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, which has almost nothing but soul power. However, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm does not seem to realize the seriousness of the problem yet. He looked down on the rope that Xue Tianyu took out. If you have the ability, tie me up and prevent me from running away." The proud little expression of the Tianmeng silkworm was about to overflow with pride. Xue Tianyu smiled. "It still has one thing to beg for it to be tied up. You know, even De Tian doesn't dare to ask this request in person. He has been tied up enough. Since you ask so sincerely, I will let you taste the saltiness of this dragon binding." Xue Tianyu's soul power was instantly injected, and the dragon binding released a dazzling golden light. At this time, the dragon binding qi locked onto the Tianmeng silkworm. "No, this." The Tianmeng silkworm was stunned. He didn't expect that the dragon binding would directly lock onto his body. This is really annoying. The Tianmeng silkworm no longer hesitated, and the whole silkworm body was in a trance for a moment, wanting to use its ability to escape directly. The sky is high in the far north, and birds can fly freely. When it escapes, it will never let these people see a single strand of its silk. Looking at the silkworm master who was busy escaping, Xue Tianyu slowly formed a sword finger in front of his chest and said a word lightly. "Fix." Buzz. Instantly, the dragon-binding golden light was dazzling, and the next second it seemed to have travelled through time and space, and appeared directly on the Tianmeng silkworm. All the preparations of the Tianmeng silkworm were turned into a bubble. The soul power of millions of years was directly locked. It is now no different from an ordinary ice silkworm. "Run, keep running, aren't you very capable?" Bingdi was very happy to see that the ice silkworm he had caught for so long was caught so easily by Xue Tianyu. You guys!" Tianmeng ice silkworm was immediately panicked. "You bullied the silkworm. I haven't even started running yet, and you guys started fighting. You have no martial ethics. This is a sneak attack. It's a lie." Tianmeng silkworm said all the most vicious words he could think of in his life. However, Xue Tianyu had a strange look on his face. The words of Tianmeng silkworm sounded as if he was acting cute. "Go ahead, time is running out." Gu Yuan reminded Xue Tianyu at this time. Xue Tianyu nodded, pinched his hands and came to Tianmeng silkworm. Feeling Xue Tianyu's malicious smile, Tianmeng silkworm was dumbfounded. Don't kill me, I'm not tasty, and the Tianmeng soul ring is just trash. I can sacrifice to you and become a soul. Don't think about it, I don't need it." Xue Tianyu shook his head. No, I can still recognize you as my master, please, as long as you don't kill me, I can do anything." For the first time, Tianmeng silkworm felt endless fear in his heart. This was the first time he had the shadow of death. Xue Tianyu ignored it, thinking that this was the first time he encountered a living million-year soul beast, and he didn't know what would happen after signing in. "Sign in, Tianmeng silkworm." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in the million-year soul beast Tianmeng silkworm. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 Dragon King Ginsengs. Soul power has increased, and the age of all soul rings has increased by 100,000 years. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, Angel Authority, which can enhance the power of the angel martial soul. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, Sunfengen Li Blade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Ahem. Originally, Xue Tianyu thought that the reward of soul rings and soul power was enough, and adding the Dragon King Ginseng at most was already very good. You know, the effect of this Dragon King Ginseng is already amazing. Just one root of the Dragon King Ginseng can instantly restore a lot of energy. A complete Dragon King Ginseng can bring the dead back to life. 5 Dragon King Ginsengs. Xue Tianyu has never received such a generous reward so far. It is equivalent to giving 5 life-extending treasures. As a result, the sign-in reward for the Tianmeng silkworm actually includes 5 artifacts. 5. The gods would drool at the sight of them. The system later became an emotionless machine that reads names. Angel Authority, Sunfanzhen Li Blade, and. Xue Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, he slapped his forehead and looked up at Tianmeng I Silkworm and laughed, brother, you are quite fat. Ah! Tianmeng I Silkworm looked at his chubby body and laughed dryly, it's okay, it's all puffy. Chapter 125 The Silver Dragon King appeared in person. Gu Yuina resisted the thunder tribulation. Shocked the whole audience. Xue Tianyu shook his head. He naturally couldn't tell the system reward. It's just that Tianmeng I Silkworm did give too many good things, so Xue Tianyu, who was used to good things, couldn't help but admire it. However, after Xue Tianyu squeezed out the last value of Tianmeng I Silkworm, he turned his head and looked behind him. Gu Yuina, it's your turn. Gu Yuina slowly came to Tianmeng I Silkworm. On her pretty face, seeing the 10 golden rings on Tianmeng I Silkworm, it was like seeing delicacies from the mountains and the sea. She raised her red lips slightly, and licked her lips with her fragrant tongue. Down. Then I won't be polite. The Tianmeng I Silkworm panicked. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over. Gu Yuina smiled faintly, and a soul power attached to the body of the Tianmeng I Silkworm. Shua! In an instant, the soul power of the Tianmeng I Silkworm seemed to have found an outlet, and rushed to Gu Yuina frantically. No, don't suck me! Feeling its soul power being sucked away continuously, the body of the Tianmeng I Silkworm was completely stiff. Its voice is now completely distorted. However, Gu Yuina's body is like a bottomless pit, and the soul power of the Tianmeng I Silkworm is even flowing faster and faster. Soon, the golden rings on its body dimmed one after another. The fat silkworm body also shrank rapidly. After a while, the Tianmeng I Silkworm has become a malnourished thin silkworm. All 10 golden rings are extinguished. This is to squeeze the Tianmeng I Silkworm dry. Xue Tianyu looked at the dying Tianmeng I Silkworm and shot it away. Tianmeng I Silkworm never thought that someone could absorb all of its million-year soul power. The million-year Tianmeng soul ring of Tianmeng I Silkworm slowly emerged. By the way, do you want to merge this Tianmeng soul ring with your own 100,000-year 7th soul ring? Gu Yuina looked at the golden Tianmeng soul ring and smiled, then, your martial soul will be even more powerful. Soul rings can be merged. Xue Tianyu was a little surprised. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Gu Yuina smiled faintly. Then, Gu Yuina came to Xue Tianyu and whispered a few words, guiding him to merge the Tianmeng soul ring with the ice-attributed 7th soul ring. Finally, Xue Tianyu's 7th soul ring became a million-year golden soul ring. At this moment, Xue Tianyu clearly felt that his soul power had skyrocketed again. At this time, a cold female voice appeared in Xue Tianyu's mind. The killing of the million-year soul beast is completed. Complete the first test of the ancient ice god, and the affinity of the ice god is increased by 20%. Skill unlocked, Absolute 0. Can form a frost mirror and rebound all attacks. Xue Tianyu noticed that this is a rebound of all attacks. This rebound has no restrictions, that is, no matter how strong the attack is, it should be rebounded. Then, can the attack of God also be rebounded? At this moment, after Gu Yuina absorbed the soul power of a million years, the whole person looked more radiant and beautiful, and the aura on her body was more vigorous. Feeling her own power, Gu Yuina raised her head and looked at the 2 emperors of ice and snow. Now, I can help you get through the thunder tribulation. What method is used to get through the thunder tribulation? Xue Tianyu didn't know why, but when he mentioned the thunder tribulation of the 2 emperors of ice and snow, he felt a little uneasy. Gu Yuina raised her delicate jade arm, and a layer of silver dragon scales slowly emerged on it. But it disappeared in just a moment. I can use the silver dragon scales to help them attract the thunder tribulation. Gu Yuina smiled calmly, then I can help them resist this fatal disaster. Fatal disaster. Xue Tianyu's face changed slightly. Thinking that he still has the skill to avoid injury, can't I resist it? The intensity of this thunder tribulation is very high. If Xue Tianyu can help to withstand it, the chance of surviving the thunder tribulation will become very high. However, Guyuina patted Xue Tianyu on the shoulder. No. You are not a soul beast, the thunder tribulation will not hurt you at all. Guyuina lowered her eyebrows, her eyes full of sadness. This is the special nature of the soul beast thunder tribulation, and it is also the most vicious place of the main gods in the god realm. Nothing will happen, right? Xue Tianyu knew that he could not help, and was very uncomfortable. Nothing will happen to them. Guyuina looked at Xue Tianyu, who cared so much about their soul beasts, and her heart was also warm. However, Xue Tianyu did not notice that what she said was that nothing would happen to them. Then, Bingdi stood up first and wanted to trigger the thunder tribulation. The 10,000-year black ice marrow appeared in her hand, and she swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the powerful power of ice and snow filled her body. In Xue Tianyu's eyes, Bingdi seemed to have grown up a little in an instant. A shattering sound burst out from her body, and Bingdi broke through. At this time, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Boom! Boom! The thunder shook the sky. Bingdi looked up at the sky. This was a thunder tribulation of 400,000 years. The dull breath spread, and the sky and the earth seemed to be carrying the pressure of thunder. Sizzle! A blue thunder suddenly struck down. The ice energy of Bingdi burst out all over his body, and he went to meet the huge thunder that fell from the sky. Boom! Two powerful forces exploded in the air, dispersing all the ice and snow in the extreme north. After just resisting one thunder tribulation, Bingdi was already out of breath. Xue Tianyu became more and more nervous. This thunder tribulation contained the breath of annihilation, which was probably the power that soul beasts feared the most. Looking at Bingdi's appearance, she might not be able to withstand the second thunder. At this moment, a crisp dragon roar sounded from Guyuina. Then, Guyuina's whole body swelled up instantly and turned into a huge silver dragon. Guyuina in the form of a silver dragon was covered with dazzling silver scales, shining with mysterious light, and her huge wings spread out, as if she could cover the sky and the sun. The extremely powerful dragon clan pressure made the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor change their faces. They all knew that Guyuina was very strong, but they didn't expect her to be so strong. At this moment, seeing that the second thunder was about to fall, Guyuina in the form of the Silver Dragon King let out a high-pitched long roar and shouted to the Ice Emperor, "I'll help you." Then, at the moment when the thunder tribulation landed, Guyuina rushed into the sky, and the silver dragon scales all over her body emitted a brilliant and dazzling silver light. All the thunder and lightning seemed to be attracted at this moment. The Ice Emperor's eyes were shocked. The thunder tribulation pressure that had been pressing on her before disappeared at this moment. All the thunder power seemed to be attracted by Guyuina. Sizzle! The thunder struck down. The blue lightning with the power of annihilation struck Guyuina fiercely. Roar! Guyuina let out a dragon roar. But she still endured it. Xue Tianyu bit his lower lip and sighed. It seems that I have to be nicer to Guyuina in the future. Chapter 126 Guyuina's terrifying strength. The god realm is unkind. Xue Tianyu feels distressed. Sizzle! Sizzle! The blue lightning in the sky struck down one after another. This huge thunder tribulation made Xue Tianyu very nervous. The Ice Emperor had already tried his best to withstand the first thunder. Xue Tianyu didn't dare to think about what would happen if Guyuina didn't exist and the Ice Emperor had to withstand the thunder tribulation alone. Now all the thunder tribulations struck Guyuina. Xue Tianyu bit his lip and looked at the blue electric light flowing on the silver dragon scales. He could feel that Guyuina was under a lot of pressure now. I don't know how long it took. The thunderbolt in the sky slowly dissipated. The dark clouds finally dispersed. It's over. Bingdi murmured, looking at Guyuina who took the thunderbolt for her in the sky, with a different look in her eyes. At this moment, as the last thunderbolt fell, Guyuina's figure turned back to the appearance of a girl, and she seemed to fall from the sky as if she had lost her strength. Xue Tianyu hurried forward and caught Guyuina. The moment the two of them just touched, Xue Tianyu suddenly felt a tingling sensation. There was still a trace of electricity flowing on Guyuina's body. "Are you okay?" Xue Tianyu asked with a nervous look on his face. Guyuina looked down at her clothes that were broken into pieces by the thunderbolt and could hardly cover her beautiful spring scenery, and her face was rarely slightly pink. She raised her hand, hugged Xue Tianyu's neck, and her red lips rose slightly. "Are you concerned about me?" Xue Tianyu didn't say anything, but his eyes were always looking at Guyuina. Guyuina also felt that Xue Tianyu seemed to have a different attitude towards her. She smiled faintly and jumped down with Xue Tianyu's body. Her smooth and delicate jade feet stepped on the snow, making a creaking sound. "I'm still okay." At this time, the Ice Emperor who had completed the Thunder Tribulation suddenly burst out with a force that was countless times stronger than before. The original green dress exploded instantly, and the naked Ice Emperor transformed into his original form. Then, just like shedding a shell, her body became more crystal clear as her aura rose. Then, an unprecedented strong pressure burst out from her. Successful tribulation. Guyuina smiled and watched the transformation of the Ice Emperor. It is possible that they will also become a helper in overturning the God realm. This is also one of the reasons why Guyuina is willing to help them. But it is mainly for Xue Tianyu. Then, the Ice Emperor who completed the transformation turned back into human form. The petite Lolita figure seemed to grow a little bigger at this moment. "It's done." Bingdi was very excited, but forgot to transform into clothes for a moment. Xue Tianyu pointed at Bingdi's delicate body with his eyes closed in embarrassment. "Tianyu, you have seen it before, why are you shy?" Bingdi smiled and looked down at her snow-white and tender body, and then the green Lolita dress was transformed against her body. Bingdi's teasing made Xue Tianyu blush. At this time, Suidi saw that Bingdi had completed the Thunder Tribulation, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "How do you feel?" "It's okay, now I feel full of power." After feeling it, Bingdi sincerely said thank you to Guyuina, and everything was self-explanatory. "It's your turn next." Guyuina used her soul power to repair the broken cloth on her body that could not cover the beautiful spring scenery. "Thank you." These were words from Suidi's heart. This kind of action of helping to resist the Thunder Tribulation is a great favor in the Soul Beast world. "What polite words are you saying? I am not helping you for free," Guyuina said, her eyes drifting directly to Xue Tianyu. The meaning of these words can be said to be undisguised. Then she also took out the black ice marrow and closed her eyes to absorb it like Bingdi. "I am afraid her Thunder Tribulation is not easy to deal with." Bingdi saw Suidi also the Thunder Tribulation began to trigger, and he suddenly felt a little nervous. "It's okay." Guyuina looked up at the sky, "No matter how strong the Thunder Tribulation is, I can withstand it." For some reason, Xue Tianyu felt a special touch when he heard Guyuina's words. Originally, he thought that this Thunder Tribulation was at most like the blue thunder of the Ice Emperor. At most, it would just strike a few more times. However, when the breath of the Snow Emperor's breakthrough spread, something seemed to be angry in the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun gathered in an instant. This Thunder Tribulation was obviously more powerful than the Ice Emperor. Boom! The thunder rolled. The extremely powerful pressure broke out, causing instant avalanches in many places in the far north. Between the black clouds, golden thunder moved back and forth. It was obviously not at the same level as the blue thunder. This 700,000 year thunder tribulation is really different. Guyuina had a trace of cold sweat on her temples. A smile rose from her lips. This thunder tribulation is a bit challenging. Just seeing the golden lightning flowing has already put great pressure on Xue Di. Then, a golden thunder with a radius of 5 meters suddenly roared down from the sky. It seemed that God was going to use this thunder to annihilate all the soul beasts that violated the thunder tribulation. Shweti's face was pale. If she had to resist this golden thunder, I'm afraid this first one would be enough to seriously injure her. I'll help you. Guyuina's body instantly burst into a dazzling silver light, and she transformed into a huge silver dragon again. Each piece of silver dragon scale has a very special soul power fluctuation. After sensing Guyuina's silver breath, this golden thunder that came down from the sky suddenly turned in the air and smashed towards Guyuina. Zzz. The golden lightning on the dark cloud blended with Guyuina's silver scales, making bursts of harsh sounds. Waves of terrifying pressure swept through the air. Just the golden lightning that occasionally bounced off Guyuina's body split a huge crack in the solid ice layer of the far north. Watching Guyuina's confrontation with the golden thunder, Shwetianyu's heart was in his throat. This was related to the safety of Shweti and Guyuina, and he was very nervous. Fortunately, Guyuina finally took the golden thunder. However, she didn't look good at this time. The golden thunder seemed to be very dissatisfied that it could be resisted by someone, and a more terrifying thunder pressure accumulated in the sky. Even the far north seemed to have a thunder and lightning atmosphere. Guyuina, in the form of a silver dragon, raised her head and looked at the sky. Damn God realm, in order to suppress our soul beasts, they actually did this. Then, she looked up to the sky and howled, spitting out all her resentment towards the God realm. Soon, the second golden thunderbolt was no longer aimed at Shweti, but directly struck Guyuina. The power of this thunderbolt was obviously stronger than the previous one. Shwetianya was worried about Guyuina. He really didn't want Guyuina to get into trouble. However, Guyuina was not afraid at all and went forward to meet the golden thunderbolt. Chapter 127 Bibi Dong is worse than a beast. Qian Daoliu shows his cards. Wuhan Hall is furious. Thunder roared. Guyuina's silver dragon scales had turned burnt black under the continuous attack of the golden thunderbolt. Seeing Guyuina trying her best to resist all the thunderbolts, Shwetianyu sighed in his heart. She tried her best, so he should also have some attitude. Fortunately, in the end, all the thunderbolts were resisted by Guyuina. The dark clouds covering the sky and the sun finally dissipated after the last thunderbolt that was unwillingly struck. Snow successfully survived the thunderbolt. In an instant, an endless cold breath burst out from the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor's eyes flashed with ice blue light, and the clothes on her body were more crystal clear and looked more beautiful at this moment. However, unlike the Snow Emperor, Guyuina, whose scales were charred, fell from the sky again in the form of a girl. This time, all the clothes on Guyuina's body turned into charcoal and were blown away by the wind. It was obvious that the scars of lightning on Guyuina's body could be seen. Shwetianyu hurried forward to catch her. The soft and jade-like delicate body was in his arms, and Guyuina looked at Shwetianyu with a tired face. I was injured for you. At this time, facing such a beautiful body, even if the beautiful scenery was in front of him, Shwetianyu had no mind to look at it. I know. Shwetianyu used his soul power to transform a blanket and covered Guyuina. Guyuina was in Shwetianyu's arms, holding the blanket with both hands, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. In fact, she was not seriously injured, but the golden thunder was too loud and intimidating. Plus, her charred scales gave her the illusion of being seriously injured. In fact, they were just superficial injuries. She deliberately stretched her delicate feet out of the blanket. How are you going to repay me? Shwetianyu didn't know how to answer. However, Guyuina didn't embarrass Shwetianyu. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Shwetianyu's head, and then turned her lips to kiss him. This time, Shwetianyu couldn't find a reason to refuse. Hey, don't want to refuse. How do you feel now? Shwetianyu asked with concern. Not bad. Guyuina looked into Shwetianyu's eyes. You have to be nicer to me in the future. Okay. Shwetianyu nodded seriously, Do you need me to find healing herbs for you now? He was still worried about Guyuina's injury. What a little fool! Guyuina stretched out her slender green jade fingers and touched Xue Tianyu's forehead. It's just some skin injuries, the thunder tribulation is nothing to me. Xue Tianyu was relieved when he heard Guyuina say this. At this time, Bingdi and Suidi also came up. They knew that without Guyuina, they would never have survived the thunder tribulation. Therefore, their attitude towards Guyuina has changed a lot. Looking at Suidi and Bingdi who had just broken through and Guyuina who was still a little weak in aura, Xue Tianyu thought of the Dragon King ginseng that he had just signed in with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Then he took it out and distributed it to the three women. Feeling the power of the Dragon King ginseng, the three women were all very surprised. Especially the two emperors of ice and snow. Why does it feel like Xue Tianyu can often come up with such a natural treasure? Soon, the three absorbed the Dragon King ginseng together. Instantly, Guyuina was surprised to find that the skin injuries caused by the two thunder tribulations were healed in an instant, and this was only less than 1/100th of the effect of the Dragon King ginseng. Soon, her old injuries were gradually healed under the effect of the Dragon King ginseng. You are really good to me. Guyuina was very excited. Other injuries could still be recovered through practice, but her old injuries were difficult to repair. Your Dragon King ginseng has a terrifying effect. Xue Tianyu chuckled. As long as you have a breath left, this Dragon King ginseng can restore your health to full. I only have a few of them. Give me such important things. It seems that you still love me. Guyuina jumped out of Xue Tianyu's arms, and then pretended to accidentally not hold the blanket firmly, and her beautiful scenery was all displayed in front of Xue Tianyu. However, the next second, Xue Di directly used her soul power to put on a light grey dress for Guyuina. Xue Tianyu looked at the pouting lips on Guyuina's face and felt very funny. Then he thought that the biggest crisis of Xue Di and Bingdi had been resolved, so it was time to go back to the finals and settle accounts with Bibi Dong. Kill Yu Xiaogang in front of her with his own hands. Revenge. At this time, after the three women experienced this incident, their relationship quickly became very good. On the way back to the ice and snow palace to rest, Bingdi saw Suidi and Guyuina holding Xue Tianyu's shoulders, and immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Tianyu, you are playing two boats at the same time. Xue Tianyu smiled and felt that both hands were strained at the same time. He could only smile helplessly. Guyuina looked at Bingdi with an ambiguous look. What about you? Two boats are not enough. He he. Bingdi did not answer, but thought of what happened that night. Xue Tianyu looked at the three women who started to quarrel, and his heart was infinitely happy. However, soon he recalled the terrifying scene of Bibi Dong strangling his neck when he was a baby. He knew in his heart that he would wait for the finals to avenge Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang will also come to the finals, right? Then let Yu Xiaogang die in front of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, don't you want to give up everything for Yu Xiaogang? Even his own teacher and child can be killed, and the Wuhan Hall that trained him can also betray and abandon him. Then, let Yu Xiaogang die in front of you, and you are powerless. I wonder how wonderful your expression will be. Wuhan City. Worship Hall. Qian Daoliu is praying to the angel statue. Bang! Golden Crocodile Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo, with other titled Douluos in the worship hall, entered the hall. Brother, they don't quite understand why we have to fight with the Pope. I can't explain it clearly, so I can only come to you. After all, only Golden Crocodile Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo saw the battle between Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong in the worship hall. Yes, great worshipper, I think there still needs to be an explanation. Spirit Kite Douluo sighed. At this time, Spirit Kite Douluo was wearing a tight black leather jacket, her slender and round legs were wearing black stockings, and her feet were wearing backless high heels, looking extremely beautiful. Qian Daoliu looked at everyone and sighed in his heart. But he was not going to hide it. Back then, Bibi Dong had another son besides Shue'er. This son is Shue'er's younger brother. Hey? It's the young master. Golden Crocodile Douluo was stunned for a moment, but we have never seen him. Of course I haven't seen him. Qian Daoliu shook his head, because this son was strangled to death and abandoned by Bibi Dong as soon as he was born. Strangled to death? Abandoned. Golden Crocodile Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo looked at each other in shock. The young master was strangled to death and abandoned by Bibi Dong. This woman didn't even let her own son go, how vicious. I have never heard of such a vicious act. Even worse than a soul beast. Chapter 128 Vicious Bibi Dong. The finals are about to begin. Revenge. That vicious woman. Golden Crocodile Douluo was furious and punched the pillar beside him. In an instant, the pillar was hit. A big pit came out. I didn't expect that she would even kill her own son. Ling Yuan Douluo beside him was also very angry at this time. She opened the collar of her leather jacket very low, revealing her fair skin and plump career line. Ling Yuan Douluo tied a golden belt around her waist, which contrasted with the black leather jacket, showing her slender waist. The long black and beautiful hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her smooth and delicate skin, exuding a faint fragrance. At this time, she had delicate makeup on her face, and her eyes were full of charm and temptation. However, her originally beautiful face was full of outrage. Vicious, so cruel. She didn't expect that it was because of this incident that Qian Daoliu and Pope Bibi Dong fought. It was too late. Ling Yuan Douluo felt sorry for Bibi Dong, but now changed his attitude. There were many Douluos in the worship hall who shared the same idea as her, but now they all stood on Qian Daoliu's side. After all, a mother actually killed her own child with her own hands. This was the most unbelievable plot. Alas! Golden Crocodile Douluo sighed and sat down on the ground of the worship hall. Poor child, he died so tragically. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the entire worship hall became quiet. Originally, their Wuhan hall could have a holy son, but this holy son was strangled to death by Bibi Dong so casually. No news has been leaked for so many years. What a pity. Ling Yuan Douluo was also very upset. After all, she had watched Qian Rongxiu grow up from childhood to adulthood. At that time, she saw her trying so hard to get Bibi Dong's recognition. She thought that she was Bibi Dong's only child, and there shouldn't be a mother who doesn't like her child, right? But what happened? Bibi Dong did everything except physically abusing Qian Rongxiu. The reason why Qian Rongxiu can still maintain her current kind personality is because of Qian Daoliu's intervention. Bibi Dong didn't dare to offend Qian Daoliu, and later she restrained herself. Now it seems that letting Qian Rongxiu leave the spirit hall so early to replace Prince Shueqinghe is also to protect her. If Xiaoxiu knew that she actually had a brother, but died at the hands of her mother at the beginning, how sad she would be. Ling Yuan Douluo sighed. No. Qian Daoliu saw that the time was almost right, so he said calmly, he is not dead. Hey? Not dead. In an instant, all the worshippers looked at Qian Daoliu in unison. Qian Daoliu nodded, and then took out a bead that exuded a little angelic breath. In fact, from the beginning, the angel god hinted to me that there was a descendant of the Qian family who was wandering outside. Qian Daoliu sighed and shook his head, what a pity, I only knew the true meaning recently. This is... Golden Crocodile Douluo approached the inheritance bead. This is the inheritance bead. As long as you get close to my grandson who is wandering outside, this bead will emit light. Qian Daoliu looked at the bead with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Unfortunately, I haven't found him until now. But what is certain is that at least now, he is still alive. All the elders of the worship hall couldn't help but smile. Young master, still alive. We must find the young master as soon as possible. Yes, let the young master inherit the spirit hall. We can't let that vicious woman harm us. What does the young master look like? Otherwise, I will go find him right now. I will go too. Qian Daoliu looked at the indignant elders, who were eager to find the young master right now, and smiled with relief. I have been looking for him for so many years and still can't find him. It should be impossible for you to find him in a short time. Qian Daoliu shook his head and sighed. He also wanted to do it earlier. Or, at this time, Ling Yuan Douluo asked tentatively, I will try. My spirit perception ability is good, and my speed is not slow. Maybe it will work if I cast a wide net. The main reason why Ling Yuan Douluo made this suggestion was that she herself wanted to see the young master. But her suggestion was indeed very good. Qian Daoliu looked at the inheritance beads and weighed Ling Yuan Douluo's words in his heart. He actually needed to practice in seclusion to recover from his injuries. The last time he fought Bibi Dong, the power of the Rakshasa was extremely terrifying. Qian Daoliu was old after all, and the damage caused by the divine power would take some time to recover. And he couldn't leave the worship hall during this period. So he sighed and finally agreed to Ling Yuan Douluo's proposal. He stood up and handed the inheritance bead to Ling Yuan Douluo. As long as you get close to your grandson, it will light up by itself. Qian Daoliu instructed, this light is not strong, you need to pay more attention to see it. I know. Ling Yuan Douluo nodded. Is there only one bead? 2. Qian Daoliu explained, Shui there is another one over there. If you want to find it, it is best to bring Shui with you. When the time comes, the two of you will be much more efficient. I know. Ling Yuan Douluo put away the inheritance beads. Since everything is fine, let's all go. Qian Daoliu waved his hand, I need to retreat for a while now. If there is nothing else, don't bother me. After I come out of retreat, I will go to find my grandson in person. Seeing Qian Daoliu's order to expel him, the Wuhan Hall worshippers headed by Jin Crocodile Douluo bowed to Qian Daoliu and left the hall. Wuhan City. The finals of the Soul Master competition are about to begin. As the most watched event on the continent, the flow of people in Wuhan City has obviously increased a lot during this period. In fact, there are not so many people on weekdays. Qian Rongxiu held Xue Tianyu's hand and walked in the streets of Wuhan City. This was the place Qian Rongxiu was most familiar with when she was a child. Even after she went to replace Xue Qinghe, she would come back from time to time. At this time, Qian Rongxiu seemed to want to connect her childhood with Xue Tianyu. Because this should also be Xue Tianyu's childhood. As for the Tiandu Empire, it was just a chess piece in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. Xue Tianyu was above everything else in her heart. So after learning that Xue Tianyu was going to Wuhan City to participate in the competition, she deliberately arranged everything and accompanied Xue Tianyu back here. By the way, there is a very famous hot spring hotel in Wuhan City. Do you want to try it? Qian Rongxiu grabbed Xue Tianyu's hands and tilted her head expectantly. Chapter 129 Xue Tianyu, the young master of Wuhan Hall. Ling Yuan Douluo was shocked. Qian Rongxiu knew the truth long ago. Hot spring. Xue Tianyu smiled, and had some ideas to tease Qian Rongxiu. Shall we take a bath together? Qian Rongxiu knew what Xue Tianyu was thinking by looking at his expression, and then said coquettishly, Tianyu, what are you thinking about all day long? So we're not together, then it doesn't make much sense. Xue Tianyu shook his head and smiled deliberately, then turned to leave. Qian Rongxiu's pretty face blushed slightly, and she gently pinched Xue Tianyu's arm, of course we're together. Then she didn't care whether Xue Tianyu was willing or not, and directly pulled his arm into the hot spring hall. The hot spring hall was quite large, and Qian Rongxiu chose an indoor hot spring for a double room. This way no one would disturb her and Xue Tianyu. You go in first and wait for me. Qian Rongxiu walked into the dressing room with the bathrobe that needed to be changed. Xue Tianyu was very relaxed. She just changed into a pair of shorts, put on a bathrobe and went in. The water in the hot spring was very warm. Xue Tianyu felt relaxed all over. I wonder what Jian Rongxiu will be like when she comes in. After a while, Jian Rongxiu put her long hair up and came out of the women's dressing room wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, Xue Tianyu felt that it was worth it. The bath towel was almost directly hung on Jian Rongxiu's chest, and it was only because of the resistance that it did not fall down. And Jian Rongxiu's round and slender white calves just protruded from under the bath towel. And the pair of delicate jade feet like sheep fat jade stepped lightly on the wooden board, making an ethereal creaking sound. Don't look at me like that, I will be embarrassed. Jian Rongxiu blushed and slowly came to Xue Tianyu's side, then walked down the steps to the hot spring water. Xue Tianyu was dumbfounded. Wearing a bath towel to soak. Of course, everyone wears a bath towel to soak. Jian Rongxiu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. You see, you think too much. Okay, this is how we play, right? Xue Tianyu smiled helplessly. But Xue Tianyu clearly remembered. He went to the world before he traveled through time and took a hot spring bath. It seems that the culture here in Douluo continent is different. At this time, under the water, Xue Tianyu saw that the white legs sticking out from under the bathrobe were even more slender, and the jade feet stepped on the unique stones of the hot spring, revealing pink marks. Xue Tianyu smiled indifferently. Looking for a fight, what are you thinking? Looking at Xue Tianyu's smile, Jian Rongxiu blushed, then raised her jade foot and kicked Xue Tianyu. Xue Tianyu was not to be outdone, and scooped up the hot spring with both hands and bounced over. The hot spring water wet Jian Rongxiu's hair, making her look as beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water. I finally tied up my hair. Jian Rongxiu backhanded and threw a lot of water at Xue Tianyu. The two of them played and fought in the hot spring pool. Zioxiu? After Xue Tianyu and Jian Rongxiu had soaked enough in the hot spring, they went out together and happened to meet Ling Yu and Douluo, who had just finished a bath in a single room. At this time, she was also wrapped in a bath towel, and her tight jade feet stepped on the wooden board. Ling Yuan raised her chest and head generously, showing off her towering chest. She came to Jian Rongxiu and saw a man she had never seen standing next to her. She couldn't help but look up and down at Xue Tianyu with a scrutinizing look. Is this your boyfriend? If Jian Rongxiu really had a boyfriend, it would be a big deal for the entire worship hall. This is Xue Tianyu. Jian Rongxiu didn't explain too much, just smiled and said Xue Tianyu's name. Xue Tianyu? So familiar. Shit. Ling Yu and Douluo remembered. Xue Tianyu, isn't that the genius who crushed Hao Tian Douluo and made a big fuss in the Tiando Empire? Ling Yu and Douluo was a little shocked. Such a genius was so close to Xue, which was a great thing for their Wuhan Hall. However, at this moment, Ling Yu and Douluo keenly felt the inheritance bead in her pocket, which was slowly lighting up. She brought this bead with her so as not to miss any opportunity. After all, she didn't know when and where she would meet the young master. The only way she could connect with the young master was this inheritance bead. At this time, the light of the inheritance bead was blocked by the bath towel and was very faint. If Ling Yu and Douluo hadn't been very sensitive, she wouldn't have seen it. So Jian Rongxiu and Xue Tianyu didn't notice the light in Ling Yu and Douluo's pocket. No wonder he is such a genius. Now Ling Yu and Douluo knew that Xue Tianyu was actually Qian Daoliu's grandson. She was a little shocked. It was so easy to find something after searching for a long time. Qian Daoliu had been looking for more than 10 years without any clues, and she found it as soon as she left the temple of worship to take a hot spring bath. Ling Yu and Douluo felt that she was simply a saint who could find people. Now everyone knows that Xue Tianyu is an ice and snow martial soul, but since he is Qian Daoliu's grandson, there must be a second martial soul. The angel martial soul hidden under the ice and snow martial soul. In order to confirm this, she was going to test Xue Tianyu. Ling Yu and Douluo glanced at Jian Rongxiu, who was soaked all over, stretched out his hand to rub her hair and said with a smile, "Shweter, go wash first, I will talk to him alone." Ling Yu and Douluo brought Xue Tianyu to a relatively closed small room. "What do you want?" Xue Tianyu was a little curious. He didn't remember any connection between him and this Ling Yu and Douluo. "You have another martial soul, right?" Ling Yu and Douluo got straight to the point. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Xue Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, but he remained as calm as an old dog on the surface. Ling Yu and Douluo saw that Xue Tianyu didn't admit it, so he took out the glowing inheritance bead. "This is the inheritance bead given by the angel god. As long as you get close to the angel inheritor, it will light up." Ling Yu and Douluo smiled indifferently and put the bead on the table. "Now, it lights up. Since you have an angel martial soul, you should know that you are Qian Daoliu's grandson and Xweter's younger brother." Xue Tianyu's eyes condensed slightly, and he took out another glowing bead that was exactly the same as the one on the table. "Is this it? Qian Rongxiu gave it to me." Ling Yu and Douluo saw it and immediately understood why Qian Rongxiu brought Xue Tianyu here. "It seems that Xue already knows that you are her brother." Ling Yu and Douluo was a little confused. Since Qian Rongxiu had already recognized Xue Tianyu as her brother, why didn't she tell Qian Daoliu for so long? At this time, Xue Tianyu was stunned when he heard Ling Yu and Douluo's words. No wonder Qian Rongxiu's expression changed so unnaturally at the beginning. No wonder she took the initiative to give this bead to herself. No wonder she asked about her childhood in detail. It turns out that she knew it a long time ago.